have chosen their leaders through the ballot, witnessed peaceful transition of power, and resolved disagreement in courtrooms and legislative chambers, not through violence. We have experienced the longest stretch of civilian rule in our history. Our democracy is not perfect, but it is ours, and we must continue to defend and strengthen it. In the coming days, Ekiti and Osun states will hold elections. I urge INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure these polls are peaceful and credible. Democracy fails when citizens doubt the process. To our National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society, you are the guardrails of our republic. Criticize me, disagree with me, but never stop believing in Nigeria. To our young people, Nigeria is your home and your future. Build here, code here, work here, and vote here. Every great nation was built by those who stayed to solve problems, but not by those who abandoned ship. To our armed forces, police, and intelligence services, Nigeria salutes your sacrifice. To our traditional rulers, faith.
Turn your Indomie moments into mega wins. Every week you stand a chance to win mega prizes just by uploading a picture of your favorite Indomie moment. Here is how to participate and win.
To patriots who endured persecution, imprisonment, we honor the resilience of Nigerians who refused to surrender their faith in freedom, and the courage of those who stood firm against intimidation. We pay tribute to patriots who endured persecution, imprisonment, exile, and even death so that future generations could enjoy democracy. I salute labor leaders, journalists, activists, students, women, professionals, political leaders, and soldiers, both those who passed and those still with us, for their patriotic contributions. Though this year's mood is dampened by the abduction of our children in Oyo and Borno, we remain hopeful for their safe return. Democracy without security is not solid enough. That is why this administration has chosen both kinetic and non-kinetic strategies to restore peace, declared a security emergency, and approved the recruitment of 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. Our 2026 budget commits 5.41 trillion, our largest ever, to defense and security. We have moved from training with our allies to precision targeting. In Arege, we degraded ISWAP and command centers. Terror-related deaths are down by 81% since 2015. Over 13,000 terrorists have been neutralized in the past year. But we also keep the door of surrender open. Over 124,000 fighters and dependents have laid down arms since 2023. Through Operation Safe Corridor, we turn our former enemies into citizens because every life saved is a victory for democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation. June 12 occupies a sacred place in our national memory. It represents more than an election. It is a defining chapter in our history. We remember Chief MKO Abiola, who won a pan-Nigerian mandate transcending ethnicity and religion. We remember Alhaji Kudirat Abiola. We also remember Chief Gani Fayemi, Chief Bola Ige, Chief Alfred Rwani, and Pa Abraham Adesoya, Chief Anthony Enahoro, Alhaji Balarabe Musa, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Beko Ransom Kuti, Franco Kori, Arthur Nwanko, Chima Obani, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, and the many other heroes and heroines of democracy whose sacrifices helped secure the freedom we enjoy today. As beneficiaries of their struggle, we have a duty to strengthen and deepen the democratic institutions for which they fought. The greatest tribute we can pay is to build a Nigeria where freedom is protected, justice is upheld, opportunity is expanded, and government is accountable. June 12, 1993, revealed the possibility of a true Nigerian nation. The heroes of June 12 secured political freedom. Our challenge is to secure economic freedom. Democracy must be felt in the quality of people's lives, in opportunities for youth, in prosperous farmers, successful entrepreneurs, and the dignity of our workers. The reforms we are undertaking were not chosen for ease, but for necessity. 3 years ago, our public finances were under severe strain. Investment was discouraged, and economic uncertainty threatened our future. We chose to act, embracing reforms to advance Nigerians' economic freedom. Since 2023, our reforms have restored stability and credibility to economic management. Federation revenues have risen, providing state and local governments with more resources for infrastructure, education, health care, and security. Fiscal transparency has improved. Leakage has been reduced, and public funds are better directed to national priorities. Investors' confidence has returned with investment in agriculture, energy, manufacturing, technology, mining, transportation, and the creative industries growing. Domestic refinery capacity has increased, strengthening energy security and reducing our reliance on imported petroleum products. By 2023, When we came on board, the electricity sector was characterized by chronic generation shortfalls and unreliable gas supply and transmission infrastructure, so fragile that they could not evacuate available power. Distribution companies were burdened by massive losses and a metering deficit of over 4 million. Worst of all, the value chain was drowning in legacy debt. The result was a sector that generated less than 13,500 megawatts installed capacity, a sector that transmitted less than it generated, distributed less than it transmitted, and collected revenue far below what it needed to sustain itself. To address the problem besetting the sector, I signed the Electricity Act, which grants state authority to generate, transmit, and distribute power. The Presidential Power Sector Task Force is working hard to reduce the metering deficit. It has also been authorized to raise 4 trillion bond to settle verified legacy debts. Rural Electrification Agency, supported by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, has deployed off-grid and mini-grid power to underserved communities, universities, markets, and hospitals. Electricity is a democratic dividend we owe every Nigerian. We intend to deliver it. Across the country, infrastructure projects are connecting producers to markets and creating opportunities for the enterprise and employment. The National Agricultural Development Fund is deploying 10,000 tractors over 5 years. Over 1,000 SME have been certified for export. Non-export grew by 21% last year. Yet, many Nigerians still face economic hardship. We remain focused on reducing inflation, expanding food production, creating jobs, improving living standards, rebuilding confidence in our economy, and creating conditions for sustainable prosperity. We are moving from uncertainty to stability. The next phase is about accelerating growth and ensuring the benefits are felt in every home, every community, and every region. We believe that democracy must be felt in the pocket, recognizing that democracy is undermined when people do not feel its impact. My administration has sought financial autonomy for our 774 local councils. A fundamental challenge to our nation's advancement has been ineffective local government administration. The insecurity we are addressing is partly due to the collapse of grassroots governance. The renewed hope agenda is about ensuring that all Nigerians benefit from governance. Every generation has a defining responsibility. The generation of our founding fathers secured independence. The generation of June 12 secured democracy. Our generation must secure prosperity. Let us move forward together, rejecting division, cynicism, and despair, embracing unity, hope, and confidence. Let us build a Nigeria united by a common purpose, strengthened by diversity, where justice is accessible, liberty is secure, and opportunity is abundant. Among the architects of modern democratic Nigeria, we honor General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua for his vision of national partnership. In recognition of his contributions, the federal government has approved the refertilization and renaming of the completed Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, as the General Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and attack. Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omoseye, Sir Ademola Oshinubi, Bola Bolawole, Ladeboni Ola, Femi Kusa, Debo Adeniran, Chief Ayo Padokun, Chief Raf Obiora, Ose Osayode, Barrister Osa Director, Professor Sylvester Odion Akai, Dr. Nwanko Posthumous, Dr. Osage Obayinwana, Joe Oke Odumake, Barrister Titus Mann, Joe Igbokwe, Richard Akeola, Ben Charles Obi, Posthumous, George Umba, Niran Malaolu, Major General Shola Williams, retired, Femi Aborishade, Jenkins Alumona, Gbemiga Ogunleye, Muyiwa Ade Kaye, Babajide Kolade Otitoju, Ike Okonta. We also recognize the soldiers, Democrats of the June 12 struggle, Major General M.A. Garba, Brigadier General Lawal Jafaru Isa, Colonel Umar Farouk Ahmed, Colonel Sambo Dasuki, Colonel Lawal Gwadabe, Brigadier Jonathan Ndan Temlong, Colonel Musa Shehu, Major General Chris Eze, Major General Aris Dama, Colonel Isa Jibrin, Major General Joseph Oshanokwe, Colonel Olusegun Oloruntoba, Olugbede of Gbede Kingdom, Lieutenant Colonel Happy Kevas Bulus, Colonel J. Okai, Colonel Emmanuel Unduboeze, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Muazu, Brigadier Yaya Abubakar, the current Esu Nupe, who is already the holder of CFR title. The honored list will be released in the next few days. Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity Colonel J. Okai, Colonel Emmanuel Unduboeze, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Muazu, Brigadier Yaya Abubakar, the current Esu Nupe, who is already the holder of CFR title. The honored list will be released in the next few days. Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land. May God bless the heroes of our democracy. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God continue to bless us all. Happy Democracy Day.
Maggie chicken flavor with onions.
From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula One star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this development.
In as much as the president is the person to appoint INEC chairman, there's nothing anybody will do to change the narrative, because he who called the piper dictates the tune. If it were to be well democracy is being practiced, the presidency doesn't have any hand in choosing who will handle the electoral umpire, like CBN governors, chief of army staff, police chief, and the rest of them. They don't have power on all those things. So when you call somebody to do a work, you are the one that appoint him or her. That person must do your biddings, irrespective of anything. If we call it compromising, that's a normal thing. It has been happening, and it will keep happening. So the issue of President Tinubu appointing INEC chairman is a free and fair entry for him. That's not anybody can do.
I would say when election wants to go on like this, immediately people are voting, they should be maybe uploading it directly.
As the 2027 election draws closer, many are calling for accountability, independence of electoral institutions, and a level playing field for all political parties. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent development, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priorities. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So this kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is, in fact, is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction under the theme Governing the Economy, Choices and Priorities. The annual forum organized by Niche focused on governance, economic reforms, and the link between the political decisions and national development. In his welcome address, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Niche, Ikechukwu Amechi, said the lecture series was designed to promote national development beyond ethnicity, religion, and political affiliations.
In the last 3 years, we have unfailingly every Monday drawn the attention of Nigerians to the incredible stories of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who are making giant strides in all fields despite the odds.
He said the platform also highlights young Nigerian entrepreneurs making impact despite economic challenges. Delivering the keynote lecture, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Chioma Oti said Nigeria's economic challenges cannot be solved with quick fixes, stressing that long-standing structural issues require discipline and consistent reforms. He warned that unemployment, poverty, and weak institutions are outcome of years of poor governance and bad political choices.
There is no silver bullet for solving Nigeria's myriads of economic challenges, because economics is about cold, hard facts, not vanities.
Governor Oti linked economic decline to corruption, political optimism, and weak institutions, adding that leadership quality directly affects investment, job creation, and national stability.
Abia, I can say with every sense of conviction, is proof that economics cannot be separated from politics.
He cited Abia State as an example of how governance reforms can rebuild investors' confidence, improve infrastructure, delivery, and strengthen public institutions.
Investors respond not on emotions, but on hard facts. So have you created the enabling environment? If you've not created the enabling environment, businesses will not come.
Chairman of the occasion, His Royal Highness Muhammadu Sanusi, also weighed in on Nigeria's economic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rates. He said while the policies may be necessary, their timing and implementation remain critical.
You had to, when you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Other discussants include Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Igwe Inemeka Alfred Achebe, Nigerian Congress President Comrade Joe Ajeru, Dr. Jumoke Ogunleye of the University of Lagos, and banking expert Chief Anogwe Ayemu. They all stress inclusive governance, accountability, and economic policies that prioritize citizens' welfare.
First question everybody must ask of a governor or the president or a government is, what is the character of the state? That is what defines everything. Is the state a developmental state that's focused on the people? Is the state a rentier state that is a site for extraction of money by political elite? Is the state a kleptocratic state that just there to serve those who steal?
Speakers also urged Nigerians to take the 2027 election seriously.
Economics does not respond to emotions or sentiments. It is guided by thoughtful decisions and the judgment of those who were the instruments of power.
The forum ended with a shared call for stronger institutions, discipline, leadership, and more informed electorate as Nigerians navigate its economic future. From Victoria Island, I am Monica Ogola reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
The presidency has pointed to the recent rescue of 13 kidnapped passengers in Benue State, alongside a series of military operations across different parts of the country, as evidence that Nigeria's armed forces are recording significant progress in the fight against insecurity. In a statement signed by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, he maintained that the narrative around insecurity fails to adequately reflect ongoing counter-terrorism and rescue operation across multiple theaters. The rescued passengers were among 17 travelers abducted from a Benue Link bus on a journey from Makurdi to Otukpo. Security forces reportedly succeeded in rescuing 13 of them following coordinated operations in the area. Meanwhile, reactions have continued to trail the development as Voice of the People TV sought public opinions on the implication of such incidents and military responses for national security and public confidence and safety across the country.
You see anything concerning security in Nigeria here now? I only say to advise the government. One, mostly our security men, like police, army and other things, they should be roaming about at least by junction, bus stop to 2, 3, 4 bus stop. They will see them. But if they are not there, things will not be easy for us in this country. When 50 people will be guiding one big man, stay in somebody's house, following them up and down. If anything happen now, maybe bike or they stole bike or motor or kekena, you call them, you cannot see them because they are there securing the big men. They should come out, we, the poor men, and secure us too. Because before you see they kidnap a big man, it's hard. They kidnap those that cannot pay. And at the end of the day, they end up killing them. They should please help us to bring the security down to the poor people. Let us feed them.
One thing, the only thing I believe that is the best solution for Nigeria with the claimant is just that there's no how we want peace without violence. And we are all running for war. Once we can face the governments once, I believe everything is going to sort. So that's just it. There's no how we want peace without violence.
I think maybe it's up to the government, yeah. But they have been working on the security issue. So due to my own situation right now, I don't have much to say. So I think we keep open for the government to provide more maximum security for the state and the country.
As the call for security grows across the country, safety remains a key national issue as authorities continue to highlight both challenges and operational gains in the fight against insecurity. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, now Venice is built on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. They thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there have been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some really go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that. I see the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interest is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, you have something as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate. Not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264.
Who's really in control of the skies? It isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening.
It's a beautiful Friday morning. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. Now, today is a very special day in our lives as Nigerians. June 12th, Democracy Day. The day that has been declared a Democracy Day because by our actions, we were able to secure full democracy for Nigerians after a long stretch of military rule. And so, today is Democracy Day. It's been declared by the federal government of Nigeria. We have lined out very interesting topics of discussion for you. Before we talk about the democracy, we'll talk about other things too. In the world of insecurity, my government inherits problems to solve them, not to abandon them. That's coming from Tinubu. A state police bill passes second reading. Away from that, xenophobic attacks. First batch of repatriated Nigerians arrived in Lagos from South Africa. Plus, 210 trillion naira NNPCL gate. Senators disown Mele Kyari. Arrest warrant rebukes Oshomole. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. But beyond that, we also have other interesting topics of discussion that will weigh in the course of the show. But before we get into all of that, today is a special day for us on this desk. It is the birthday of beautiful, delectable Mrs. Jane Ogoye. Happy birthday, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Okoro.
So where is the groove
That's
at?
why I have you, and that's
where
why I have
Where is
Moses.
the groove at? Where is the party
That's
at?
why I have Moses, and that's why I have you. I'm so excited
Happy
because
birthday,
I have you
Jane.
guys. Thank
Happy
you so
birthday.
much.
How old
I think the birthday is actually
I'm old
tomorrow.
enough.
You're old enough to be old.
I'm old
The
enough.
birthday is actually tomorrow.
No, it starts today.
13th.
It starts today.
But she wants to claim the June 12th.
Yes.
Exactly.
Euphoria.
She's a democracy child.
She's trying to claim it. No, she missed it. She missed it by
one
a
day.
few hours.
Or is it Democracy Day that missed her? Which one?
I missed it.
No, it missed you because,
It missed
you
me.
were here before the Democracy
Yeah,
Day.
thank
I
you so
guess.
much. Thank you.
Okay.
Good
Oh, well,
morning.
welcome to the
Yeah.
program. And yes, it is Democracy Day. So happy Democracy Day to Nigerians. June 12th. Oh, well, the president gave a speech this morning. And we'll just take a quick look at some of the things that the president said this morning. as Nigeria celebrates democracy Day. I think it's 27 years now.
Yes, it is.
27 years.
It is.
27 years down the line. And yes, of course. So, yes, the president, just a few points from the president's speech this morning. He commemorated the June 12, 1993 democratic struggle, paid tribute to pro-democracy activists and leaders who fought for military rule. He also called on Nigerians and lawmakers to strengthen democratic institutions through dialogue. The president also rejected claims of a one-party agenda. He basically directly addressed concerns that the ruling party is trying to create a one-party state. He stated that he does not support a one-party system and argued that political competition is essential for Nigeria's democracy. We'll let you listen to the president shortly, but a few other things that he talked about. He defended his economic reforms, of course. Defended it, said, look, we are working. He pointed to some improvements in what some would call macroeconomic indicators. Foreign reserves, tax reforms, investment, attraction, even though some Nigerians will argue with some of those, And he also focused on youth and economic opportunities. He told us about his administration's student loan program, consumer credit initiative, digital infrastructure, expansion, and employment-focused policies aimed at young Nigerians. But you see, there's a lot to argue with when it comes to some of these things. The student loan initiative, credit loans. Nigerians are asking who and who benefits really, and what's the price to pay for some of this things. Anyway, let's have you listen to a few excerpts from the president's address this morning. Take a listen.
Democracy fails when citizens doubt the process. To our National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society, you are the guardrails of our republic. Criticize me, disagree with me, but never stop believing in Nigeria. To our young people, Nigeria is your home and your future. Build here, code here, work here, and food here. Every great nation was built by those who stayed to solve problems, but not by those who abandoned ship. To our armed forces, police, and intelligence services, Nigeria salutes your sacrifice. To our traditional rulers, faith.
Turn your Indomie moments into mega wins. Every week you stand a chance to win mega prizes. Just
Joy democracy. I salute labor leaders, journalists, activists, students, women, professionals, political leaders, and soldiers, both those who passed and those still with us, for their patriotic contributions. Though this year's mood is dampened by the abduction of our children in Yoyo and Borno, we remain hopeful for their safe return. Democracy without security is not solid enough. That is why this administration has chosen both kinetic and non-kinetic strategies to restore peace, declared a security emergency, and approved the recruitment of 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. Our 2026 budget commits 5.41 trillion, our largest ever, to defense, and security. We have moved from training with our allies to precision targeting. In Arege, we degraded ISWAP and command centers. Terror-related deaths are down by 81% since 2015. Over 13,000 terrorists have been neutralized in the past year. But we also keep the door of surrender open. Over 124,000 fighters and dependents have laid down arms since 2023. Through Operation Safe Corridor, we turn our former enemies into citizens because every life saved is a victory for democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation. June 12 occupies a sacred place in our national memory. It represents more than an election. It is a defining chapter in our history. We remember Chief MKO Abiola, who won a pan-Nigerian mandate transcending ethnicity and religion. We remember Alhaja Kudirat Abiola. We also remember Chief Gani Fawehinmi, Chief Bola Ige, Chief Alfred Rwani, and Pa Abraham Adesoya, Chief Anthony Enahoro, Alhaji Balarabe Musa, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Beko Ransom Kuti, Franco Kori, Arthur Nwanko, Chima Obani, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, and the many other heroes and heroines of democracy whose sacrifices helped secure the freedom we enjoy today. As beneficiaries of their struggle, we have a duty to strengthen and deepen the democratic institutions for which they fought. The greatest tribute we can pay is to build a Nigeria where freedom is protected, justice is upheld, opportunity is expanded, and government is accountable. June 12, 1993, revealed the possibility of a true Nigerian nation. The heroes of June 12 secured political freedom. Our challenge is to secure economic freedom. Democracy must be felt in the quality of people's lives, in opportunities for youth, in prosperous farmers, successful entrepreneurs, and the dignity of our work.
All right, there you have it. And
the reforms
those are just clips from the president's speech this morning. And you know, the one that got me was terror-related deaths down by 81%. I mean, a lot of Nigerians will disagree with that. Nigerians, well, it's a technical figure that the president arrived at. You know, that's quite technical because if you look at insurgency, terror-related deaths by Boko Haram, specifically at the peak around 2014, 2015, where, you know, they take over entire communities, entire local government areas, and the rest of them, you can say, okay, compared to what we have now, it's down by, you know, some percentage. But that's speaking to Boko Haram. Boko Haram. But we have Lakurawa, Memuda. We have a lot of them. ISWAP. We have bandits.
Yeah.
We have bandits. We have unknown gunmen. We have, so we have quite a lot now.
There's more spread now.
Yes, there's
in
more
terms
spread.
of capture.
Yes. And now they are kidnapping people. Yeah. Well, they may not be bombings like we used to have, but we still have terror-related deaths.
They are ransacking villages, burning
talking
down
about
houses.
terror-related deaths, I'm surprised that the president could come out with that figure. I mean, it's concocted, if you ask me. Because as at last count, in the 8 years of Buhari administration, according to a Punch newspaper report, so there were 66,000 deaths related to insecurity and all of that. So these figures are, my worry in all of this is that we are used to this, but just as an aside, June 12, we were able to secure June 12 as Democracy Day by the efforts, how can I put it, by the unfailing efforts of a group of people who said, well, this is what we need to do in Nigeria, because it was more like Nigerians made sacrifices and voted, and somehow we lost it. And you know what? How did it start? It started by the Southwest governors making June 12 public holidays in their states. So at some point, the federal government was left with no choice than to declare it a full national public holiday. I want Southeast leaders to borrow a leaf from this. If you want May 30th to be recognized as Biafra Day or
First
Igbo
recognize
Day,
it within the
first
Southeast.
recognize it locally in the Southeast. Let the governors take up that challenge. Every May 30th, declare public holiday. Not sit at home or what, but public holiday. Maybe and just maybe, with time, the federal government will say, okay, let's now bring it into our... So, but if we keep saying we are fighting, don't come out and all of that, it will take us nowhere.
They're going about it the wrong way. Well, absolutely, absolutely. And I hope they're listening and they will take that advice. Well, let's quickly run to the papers now. Let's see what the papers have for us, and then we'll come back to this conversation much later. The Vanguard has these headlines: xenophobia, which of course is one of the conversations we'll be having this morning. FG evacuees slam South Africa over documentation claims. The writers there will get to in the course of time. Warri Federal Constituency, Ijo Ishekiri Urobo. Leaders meet Tinubu, agree to end protest. Democracy Day, Tinubu honors top journalists, generals, others for roles in struggle. CBN bans linked financial entities from extending loan to each other. And then we also have state police reps pass bill, scaled second reading in Senate. And Davido protests or your school kidnapping at World Cup concert. Right? We gave Obi Kwankwanso free hand to pick candidates. Dixon speaking there. Mexico days South Africa in World Cup opener. Canada, Bosnia, trade tackles today. South Africa has lost support from other Africans, most definitely.
Yeah.
And it will
I'll
tell.
see a lot of jubilation.
It will tell. All right, there you go. Those are the headlines from the Vanguard newspaper.
The Punch newspaper, state police closer as NAS defines federal and state powers. Xenophobia, South Africa repatriates 586 Nigerians. Federal government panel uncovers prison feeding scam, pushes for 3,000 naira allowance. Democracy Day address, terror financiers will pay dearly, says Tinubu. Tinubu confers national honors on ex-Punch MD Oshunubi, Babatope, and others. Southwest governors playing politics with security. Those are the lead stories from the Punch newspaper.
And quickly from the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. Niger school abduction, court sentences 5 to 25 years imprisonment. Well, that's pretty fast.
That's fast.
Okay. 210 trillion naira probe. Senate overrules panel withdraws arrest warrant against Yari. Says Oshomole abused legislative powers. I acted under extreme provocation, ex-Edo governor. Well, he should be mindful of his conduct in public. NAP strike destroys terrorist enclave, kills course in Lake Chad region. Troops, DSS raid IPOB, ESN in Enugu, recover rocket launcher rifles. Now the big story, Democracy Day. Tinubu restates determination to secure Nigerians with the riders. Says democracy without security a mirage. Assures Nigerians of economic freedom. Lists gains of his administration, bold reforms. Names Petroleum Institute after Shehu Yaradua. Honors Osinubi, Alake, Okpadokun, Odumakin, Ishola Williams, Richard Akiola, others with national awards. Most stories from the Tribune. Reps vote for state police. 289 lawmakers approved bill. Senate defers voting till July. Again, the echoes of June 12. Warri Federal Constituency, Ijo Ishekiri Urobo leaders meet Tinubu, agree to end protest. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. And we'll get into that in the course of the program. And then also newspaper review will deal with some of those headlines in the cover pages of the dailies. My government inherited problems to solve, not abandon them. Tinubu, a state police bill passes second reading. We'll also be looking at the President's Democracy Day speech in the course of the program. Join us as we have more for you right after this break.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys, go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to...
Welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. It's Democracy Day. So the President Bola Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, has insisted that his administration inherited deep-seated national challenges, not to abandon them, but to confront and solve them head-on. Citing infrastructure feats like the completed airport expressway to Kuje Road as proof of fulfilling promises and ending abandoned projects. Now, this came as both the Senate and House of Representatives advanced the contentious state police bill, passing second reading in the Senate and full passage in the Reps with overwhelming support. 289 to nothing, basically, with one person being absent. Now, this aims to decentralize policing powers, boost local intelligence, and tackle banditry, terrorism, farmer-header clashes, and mass abductions that Nigerians are going through right now. Well, the president, in his Democracy Day speech today, also reeled out the achievements of his administration. One of them is that terror-related deaths has reduced drastically to about 81%. Well, we will x-ray the president's speech in the course of the program. The president talked about public debt. So on the screen, you have a list of it, Nigeria's public debt under the previous administration and the current administration. But this goes all the way to from 2015 all the way to 2025. Not including some more debts that we've gotten into in 2026. So you have it there. When Buhari took over power in 2015, it was around 12.12 trillion naira. And then by the time he left in 2023, Nigeria had accumulated a whole lot more. It had moved to 87.34 trillion naira. And then the President Bola Tinubu came in at the 87.34 trillion naira, and currently it has gotten to about 159.29 trillion naira. Nigeria's, that's speaking to Nigeria's debt profile. We do have with us in the studio Dele Fanimo, who is a public affairs commentator and an editor. Well, you've done business too. You've really had your hands in a lot of things in the area of editing, reporting labor activities, reporting business, reporting security, terror-related issues, health. So you've been everywhere. Now, first off, let's talk about 27 years ago, June 12th, and how far we have come. You know, it was the Buhari administration that recognized June 12th as a public holiday. That was in 2018. And that recognition, how far Nigeria has come between then and now. Let's first talk about that. And where ordinary Nigerians expect Nigeria to be at this time, especially as it concerns democracy.
You see, if you go by the definition of democracy, government of the people, by the people, for the people. Now, there are three keywords: for, by, of. Now, when the military gave us May 29 as exit date, the then head of state, General Absalami, nobody gave him a chance. Nobody believed him. And so many, I'm sorry to use this word, many charlatans took the opportunity and they came. And before you knew it, they became House of Assembly members, they became House of Reps members, became senators, and even became minister after the constitution of that regime under former general and now president, ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. At that time, the nucleus of those who benefited from that transition were not those who went to the trenches to wrestle power from the military. It wasn't that military left on their own terms, but the pressure was extremely on them that they had to leave. Now, going down between May 29, 1999 and today, the off has not been naturalized.
Of the people.
Of the people. Because the outcome of elections most of the time are not a reflection, a true reflection of what the people desire. So there were manipulations, and we have seen a whole president who acknowledged that how he came to power was flawed, but he never left power until God took him. Now,
who do we blame
by the people
for the the of the people? Because
you see, of the people, let's not mix it up. Because in the
Where is this?
Look at
We'll be right back.
In a world where our shapes meet every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise. The voice.
The policy that shapes our economy that determines our future.
Every hour, buzzing. And we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Yes. Now, we're speaking with Dele Fanimo on, democracy, Nigeria, the definition of democracy as it applies to us, for, of, by the people. But some have posited that Nigeria should create its own type of democracy, one that works with the people. In places like China, they have their own type, whatever they want to call it, but they have their type, what works for them. What are your thoughts on that? Should we redefine what truly works for us, not just as Nigerians, but as Africans, considering our diversity?
Now, before we went on break, I was saying that Chuma Ubani Ransom Kuti, and Dan Suleiman were of the three major ethnic groups. But yet, nobody knew them as Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. They were united in ensuring that the military leaves the space. But today, if anybody rises up, the only group of people that can stand up to say, no, we don't want this anymore, that people will listen to, are probably the South people that are not attached to these three major ethnic groups. Now, to your question, homegrown democracy. As long as we still have these fault lines, anything that is a shift from the norm, meanings will be read to it. Okay, these people, they want to take power by all means using these tactics. And it will not work.
How about we have a referendum of some sort to determine what works for us, considering our fault lines, considering our diversity?
You see, the only thing that I see that is plausible, a lot of people run away from it, is to go back to regional government.
Regional government?
Yes.
Okay,
and
so
make the center weak.
Decentralize it.
And make sure that whatever is domiciled in your region serves your people. The advantage of that is, if I'm an Igbo man and somebody is extracting coal in Enugu and it tries to filter it away, I'll have that blood in me to challenge him that, look, no, this is our patrimony. You can't squander it. But because today it is on exclusive list, they say, if you don't take out, other people from other tribes can come and take it. So they allow things to go because they feel that what is not my own is not my own.
Okay, so apparently your position is that our democracy, is stagnating or stagnated because of the form of government that we practice, which is the federal system of government.
Yes.
That's your position.
Pseudo federalism, but in practice, unitary
federalism, as
it's
some people have described
and it's
it.
not going to work.
It's not going to work. Okay. Now, your position, you seem to be of the opinion that in the past 27 years that our democracy, we have not made progress. We are still nascent. We are still fledgling after 27 years. Is that what it looks like?
If you say that we are fledgling or we are nascent, it's like you have a child 27 years ago and is still like a toddler. That obviously shows that child is stunted.
No,
our democracy is stunted.
Okay, that's our we have not made progress.
We have not made any progress because every election cycle we recycle the same set of people with the same mindset, with the same value. How can you imagine somebody stealing 100 billion naira from a state and is still strutting about, and next election that person will still be voted for?
Can we even take a look at the election that gave the 1992 election, which has been tagged the fairest and fiercest in Nigeria's history. Looking back, today we have the Muslim ticket, which is an issue in Nigeria. But at the time, M. Kabiola and Kilibe, they were both Muslims. So as one who has covered the trajectory of the elections, how did we get here? That in 2026 we're talking about a Muslim ticket. We're talking about a Christian ticket. We're talking about a Muslim Christian ticket. How did we get so divided along religious lines? And is it possible that Nigeria can get back to that era?
It's not going to be possible.
How did things get this bad?
The only way we can get back to that era is when we devolve power from the center. If in Enugu State, in Southeast, what is the population of Muslims that are indigenous to Southeast? They are not going to complain that you are bringing a Christian team to the government. In Yoruba land, that we have equal stake, we can even allow it to pass You understand? For instance, in my state, Ondo State, most times it is Christian, and nobody complains. Now, our fault lines, which was deliberately accentuated by this politician, this group of politicians, is not going to leave us because the center is too powerful. And so they gravitate towards the center, pull the rung of power, the ladder of power, and use it to oppress the constituents.
Okay.
And as long as you have that, they are not going to leave it because it pays them. How many times have we heard that the 1999 Constitution is faulty? But what are the National Assembly members doing to make sure that these fault lines are removed?
It pays them
because it pays them.
Nobody wants to leave one's comfort zone.
And sorry, before up till now, these politicians, when they are on the round table, they don't use that to share national cake.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much, Delefanimo. Let's quickly run to Benin City, where we've been joined by Mr. Williams Edaye. Williams appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Williams, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful. Now, happy Democracy Day to you. What's going on in Benin City? How are you guys celebrating the Democracy Day, June 12th? The president's speech that he read out the achievements and all that he said. How is it going on there in Benin City?
Well, I don't know if there is anything called democracy. At least I'm a public figure to some extent, and I can check my WhatsApp all through. There's nobody who is even saying or posting a video of anything related to democracy. And the government, nothing can to tell that today is democracy, nothing tangible to present to the people that today is democracy. There is those states. And then the president's speech, just defending his government, was giving a very, very, very inflated figures that are not accurate. And while I was stepping into the studio, I told that those things that the president, whatever he's saying, are the things that he's hearing from his aides, and they are feeding him with lies. I think he should take his time, analyze and take information by himself and see how this country is faring. From his speech, the country is not faring well.
You said you're feeding him with lies. Is it? Yeah. You said you're feeding the president with lies, but if you fact check a few of those things, you'll realize that is it feeding with lies or using selective data? Because we need to be certain. If you look at selective data, you'll realize that Boko Haram insurgency, abductions, and killings, as it was in 2014, 2015, has reduced compared to 2025, 2026. Boko Haram as a body, they are, killing of an entire local government, terror-related killings has reduced when you compare that time to now. But we still have killings taking place. We have a proliferation of arms. We have a proliferation of terrorist groups in the country now. So on that basis, some would say, oh, there is an increase. But on the other basis, some would say there is a reduction. So is the government putting out selective data or just feeding our Nigerians lies?
The issue is this. The problem is just like they camouflage the whole issue. Whatever it is, they are all the same thing. Terrorists, they are the same thing. The terrorism activity in Nigeria are the same thing. It has even increased. You understand? Now the killing is even bloated. They are doing it at will. So they just change the name and then give it another name, banditry, elders clash, and all that, and so forth and so forth. It is just the same thing. The power that they can adopt, then the Boko Haram situation, they will still adoption, killing of citizens. Then the banditry, which were expressing, they are sticking to killing and adoption. So there's no difference. There's no change. Just that it has already increased, now gone out of hand. That then in 2016, they could not boast to come to flaunt their money, their ransom payment. They don't do that. Not to talk of doing giveaway on social media. Now they are doing it. I don't want to go ahead of you. I would have preferred to go ahead because discussion for today.
Okay, Okay, Williams, you don't seem to be impressed with the president's speech. Does it look like nothing that the president said inspires you? Just one good thing that he said that inspires you, that gives you hope about Nigeria.
There is nothing said that inspired me. The coastal highway that they are using as the star boy project of this administration. The video that is also trending. Somebody died out of reckless driving because they've not completed the road up to now. But look at the amount of money that they have in that project. So whatever it is that you are going to is not reasonable. As being a president of this country, what's going on?
Williams,
that you're going to present a pitch. Why not see the rescue of those children who are in?
Okay. Now the president did admit that there is economic hardship, and that his government is working hard to ensure that he pulls Nigerians out of poverty. That didn't give you hope as well.
Okoro, when you go to buy Ford, the government recognizes that this thing, but we are doing discounts of 50% discount for you, 25% discount for you. That is the government responsibility. I'm listening that we found ourselves. Some years ago, Britain, when they were into this economic recession, they told that there is going to be a total reduction in all utility bills by 10%. So what is it that the government is doing? The government is doing where the whole situation, economic situation is biting out of the citizens. What are they doing about it? They are totally and also benefiting from it.
Williams, the president did say he called on civil society, he asked journalists, he asked Nigerians to criticize him, disagree with him, call him out, but not stop believing in Nigeria. Do you see this administration as one who accepts feedback, criticism, or who listens to the pulse of the people? In practical terms. Williams, do you get my question?
Yes, I get the question. There has never been any time they admit when people, citizens, call them. If you press toward, they come with you with DSS. So there's not been any way that they've encouraged criticism. There's not been any way they have encouraged criticism. I'll give an example. Here in Edo State, the party chairman of the ruling will come out categorically to tell you that if you criticize someone, that is going to come for you. The other day was straight that is going to deal with the journalists. There's nothing that this APC government don't appeal to the emotions of the people in any way, in any form. Come down to Edo State. It's full. The same flag are going there for excursion. That's an open country. So what is it that this APC nationwide they've done that can justify this democracy day that will make us look then look back and reflect and say, yes, this government have done well? Nothing.
All right. Dele Fanimo, let me come back to you now. Focusing on Democracy Day, the essence of it. The late MKO Abiola's fight was for the sanctity of the ballot. Basically, that was what his fight was, all about. How far have we achieved that? Now, the sanctity of the ballot. How far have we come in achieving that? And how much farther do we need to go?
Well, in terms of retrogression, yes, we are moving fast.
In terms of retrogression?
Yes, we are moving fast.
Wow. So we're going backwards.
You can put your car in reverse gear.
Rather faster.
And you can be faster.
Moving forward.
There was a time an armed robber was reputed to have done 120 kilometers in reverse gear.
Yeah.
Okay. So you now understand what I'm saying. I'm sure you are surprised.
Yes, I'm surprised because you imply that we are going back to where we are coming from.
We are regressing far more than where we are coming from. If in 1993 an election was judged the best all over the world, and now 33 years after, elections are more of a caricature of what happened then what are we doing? Are we making progress? We are only making progress in reverse gear. Those days, we had somebody like Humphrey Nwosu who stood and said, no, I have this result. At the risk to his life, let me announce. Can that happen anymore? I doubt it. Nobody would have probably, Tofa, that was on this other side, NRC, wouldn't have want to go to court to challenge that the outcome of that election if it was not annulled. But today, senior lawyers are feeding fat on our election. In fact, our judiciary is the INEC today. They can decide to overturn an election based on evidence provided. So what that means is INEC is a means to an end, not the end itself. So with all this, would you say we are making progress? No. Imagine a politician who knows that he can win election without the people voting for him. And in actual fact, he does. So what is the role of INEC in his emergence?
Yeah.
Judiciary, we had somebody who came forth in an election, and Supreme Court said he's the winner, and he's still there till today.
Can we even examine the president's body language, Dele, during his speech, where he said he actually called on the bandits to surrender, that they still have some time? Let's examine his body language. Is that stern enough? And do you think that his body language, what is his body language? How can you interpret it? I mean, in that
My
regard,
interpretation, simple, is that the political will, the zeal,
isn't there
to exterminate this, because that is the only language we want to hear. These people are unrepentant. Somebody who was captured and he said he had killed 30 people. He was not losing count. He was having an inventory of human beings that have been killed. And he said he sucks their blood after killing them. Now, what form of rehabilitation can you give to that person? At the point of sucking human blood, already you are a vampire. It's like a lion. If a lion attacks or tiger attacks human being and kill, that different taste of salty flesh would make him gravitate towards looking for another human being. And that's why they kill them. Once you taste the blood of a human, you are supposed to just go down. And it takes just one kill to become a serial killer.
All right. Let's take this conversation virtually now. We have Chief Barrister Asim Adams joining the conversation. First, I'd like to establish communication with you. Good morning to you, Asim Adams. Welcome to the conversation. Happy Democracy Day to you as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we wait to see your face, actually. Let me see how excited you are.
Good morning and happy holiday.
Happy holiday. Well, we hope that we can get your video feed so we can see your face in the course of time. But before that is done, let's stay with the audio. Now, the president did say, and that's the information, that's the data actually, 5.41 trillion naira has been put into defense from the 2026 budget. Now, with that much money going into defense, how would you rate, what would you say the issue is? Why Nigeria hasn't reduced the issue of insecurity in the country. So we're putting in a lot in defense, but then we're not getting much out of it. How do you react to that? 5.41 trillion naira from the 2026 budget dedicated to defense to combat insecurity. How far have we gone with that fight?
Okay. They see, it's corruption. Corruption. If you look at it, if I want to ask a rhetorical question, I will also ask, how come we are putting billions of dollars into our refineries and none of them is working? None of them is refining crude oil for the use of the nation. How come also that according to some state governments and even the federal government, billions have been put, into the health sector, but none of them is functional? It's corruption. When you begin to see a former chief of army staff owning properties in Saudi Arabia, in Oman, America, you see military officers in Nigeria today, you go around our GRAs, some of the biggest buildings and most magnificent buildings around are owned by top military brass. So it's corruption. When you put in so much money and nothing is coming out, it means that there's corruption. And that is why we cannot defeat the bandits. A good example, talking about periscoping defense, is that you remember that the administration of Buhari, they said they bought some Tucano jets. But those Tucano jets later found not to be working. They are not in good condition. Because when they were procuring those things from America, they told us that the moment they bring in those jets, they can locate bandits even 1 million kilometers away and strike. Now, where are the Tucano jets? Nobody is saying anything about this. So it is corruption. That is where I put it. Now, how can you tell me that the Minister of Defense, for instance, when this young man got to that place, I was laughing. I was laughing at the young man, shouting at the top of his voice to ask them, where is the 5.1 billion or whatever trillion, whatever they put in there? I said, this is not, you will shout and shout from now till tomorrow morning. Nobody's going to answer you because even the people you are talking with are not the ones who are in charge of that money. The top brass, the military top brass are the ones. Now, why have we not won or even reduced terrorist activities in Nigeria? Because of the fact that corruption, 2, complicit nature of the military or the armed forces, complicit nature. The third one is political, where you begin to see the Northern Elders Forum asking Tinubu to do or declare state of emergency on the security sector, but they have not made a single voice, note to the bandits and terrorists who are fellow Muslims like they are, to say, please, we've had enough. We've had enough, and urging communities and the Muslim Ummah to go out and help stamp out this banditry.
Okay.
Because it has been established that half, if not all, of the bandits and terrorists terrorizing Nigeria today are Muslims. Let us not hide it. Half of them or all of them, because they speak the language,
Half of them or all of them.
they also use the formations of Allah to perpetuate whatever they are doing.
Okay, all right.
So why
all right.
have the Sultan,
Okay.
why have the Northern Elders Forum not spoken against them and said, enough of this?
Enough of this, as the case may be.
So I don't know.
Okay. Now, Barrister Adam, you said something in passing like corruption. Everything has been immersed in corruption, and because of that, we can't travel far in the war on terror. I'd like to ask you,
last week, the Senate president said, well, no, this is not the best time, to probe military spending. What's your reaction to that?
That is what I'm saying, because he knows that maybe he is complicit. Maybe he knows because they are the ones that approve that budgetary allocations to the military. And maybe some things have passed on the hand. And if they are to probe they have to probe the military, that he will be directly involved. Because I see no reason why the Senate president will make such statement and even kill that particular motion on the floor of the House. Whereas the Senate, the House of Reps, under Section 62, under Section 88, under Section 89, have that oversight functions over the military in terms of probe. The Senate, under Section 62, can set up, the Constitution says, when they suspect something wrong in terms of corruption, they can set up a committee. So if the Constitution gives you the power to set up and probe the military, why kill the bill or that motion on the floor of the House? Okay. It means that the Senate president is complicit and some other officials are complicit, because in Nigeria here we have
all right.
that for them to approve your budget for you, you must have to tip them and give underhand funding.
Okay, now, Barrister Adams, let's talk about democracy. Today is June 12, Democracy Day. You are in Rivers State, you are in Port Harcourt. The preparations, how are people celebrating? Are Nigerians happy that we are celebrating 26 years of democracy and all of that? And in your assessment, have we made progress in the past years of this Fourth Republic? What's your take on that? First of all, I'd like for you to tell us, what's going on in Rivers State preparations. People are happy, public holiday. Oh, we thank God we have democracy now, not the military and all of that. What's the reaction of Nigerians, people on the streets of Rivers State?
People here are lugubrious. People here are downcast. We are looking forlorn, and we are looking bigoted. If you look at it, though, it's raining cats and dogs in Port Harcourt, where I'm speaking from. But yesterday and even today, many people are gnashing their teeth because you say it's Democracy Day, but this is Stagnation Day. This is the day that particular yoke was placed on our head. There is nothing wrong with democracy, but the way and manner we practice democracy in Nigeria is the problem. Now, let me tell you something. You talk about dividends of democracy. What are dividends of democracy? The foolish Nigerians, I'm sorry I use the word, those who support them, we say that the man is trying. But the welfare and security of all Nigerians is why you are in government. Section 15, 16 talks about education, policy, how you have to manage education, how you have to give health care to us. None of this has been done by this government. If you have the most terrible or horrible sickness in Nigeria today, please, you are close to the grave because the hospitals cannot provide shelter and succor for you. Cancer patients in Nigeria are dying in thousands, not because they don't even have, some have the money to buy the medications, but the medications are out of reach. Even when the government or the NGOs send them to in Nigeria here, they will hold them and begin to sell them at whatever price. Is it health? Is it security? We have 46 young kids in the forest. They are not in space. They are within the perimeter fencing and sovereignty of Nigeria on our soil. And the government cannot go there and bring them out. And you are celebrating democracy.
All right.
Whereas the fulcrum on which your democracy rests is security and welfare.
Interesting.
You are able to secure
you just taught me another word.
Asking us that we are doing democracy. That is heart rendering.
Barrister,
it's horrendous.
Barrister Asim Adams.
In nature, that we have this kind of situation forcing on us I mean, I feel so sad this morning. Let me put it so succinctly straight.
All right, then. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Barrister Sim Adams?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Well, you just gave us another word this morning, lugubrious. Okay. I had to look that one up immediately. Facial expression, it speaks to facial expression, looking excessively sad, mournful, and the rest of it. But how much of the current economic pain can be attributed to necessary reforms? And then how much of it can be attributed to policy execution failures?
That is the problem we are having right now. When you have it, if you have, let me not begin to periscope the president. When you have a government, that is lacking ideas, and you have a government that is lacking compassion, all policies under that particular government will crumble like pack of cards, as we say. That is what is happening right now. The policies that they are putting up, what are the kind of policies are they putting up? These are anti-people policies. And when you begin to put up plutocratic policies, it will only benefit the few and not the majority. What we call the anti-people policies. But we put up popular policies that are benefiting or beneficial to the people. You don't even need anybody to come and interpret the laws for you. It trickles down immediately. So this is the problem we are having in Nigeria here. The policy directive and drive in Nigeria is so obfuscating. It's so mendacious. You see, when you look at what goes on, it's all lies. These are policies coated with sweet, whatever as case may be. The moment you lick that particular whatever, the sweetness goes up. The realities now begin to see you and focus on you. So for me, a government that is inept cannot even bring up policies that will benefit the masses. A government that is corrupt cannot even do or bring up policies that will benefit the masses. A government, that has work like the animals in the Serengeti can never be a government that will be people-oriented or populist, as case may be.
Barrister Asim,
yes.
You've painted a very grim picture. In fact, listening to you, I do know it's the reality of most of us here as Nigerians. It's almost as though there's nothing to rejoice or celebrate about. I mean, when you look at this current administration. So are you saying that this administration doesn't even have a pass mark in any area? Is it a total failure?
The pass mark they seem to have is facatious. Facatious pass mark is succinctly to you. How can you, as a father of the house, you say that you have 2 billion in the bank account, but you cannot feed and train your kids? That is what is happening in Nigeria today. Yes, I can give kudos to the macroeconomics of Tinubu and his administration. Yes, that is, they are saying that they have increased the foreign reserve or whatever. I don't know where that reserve is. Whether it's close to Pluto, whether it's in Mercury. I don't know where the reserve is. They said they have 50-point-something billion. They grew it from 35 billion to 50-point-something billion naira, somewhere hanging somewhere. But you have such, we cannot feed. You have such, electricity, we don't have. You have such, you are still borrowing 5 billion. You have such, you are still taking 2.2 billion from Paris Club, etc. as the case may be. What kind of voodoo type economics is that? So I ask the question for those who are hailing them that yes, we're able to keep money in the bank account. So because you kept the money there, we should all suffer. Is that a good government? No, I don't think so. On the area of infrastructure, yes, the roads, they are saying that the coastal road, the whatever as case may be, as important and imperative as that particular projects are, I am asking, if you want to prioritize, will for you to say people are benefiting from it directly just now? I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
look at it, I am not saying, I have to be very objective. Yes, they have made 1 or 2 inroads. I've scored them. Let me give them some flowers. Economy is not doing well. Macroeconomics, they are doing wonderfully well. But, microeconomics, they are failures, as the case may be. And if the macro overweights or overrides in micro, then the people are bound to suffer for a very long time. That is what is happening in Nigeria today.
All right, thank you.
Voodoo types economics, as I say.
All right, thank you,
Voodoo
Barrister.
type.
Thank you, Barrister Astin. Let's bring this back to the studio. Dele, voodoo type governance, politics. What's your assessment?
Well, Barrister Azin has attempted to clear the doubts. Now, what we are made to understand is that, and in real terms, macro precedes micro economy. Macro is just the foundation on which the microeconomy is built. Because at some point, when there are conflicting reports and figures or data, you tend to be confused as to what to believe. But if going by the president's speech this morning, that on the macro level, we are doing well, then I would have expected that he would make a promise as to when it starts dropping to the micro level, that the average Nigerian will be able to get the impact. But we have not seen all of that.
The president said during his speech that he's sending 10,000 tractors to farmers, Nigerian farmers, to bring down the prices of foodstuffs. And I'm wondering, can the farmers go to farm? 10,000 tractors. Would that translate to more food on the tables of Nigerians, the average Nigerian? Would that bring down the cost of feeding? Is it even realistic?
Now, let me tell you, it is none of federal government's business to distribute tractors. That is where we always get it wrong. And that's why I said federal government is too top heavy. Now, if you give me tractor in my local government and the roads are bad and bandits, herdsmen are coming to feed on my cassava with AK-47 in their hands, the purpose of giving me that tractor is defeated, because I'm not going to use that tractor. And when I was growing up, I worked briefly in the local government. Tractors, earth-moving vehicles were owned by local government. In fact, farmers come there to hire some of this equipment to plow, to plant, and to weed. Now, a farmer in Benue will now be waiting until federal government releases tractor. Before it gets to the state government, already they are distributing to party stalwarts who may not ordinarily be farmers. And when that man gets it from the state governor as part of his own largesse, quote and unquote, he's going to give to that local government chairman a certain amount, which he considers as his own democratic dividend. And then the local government chairman will now hire that tractor to that farmer, who may not eventually be a farmer, but get like 10 tractors. And then the original farmers will now come to hire at exorbitant rates.
But at the end of the day, the tractor ends up in the farm.
Even when it gets to the farm, can you go, if you go to your village today, can you go to the farm?
Okay. So the problem is not just bringing tractors.
The problem starts with the chain that would have defeated the purpose of getting that tractor. If you are getting a tractor ordinarily from the local government chairman, and he knows that the volume of produce you get at the end of harvest period would also make him comfortable and happy around the local government.
Exactly.
He was going to give it out at almost free. But now that same tractor, because it has passed through some chains that are not necessary.
No, your problem is that the tractor is coming from the federal government.
Yes, that's one of the problems.
Okay.
Then the tractors cannot be put to use because those powerful people in the forest will not allow you to access your farm.
But we have forest guards now. The president is employing forest guards.
Forest guard with what weapon? Haven't you seen videos of these people, the way they brandish all these firearms that are not even seen?
All right. Let's quickly go back to William Sediaye and get his own concluding thoughts on this conversation, and then we'll move to xenophobic attacks. The first batch of Nigerians, about 286 of them, have been brought back to Nigeria. William Sediaye, now you didn't want to go ahead of us the other time. That gives the impression that there's a lot more you want to talk about. So let's have you say all those things you want to talk about now as you gave us your concluding thoughts.
Yes. So on still the issue, where daily animal stuff, issue of tractor and all that, the assessing the farmers, those a process to which the tractor gets to the farmer are the issues. That is that farmers will never eventually see the tractors to use. They may even be sold to other companies. You understand? So the problem is this: democracy in this country, in Nigeria, it is not benefiting the people at all, because you see the senators who are also defending the administration, defending corruption, are also part of the problem. I will explain to you. Democracy is this: when you get to power, you have to go back to the same people who give you the power in the first place, and then you relate to them. Problem, this or that. They talk to you, and then you go back to the government again. Together, and then you put the result first back to. It doesn't necessarily need to stop with you guys there, because they're not democracy that we have seen. Go and check. There are 50 states in America. To a large extent, the states are even powerful than the central, than the federal government, per se, because they are that is the direct issue of democracy. That is the direct practice of democracy. The governments are there, not supposed to be providing that. They are supposed to be monitoring the states. The major issue is to do the international do other important things that are not supposed to be related to states. The federal government are supposed to be doing less if you are going to go through the issue of democracy. But here in Nigeria, everything is so center that governors need to beg, need to kneel down. You even have to be converted. You will say, "Oh, okay, from today I play to am an APC member."
All right, then. Thank you very much, William Sediaye. This will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Let's move on to another, talking about xenophobia in South Africa. Xenophobic attack: first batch of repatriated Nigerians arrive in Lagos from South Africa. You find pictures, some of the dailies captured some Nigerians thanking their God when they arrived at the international airport, the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. Let's come back from this break and talk about this.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas, loaded with
Welcome back. In a heartbreaking scene at the Lagos Murtala Mohammed Airport yesterday, Thursday, the first batch of 268 Nigerians repatriated from South Africa over escalating xenophobic violence touched down via Air Peace Airlines around 10:30 a.m. Many of them have been sharing their raw stories of trauma, loss, and struggling abroad. Let's listen to some of the videos.
So, my name is Millie Abu. I've been in South Africa for 23 years. So being there, I haven't obtained any papers because, the system is quite difficult. And then also you have to go through a lot of process before you can obtain the papers. And then when I was there, I was a tutor. I also had a spa that I was running, but at a certain time, the police came in there and then they had to take everybody out of there because we didn't have proper documentations to own a saloon or a spa or a beauty spa. Yeah.
So when the xenophobic, I'm sure you told us it's the officials that came for your spa.
Yes.
But when the xenophobic attacks,
Emilia Godwin, I am still saying it. Now in my country, I have my mouth to speak. They are wicked. They are wicked and wicked. They don't like us. If you enter a taxi, they make jest of you. They pull you. They beat you. We are just like a snake there. We are just like a snake there. We don't have mouth to talk. We don't even have mouth to talk. We talk too much. They will start hitting, speaking their language. I will never go to South Africa anymore. Even if my child is born there, she will never go to South Africa anymore. This great opportunity I've been waiting for since 2014, I came to South Africa. I started seeing this sign 3 years, but I didn't see this opportunity to come back. They are wicked. The woman there is useless. Even though they saw that you are married, don't care. They want to have a child with Nigerian man so that they can take their property and kill them. The way they kill my husband. So I cannot go back to South Africa anymore.
Dele, let's examine this. This morning on my way here, I did read a story in the papers where Governor Uzodinma said he's gifting the Imo indigents 1 million naira each, and then MTN has promised them 500,000 naira worth of credits and 250,000 naira worth of data for a year for the returnees. Is this enough compensation? And how do you think the government can also react? Because I think it's enough. Don't you think it's time they stop treating South African government, the diplomacy with kids' glove?
You see, for me, I'm not really so comfortable with the idea of just doling out money to people. In real terms, what are you going to do with 1 million naira? But I was expecting that government, like these state governors, should have a particular cluster where you have meeting with them, let's know their background, where they are useful, and then provide them training on a particular vocation that they are just doing without understanding the nitty-gritty of that profession or vocation. Then give them startup. For instance, I would have expected that if somebody is a seamstress, maybe you train that person further on fashion designing, that it will be able to fit into that particular profession. And then in 6 months, buy equipment for that person. one, that person is not going to take those equipment and sell. He's going to utilize that equipment. Then other people will benefit from her. She will have apprentices that she will train. And then you do some kind of monitoring to ensure that they don't derail from what you have. It will be better, not just 1 million naira.
Not just
some of them are so used to spending that 1 million naira is not even enough to buy wig.
Oh, wow. It had to be a wig. Okay, let's go down to, let's take Williams. Williams, please, may we have your views on this? Giving them soft skills, training them, is that enough to reintegrate them back into the country? What else can be done?
That's the right approach. Because I see no reason what 1 million will do. You know what the situation of the country? They don't really know what the situation is now of the country. They will say it, but they are back to reality too. Give it somebody who comes with a family. Let it go to the market with 100,000. If they will get enough, and then you get 4. You understand? That's a big smart issue. 500,000 for airtime. What is the meaning of that? That's an insult to me. 240 data. Rubbish.
All right.
Okay. The same organization that is benefiting from Nigeria, and it's an establishment from South Africa. That is a direct insult. So
okay. All right. Williams, quickly. You don't agree with what MTN is doing. Now, there's an argument there. Now, some Nigerians are not agreeing, with the idea of having to rehabilitate these people. Someone at a place where I was last night, and they were discussing these hopes or the malages, and they said, someone asked, okay, these people are coming from South Africa. Apparently, they ran into problems. And so the people in Imo State, how much has the governor, done to uplift their lives? And one person said, how come that people went to South Africa and they ran into trouble and you are compensating them? If they had made money and become millionaires, when they come back, how much of that money do they give to Nigerian government? How much of that money do they give to Nigerian people? So what's your reaction to that sentiment? That, it's like, you got a problem, it's your problem. My problem is not our problem. Or your problem is not our problem. React quickly to that.
Anyway, that is, to me, they need to understand something. It's not their fault that they've been persecuted. And you must also understand that they may have run to some loss because of the things that are going. Their property must have been seized, their business damaged. So you just need to have pity on them, because what that is all I would say about them, because they are trying to say, okay, yeah, we are suffering, and then somebody is coming from South Africa. They believe that country they should be living over what they were passing through. Some of them must have been people broke than you that are coming.
All right.
So you see, they just need to have pity on them.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, William. Barrister Asim Adams. Let's have your reaction. You watched the video. Just a little over 200 of Nigerians brought back, more to come, using 5 aircrafts. And yes, so you also heard the testimony of some of them. The Nigerians are being persecuted terribly in South Africa. How do you react? Very quickly. Unfortunately, we don't have all the time to talk about this. I wish we did. Go right ahead, please. We're unable to get your audio at this time. Quite unfortunate, I must say. Well, to those who are saying, oh, well, we are here, well, the onus is on government to provide for Nigerians within Nigeria, but let's not abandon those that have fallen on hard times outside Nigeria and they have to be brought back to the country. This is where being one's brother's keeper comes to play. This will be where we wrap up this conversation, and I would say Nigeria should do more. A lot more Nigerians. And, if you interact with these Nigerians, you will understand that for some of them, the fact that they were unable to renew their papers, it was a deliberate effort, a deliberate act by South African authorities. They frustrate the process of document renewal to ensure that they are now tagged, They have the illegal. You know, it's a deliberate thing. Not like these Nigerians intended to be illegal occupants or illegal residents in South Africa. But let's do something about it. Other countries are doing something about it. Nigeria should, step up and do more. The government is doing something, but can do more. That's my take on this one. And we say thank you very much, Williams Ediaye, for joining the conversation. Thank you very much, Chief Barrister Asim Adams, for joining the conversation as well, and Dele Fanimo joining us right here in the studio. I am Moses Humphrey. 10 o'clock is newspaper review. We'll touch on this story and other stories as we get into the papers at 10. Stay with us.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I'm Shukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
And what was people's response to it?
Well, when the xenophobic started, they actually
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a... In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce...
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour,
as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Activists, students, women, professionals, political leaders, and soldiers, both those who passed and those still with us, for their patriotic contributions. Though this year's mood is dampened by the abduction of our children in Oyo and Borno, we remain hopeful for their safe return. Democracy without security is not solid enough. That is why this administration has chosen both kinetic and non-kinetic strategies to restore peace, declared a security emergency, and approved the recruitment of 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. Our 2026 budget commits 5.41 trillion, our largest ever, to defense and security. We have moved from training with our allies to precision targeting. In Arege, we degraded ISWAP and command centers. Terror-related deaths are down by 81% since 2015. Over 13,000 terrorists have been neutralized in the past year. But we also keep the door of surrender open. Over 124,000 fighters and dependents have laid down arms since 2023. Through Operation Safe Corridor, we turn our former enemies into citizens because every life saved is a victory for democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation. June 12 occupies a sacred place in our national memory. It represents more than an election. It is a defining chapter in our history. We remember Chief MKO Abiola, who won a pan-Nigerian mandate transcending ethnicity and religion. We remember Alhaja Kudirat Abiola. We also remember Chief Gani Fahimi, Chief Bola Ige, Chief Alfred Rwani, and Pa Abraham Adesoya, Chief Anthony Enahoro, Alhaji Balarabe Musa, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Beko Ransom Kuti, Franco Kori, Arthur Nwanko, Chima Obani, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, and the many other heroes and heroines of democracy whose sacrifices helped secure the freedom we enjoy today. As beneficiaries of their struggle, we have a duty to strengthen and deepen the democratic institutions for which they fought. The greatest tribute we can pay is to build a Nigeria where freedom is protected, justice is upheld, opportunity is expanded, and government is accountable. June 12, 1993, revealed the possibility of a true Nigerian nation. The heroes of June 12 secured political freedom. Our challenge is to secure economic freedom. Democracy must be felt in the quality of people's lives, in opportunities for youth, in prosperous farmers, successful entrepreneurs, and the dignity of our workers. The reforms we are undertaking were not chosen for ease, but for necessity. 3 years ago, our public finances were under severe strain. Investment was discouraged, and economic uncertainty threatened our future. We chose to act, embracing reforms to advance Nigerians' economic freedom. Since 2023, our reforms have restored stability and credibility to economic management. Federation revenues have risen, providing state and local governments with more resources for infrastructure, education, health care, and security. Fiscal transparency has improved. Leakage has been reduced, and public funds are better directed to national priorities. Investors' confidence has returned with investment in agriculture, energy, manufacturing, technology, mining, transportation, and the creative industries growing. Domestic refinery capacity has increased, strengthening energy security and reducing our reliance on imported petroleum products. By 2023, when we came on board, the electricity sector was characterized by chronic generation shortfalls and unreliable gas supply and transmission infrastructure, so fragile that they could not evacuate available power. Distribution companies were burdened by massive losses and a metering deficit of over 4 million. Worst of all, the value chain was drowning in legacy debt. The result was a sector that generated less than 13,500 megawatts installed capacity, a sector that transmitted less than it generated, distributed less than it transmitted, and collected revenue far below what it needed to sustain itself. To address the problem besetting the sector, I signed the Electricity Act, which grants state authority to generate, transmit, and distribute power. The Presidential Power Sector Task Force is working hard to reduce the metering deficit. It has also been authorized to raise 4 trillion bond to settle verified legacy debts. Rural Electrification Agency, supported by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, has deployed off-grid and mini-grid power to underserved communities, universities, markets, and hospitals. Electricity is a democratic dividend we owe every Nigerian. We intend to deliver it. Across the country, infrastructure projects are connecting producers to markets and creating opportunities for the enterprise and employment. The National Agricultural Development Fund is deploying 10,000 tractors over 5 years. Over 1,000 SME have been certified for export. Non-export grew by 21% last year. Yet, many Nigerians still face economic hardship. We remain focused on reducing inflation, expanding food production, creating jobs, improving living standards, rebuilding confidence in our economy, and creating conditions for sustainable prosperity. We are moving from uncertainty to stability. The next phase is about accelerating growth and ensuring the benefits are felt in every home, every community, and every region. We believe that democracy must be felt in the pocket, recognizing that democracy is undermined when people do not feel its impact. My administration has sought financial autonomy for our 774 local councils. A fundamental challenge to our nation's advancement has been ineffective local government administration. The insecurity we are addressing is partly due to the collapse of grassroots governance. The renewed hope agenda is about ensuring that all Nigerians benefit from governance. Every generation has a defining responsibility. The generation of our founding fathers secured independence. The generation of June 12 secured democracy. Our generation must secure prosperity. Let us move forward together, rejecting division, cynicism, and despair, embracing unity, hope, and confidence. Let us build a Nigeria united by a common purpose, strengthened by diversity, where justice is accessible, liberty is secure, and opportunity is abundant. Among the architects of modern democratic Nigeria, we honor General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua for his vision of national partnership. In recognition of his contributions, the federal government has approved the refertilization and renaming of the completed Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, as the General Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and attack. Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omoseye, Sir Ademola Oshinubi, Bola Bolawole, Ladeboniola, Femi Kusa, Debo Adeniran, Chief Ayo Padokun, Chief Raf Obiora, Ose Osayaji, Barrister Osa Director, Professor Sylvester Odion Akai, Dr. Nwanko Posthumous, Dr. Osage Obayinwana, Joe Oke Odumake, Barrister Titus Mann, Joe Ibokwe, Richard Akeola, Ben Charles Obi, Posthumous, George Umba, Niran Malaolu, Major General Shola Williams, retired, Femi Aborishade, Jenkins Alumona, Gbemiga Ogunleye, Muyiwa Ade Kaye, Babajide Kolade Otitoju, Ike Okonta. We also recognize the soldiers, Democrats of the June 12 struggle, Major General M.A. Garba, Brigadier General Lawa Jafaru Isa, Colonel Umar Farouk Ahmed, Colonel Sambo Dasuki, Colonel Lawa Gwadabe, Brigadier Jonathan Ndan Temlong, Colonel Musa Sheu, Major General Chris Eze, Major General Aris Dama, Colonel Isa Jibrin, Major General Joseph Oshanokwe, Colonel Olusegun Oloruntoba, Olugbede of Gbede Kingdom, Lieutenant Colonel Api Kevas Bulus, Colonel J. Okai, Colonel Emmanuel Unduboeze, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Muazu, Brigadier Yaya Abubakar, the current Esunupe, who is already the holder of CFR title. The honored list will be released in the next few days. Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity Colonel J. Okai, Colonel Emmanuel Unduboeze, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Muazu, Brigadier Yaya Abubakar, the current Esunupe, who is already the holder of CFR title. The honored list will be released in the next few days. Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land. May God bless the heroes of our democracy.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. Welcome to the program. It's newspaper review, and yes, there you have it. The president's speech. We had to play, the full speech for you in case you missed it when he delivered it earlier in the day. Oh well, I am Moses Humphrey, Jane Ogoye right here, Chukuma Okoro, and Dele Fanimo. Well, and then virtually we have Williams Ejaye in our Benin station. So. Let's dive into the papers and the speech. Democracy Day address. Terror financier will pay dearly, says Tinubu. That's as published by the Punch newspaper. And of course, you heard the president say, you have how many hours now to surrender? But the president
he didn't mention, but he said they have a short time.
You have a short time to surrender. That's it right beside the masthead. Democracy Day address. Terror financiers will pay dearly. Nigerians are eager to see how the president makes them pay because Nigerians have suffered in the hands of these terrorists themselves. And so let's know the financiers. All right. Well, Elefanimo, let me come to you. Let me start off with you. You heard the speech.
It's just clear that government knows the financier.
Oh, okay. And the Punch puts it, surrender or face wrath of law. Tinubu warns criminals on Democracy Day. Okay, let me read a few of the riders from This Day newspaper. It says, Over 13,000 terrorists neutralized in last 1 year. Over 124,000 laid down their arms. Vows to rebuild confidence in Nigerians. Remembers heroes and heroines of June 12th, like MKO, Kudirat, Parewani, Enahuru, Kokori, Fawehimi, Ubani, and others. Renames Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, General Shehu Musa Yaradua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. And yes, of course. So those are some of the riders there.
No, the point is, if you say we have neutralized 30,000 bandits and terrorists.
13.
30. You said 30 now. Moses, was it not 30?
Neutralized terrorists.
13,000.
13,000.
13,000.
That's enough to. That's enough population for Chukwuma's village.
My small sleepy village, yes.
You know, and they are still waxing strong. Then we need to interrogate their pool, where they incubate to become terrorists. Is there a training ground or facility where they train these people? Because if you exterminate 13,000 in 1 year, and these people are still festering, scattered all over the country, in our forests, they have taken over all our forests, then which means over 100,000 will still be living, and they will also have recruitment incubators around them to replace the 13,000 that had been neutralized. Then, after 15 years, you are still telling somebody who is very apt, good at killing people, another opportunity with time to come and repent. I expect the president to talk tough this morning. I expected him to say, anybody in the guise of herding cattle in the forest is found holding assault rifle, that person should be killed immediately, because that person is intent on killing farmers, because he has no business holding rifle at that moment. It's just like if you encounter robbery suspect at the scene of crime, it's a 50-50 chance. It's either the policeman is killed or the policeman kills the robber. So this idea of after 15 years telling them that you are still opening window of opportunity for them to come and repent, it shows that the will is not there. It would have been better if he was silent on this and let the security agencies and the vigilantes, the hunters, do their job.
All right. Okay. All right. Dele,
go ahead.
Dele, you are a journalist, you know,
yes,
mass communicator and all of that. You understand what they call selective perception.
Yes.
Apparently, not everybody will agree with the president.
Definitely.
And everybody will not disagree with him.
Yeah.
You said that you expected the president to talk tough. I knew that the president will not talk tough. You know why? We are heading into an election year, you know, and we know where the problem of insecurity is coming from. And unfortunately for the president and for Nigerians as a people, we have the gerrymandering, you know, of the political structure in Nigeria. It's such that a certain group of people, the North in particular, either by default or what, believes, whether it's a myth or a reality, that, well, you cannot produce the president of this country without mass votes from us. And if you look at it in terms of looking for 2/3 of the states, you know, of the 36 states, 19 northern states, the North has 19 states and the South has 17 states. So we have a preponderance of terrorists, kidnappers, okay, terrorists, yes, bandits from the North. And we know that the president does admit, you know, that, well, insecurity has been politicized and that it's the handiwork of my enemies. So at one point or the other, he will need to pacify these people. Not just telling them, well, go ahead and do what you are doing, but he's not going to come out against them head on. So I was not expecting that getting into an election year that the president would talk tough. We are going to do this and this and that. Under Buhari, you heard all of that when Buhari said, well, if this election is rigged, you know, or if I don't win this election, if we don't win this election, we'll make Nigeria ungovernable. And they did it between 2014, between 2011 and 2014. We all saw it happen. And up until today, nobody's career was damaged. In fact, people were promoted. People that said all of that as ministers became governors. The president himself eventually became the president. Buhari himself eventually became the president. Nobody was prosecuted. We've been told in this country that the people that are attacking us were brought in. We brought in our brothers to come and help us fight the 2015 election. The persons that said it are walking free the streets of Nigeria, and nothing happened. So I'm not sure that
he's in custody.
Well, he wasn't the only person. Baba Galadima said it, and the other man said it too. You know, and even to the extent that Chief of Defense Staff had to tell Nigerians, well, the people that are attacking us are not Nigerians. They don't even speak our language, but they are people's brothers in this country. So the president will not talk tough. If he will talk tough about insecurity, probably if he secures a second term, and then he will have nothing to lose if he doesn't return. Of course, he's not going to return to office in 2031. But overall, I think that the president's speech was more like, to me, soundbite. It's something that we are used to hearing. We have heard that. In 2027, it will still be the same. Okay, next year is 2027. Will
yes.
It? Okay, if he's still president, then it will still be the same. After the election, it will still be the same. We are doing well. There's economic hardship. We recognize all of that. We need to make more sacrifices. The macroeconomic numbers are looking up. The macroeconomic, the micros are looking that Nigerians are suffering. You need to have more patience with us. And yet you see them with long convoys of vehicles, overseas trip for medical tourism and all of that. It's an ongoing thing. And these things will continue until the day Nigerians say, hey, we've had enough of it. Until then, we'll keep talking about it. As we have, I've talked about this in the past 36 years or so of my career. The same thing, nothing changes.
It's quite unfortunate that the lives of Nigerians are being, used to play politics. Children are dying, people are being beheaded, women are being raped, and they're being killed. People are kidnapped. A lot of Nigerians are afraid to travel, and politicians are playing politics with it all. I mean, Chukwuma did say that the president will not talk tough because elections are around the corner, and that is heartbreaking, to say the least. Well, we have Barrister Sim Adams join the conversation as well. Good morning once again. Let's have your take on the president's speech and the conversation so far.
Okay. All right. I have two issues I would like to tackle. The first one is that of the president, the broadcasts. I found out that President Tinubu is playing politics and not governance. If you look at, I'm trying to fathom out the national award that is given. What is the essence of those ones? And I'm even surprised that my name is not there, because I know that I played a very key role in that June 12, 1993, even though I was a student as at that time. It's in the law school. Then too, is this, from the broadcast, it has further, reinforced the saying of a philosopher, Greenham, Texas, that says that a politician is a fellow who will lay your life for his country. Not laying his life for his country, but laying my life and that of others for his country. The people today in the forest, those that have been kidnapped and killed by the bandits and terrorists on our highways, they have laid their lives for this country. Not a mention is made of them. Not a mention is made of how it's going to tackle insecurity. What is ravaging us right now is hunger, stagnation, starvation, insecurity, banditry, kidnapping. The president has said nothing about that in his address to us today. What kind of hogwash, what kind of, dangerous and very suffocating presidential do we have in Nigeria today? What kind of inhuman, intolerable, kind of, president that we have today in Nigeria? What exactly is the problem? What offense have the Nigerian people committed to deserve this malfeasance, to deserve this facade and facetious ululation of politicking by this president? It's a sad one. For me, that is the most hollow speech I have ever heard from a sitting president, especially at this time when people are gnashing their teeth, especially at this time when Nigerians need a hope, need words of succor that will bring them back to life. The president came and explained politics. What else can I say? That Niccolo Machiavelli once said that the essence of politics is the struggle for power, not to help humanity. I think this president represents such. In the annals of history, this is the most hollow speech I've ever seen. It's so vexatious that a perfidious, statements and writing. I don't know who wrote this for the man. This is sickening to the best of my knowledge. That is number one. I want to say, at this point in time, I was thinking that this man should have given these bandits 12 hours to release those people, or they will storm that forest to get them out by means or by force or any means possible. He said nothing about that. It means that he's nonchalant. He has lost his humanity. And therefore, I begin to say that he should begin to pack his bag from Aso Rock, because I know by 2027, I believe and I know that Nigerians are going to vote him out, because the worst president we've ever had. It's so sad. At times like this, there is no word to the families of those who have laid their lives through banditry. You have never placed these kidnapped children on the honors list. I mean, it's so sad that they could stay in the forest for 3 weeks, going to 4 weeks, and you did not even mention them, to even include their names on your honors list. Because for somebody to stay in the forest with these hazardous weathers, the inclement weather that we have, he has paid a price being a Nigerian. The names of those kids ought to be in that particular list. He didn't do that. Opportunity gone wasted. That is my own take on that one, first of all. On the other sober note is that I urge the National Assembly, as they want to amend Section 214 of the 1999 Constitution, let them simultaneously amend Section 21 of the 1999 Constitution. Section 214 talks about police, and that only one police force we are going to have in Nigeria. Yes, they are amending that to have and include state police. I'm asking them to amend Section 2 sub 1 of the 1999 Constitution that says that Nigeria remains dissoluble. I wanted to amend that particular section to say that Nigeria does not remain indissoluble. Nigeria can be dissolved. Nigeria have the right to a referendum for them to seek, sovereignty, for them to seek supremacy of their independence from a nation that is bellicose to a citizen, from a nation that has put us in the harakiri manner of the Japanese, for a nation that has tied us and held us bound by Stockholm Syndrome. I believe that we should have our opportunity to excel and say that a section do not want to belong to this country because leadership has got a problem in Nigeria. Why can't I have my own Niger Delta Republic where I feel that I can excel and I can, promote good leadership of my people and take care of my people? These are the things I want to say this morning. It's so vexed. I'm vexed in my spirit, and I believe that many Nigerians are so vexed in their spirit too. The president has just reinforced that belief in me that he's the worst president we've ever had. By this particular speech that he read to the nation today, is a gamble.
All right, I think we have a glitch there. We have a bit of a glitch there. Let's go to Benin now, where we have Williams Ajayi. Williams, please talk to me. All right, Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Moses.
go ahead.
The issue of the Democracy Day speech, before there was this interruption, the person was sounding very, very out of reality.
By the person, you mean the president?
He was sounding as if he doesn't know what to do.
By the person, you mean?
The president. The president.
The president, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, he was sounding out of reality. Then also sounding as that he doesn't know what to do. I just need to present to you what it is. 27 out of it. If you know that you want to win an election, Nigeria are the set of people that if you will solve this insecurity problem, for example, they will stick with you. If not all of them. They seem not to understand how Nigerians, you understand. This is one of the major issues that have been with this country for over 15 years. And it's not to a stop. And it's them showing us sign that this is coming to a stop, or there is a direction or a clear-cut approach to this issue. You said 13,000. How many of them were rehabilitated? Okay, how many of them returned back to the situation, returned back to the banditry that we're talking about, the terrorism that we're talking about? How weapons were stolen by these same people? The issue is that no matter what the president is saying, it's just a fact presented to him. Not the reality on ground. That is what I will continue to say. It's not on ground. 42 in forex coverage of Nigeria, and the DSS. I'll keep on calling the DSS. They are in charge of situation like this. Nigeria is not supposed to be in this kind of situation that have been killed anyhow. Their issue to the IS is the border of the country. DSS are supposed to be directly involved in this issue of terrorism because it's their. But this same DSS will track anybody as against this government within a period of them down and arrest them. But these same people, these same terrorists will video online, will do things to you clearly that this is who I am. Exposing track for you to exposing track for you to even exterminate them out of the country. Okay, take a look at the situation. There's this that man just yesterday night. Air Force. And he was trans and stated that the Nigerian Air Force receive $1 billion annually. And then and you cannot use an airstrike. If I tell that you don't have subscription welcome, just airstrike. This issue will be solved. Okay, let's come. Okay, they have people, civilians with them. We don't need to use airstrike. Nigerian DSS are suffocated enough to rescue these people before the airstrike will come in. So no matter what it is, no matter what they're going to present to us, it is not enough because these people are not bigger than the country. They are not than the country.
They're not bigger than the country.
This issue. Fix this issue of insecurity, and all other things will fall in place.
All right. All right, there you have it. Let's touch on a few other headlines now. Senate extends 2025 capital budget implementation to September. Third extension in 6 months as MDAs struggle to utilize released funds. Lawmakers cite procurement delays, outstanding obligations, ongoing projects. Akpabio says move necessary to ensure accountability and value for money. All right. And then we also have Nigeria exceeds OPEC quota as crude condensate output reaches 11-month high. With the riders, Focados, Bonny boost production. Scheduled turnaround completed. NNPC, security agencies tighten news on vandals along Northern Pipeline Corridor. Oil firm says 24 attacks recorded in 2025 and H1 2024. 3 suspected pipeline vandals arrested in FCT. All right. House passes state police amendment bill. Scales second reading in Senate. Bamidele bill adequately addresses concerns about abuse by state governments. In the event of disagreeable dispute, Police Council gives final verdict. That, of course, is one very interesting headline from This Day newspaper. Matawale, Tinubu will sweep north with bigger margins. APC RHA yielding results. Okay, so these are some of the headlines on the cover page of This Day newspaper. Daily, please. Make your pick.
Which one do you even talk about? Is it politics? Is it economy? Is it insecurity that we have not touched? Which one is more recent that we can really bring out something new out of? Because if you are talking about insecurity, we have been talking about it and we have not witnessed any drastic improvement. If we talk about the economy, it is macro versus micro. Everybody is becoming an economist.
So let's talk about the state police. I mean, first reading, passed in the House, then in the Senate, first reading.
So it's a fait accompli, the way it's going. Maybe today or Monday, it will be. I mean, today is public holiday, so by Monday, the Senate will pass the second reading. And then, but my worry about this state police thing is it the sole responsibility of the Senate and the House of Reps to give the nod, and then the president accent, and then it's implemented?
You know, the Nigerian police force, came into force with an act of parliament. And so if you have to change it, you have to pass through parliament. So what I don't know is that whether what they are doing is an amendment of the Police Act.
I think that's what it is. It's an amendment of the Police Act.
So I think for us to have
Police Act to expand it and ensure that
the state police
could be
and they talk about the Police Council, which will now try to mediate between the federal and the state police in case there's a conflict. That is one step, in the whole process. Now, the second step is that because it's an amendment of the Act of Parliament, you have to go to the State House Assembly, and you need 2/3 of them, which is more like 24.
That's the worry.
That is 24 of them, to also pass in the affirmative, this amendment.
But for the governors to come out earlier in the day in this conversation to say, look, we have passed it, we have agreed. We have all agreed. That means the state houses of assembly have also agreed.
That was 2024.
That was 2024, early 2024.
You understand?
Early this year, you recall that some governors in the north raised objections. Somebody like Bagana Zulum. And I was a bit worried because, this is a man whose state has been, a flashpoint of insecurity for several years. He was the one that said, well, I think he brought another dimension to it when he said, well, state police, if you bring in state police, some ethnic groups will be exterminated in some parts of the country. Whatever he meant by that. And so, interpretively, a lot of Nigerians said, oh, okay, so you are of the opinion that, well, when you are ethnic people, ethnic men commit crimes elsewhere, now you use the power from above concept,
to shield them.
To shield them. That is how some people interpreted it. So, if it is going to go through the House of Assembly, at the state level, for them to also ratify it, except the president plays the kind of politics that we know him for, it might be difficult having to, get buy-ins one way or the other from people.
All right. Barrister Asim Adams, let's get your contribution to that one. State police. State police closer as NAS defines federal state powers. Landmark bill passes crucial second reading in Senate. Reps move to replace PSC with Federal Police Service Commission. One of the headlines there.
That should not be a problem to them because all the governors, I think about how many of them, more than 2/3 governors of 36 states
Yes.
had already approved. They have already approved that they wanted state police. The President Tinubu, before he became president, was clamoring for state policing. He even wrote a lot of books and articles studiously and copiously on state police and state policing. And that should not be a problem because under Section 9 of the 1999 Constitution, it talks about how to amend, any section of the Nigerian Constitution. And it talks about 2/3 having got, a 2/3 in the National Assembly and a 4/5 in the National Assembly, which they have gotten. It will now be passed to the various houses of assemblies. If truly the governors who were in support of state policing were truly in support, they shouldn't have any problem with lobbying their houses of assemblies to endorse, state police. What they just need to do is to lobby them and let them, this is our stand. This is what is good for us. The pros and cons of state policing should be left to be jettisoned because we have gone past that. The reason why I say we have gone past that, some people say if you bring in state police, governors are going to use it, etc. Who are the governors? If they want to use that in Ekiti State, in Edo State, and we allow them to do that, it's left to my state and it's left to those people. But for now, we need, a state police, that will work hand in hand. And very good, the IG of police already gave his own, a memoir or memorandum, etc., as the case may be, and submitted to the House of National Assembly. And I believe it shouldn't be a problem for us to obtain that 2/3 of all 36 states, as the case may be. Because all the governors are, I remember even quite about 2 weeks ago, more than 2/3 governors also affirmed that they want state police, and they are working. So if anybody does not want to establish state police in the state, if the National Assembly passes the whatever, they should leave it. If Kano says they don't want to establish, if Edo say they don't want to establish, that is their own business. Other states who want to establish should establish their own state police. After all, you have Amotekun operating in the southwest. You have the Hizbah operating in the Sharia states in the northern part of Nigeria. So what is wrong if you convert those to your state police, as the case may be, with an organized whatever? It's very simple. There are crimes that the federal police will commit. There are crimes. For instance, let me tell you the beauty of state police. Matters like stealing, where you find that somebody steals, you accuse somebody of stealing. The IG will invite somebody who stole 10,000 from Port Harcourt to Abuja to come and answer, for stealing 10,000 naira in River State. It makes no sense. That is a state offense. That particular, investigation should end at the state CID in River State, not taken beyond Zone 2 or Zone 6 or Zone 10. I've seen lawyers write petition to say, a man stole, they are not well treated at the state level. They now write an appeal to IG in Abuja to come and or whatever federal security. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Even though we have a bit of a problem with the audio there, we're losing audio quality.
Okay.
Yes, but we can hear you now.
Look at the thing. So now I heard somebody was talking about Police Act. I don't know. Somebody was talking about the Police Act.
Yes.
The Police Act is subservient to the Constitution. The Police Act is subservient to the Constitution. Any particular act of parliament, any particular statute emanating from the parliament is subservient to the Constitution. So if the constitution say it could be amended, the National Assembly can amend it. That's what section 9 is talking about. So if you have the Police Act, in fact, has recently amended. If you open it, you say subject to the Constitution. Subject to the Constitution. That is what is stated there clearly. So the Act cannot override the Constitution, as the case may be. So this amendment, in my own opinion, is very right. It's okay by us. And we believe it will tackle this insecurity majorly that we are talking about. It will also reduce bribe. This stops and search. When a policeman is posted to his locality, let him go and be collecting bribe from his kinsmen. Then let us see whether when he retires, he will have a place to stay in his homeland there. Let him go and be collecting tolls and 5 naira from buses operating in his state. And let us see how he will not be disgraced.
All right then. Thank you very much, Chief Barrister Asim Adams. You're definitely not lugubrious this morning. You look bright. Your face is shining. All right then. Let's go to Williams Ediaye. Williams, one of the headlines in the papers says federal government uncovers prison feeding scam, pushes 3,000 naira allowance. We know what's been going on with prison feeding, where it was discovered that dogs received more than
the canine department. They feed
the canine department. Dogs were getting more monies. I mean, more monies were set aside to feed dogs than they were setting aside monies to feed the prisoners themselves. So now, federal government is pushing for 3,000. I think it was 1,500 a day.
A day, yes.
A day, 1,500. Well, some would say they are prisoners, but they still have their rights, right to until they are, but they still have their rights. Williams Ediaye, you want to react to that headline, or you want to talk about state policing?
Yes, I wanted to react to the state police because I was expecting to. I wrote some certain things out.
But go right ahead.
Wrap up the one you threw to me to wrap up. But in the state police, I wrote some certain things out because being that it's an APC government, and then the challenges of all state house assembly, they can never be challenged. But I'm up something. The national minimum standard in a manner prescribed by an act of the National Assembly. That's not. Federal police will continue to function in the state until state police become operational. The bill will also provide the framework and guidelines for the establishment of state police. Now, this is Nigeria. I will not be shy away from the issue of trying to protect the interests of the ruling party. My fear should not go and prepare a way and manner that it will not favor opposition states. Yes, I'm looking out for that because what I just outlined is that it's an opening for them to chip in things that would disfavor opposition states. That is for the state, because state policing is one of the things that we are coming for in Nigeria, and it's very important because we don't need to be taking clearance from federal government when there's an armed robbery, a very serious armed robbery in a bank, just to be having it in a state here. You don't need to take clearance from federal. You just bring it to action there and tackle all this issue of insecurity and all that. And then let me come back to this one that you asked me. The corruption in our institution is so deep that because our institutions are weak, there are no laws that is making our institution strong. That whenever there is issue of corruption, it is brought to the book or nailed to the wall. Immediately, that is involved in this that relax. That corruption is going on there so deeply, so rotten. This same 3,000 that they are pushing for, I will tell you that even if it succeeds, the prisoner will not receive that 3,000. They will look for a way to reduce it. Why will you be feeding dogs more than prisoners? Prison is a place where you rehabilitate prisoners. So definitely they are supposed to be feeding well, so that whatever are going to their brain through the process of rehabilitation, they should be assimilated probably. Somebody that is not feeding well, how will he sit down to hear you talk to him, appeal to his psychological emotions and all that? So please, before they should pass this 3,000, that issue of corruption in the Nigerian prison system must be dealt with. So that democracy enough to me, we also get to the prisoners. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Williams Etiaye, who joined us from Benin Station. Thank you. We must also appreciate Barrister Asim Adams and Dele Fanimo, who joined us live in the studio. Well, that's how far we can go. I must appreciate Chukuma Okoro as well, and the one whose birthday is just around the corner, Jane Ogoye. Yes, so we're celebrating her. We're starting the celebration today. Yeah, we'll celebrate all the way into tomorrow. Well, that's how far we go. Chukuma makes a comeback later today, 6 p.m. Political Lens. Unfortunately for him, he will have to, cut short his Democracy Day celebration.
Unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately, he'll cut it short to be on the show. And then after the show, maybe catch up with the celebration. And he's definitely not lugubrious as well.
I'm not.
That's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time. Have a lovely weekend.
I'm Jane Ogoye. See you Monday.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. See you again, 6 o'clock. Bye for now.
Stay happy. Bye for now.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano, the city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
And I know say when I first see all their name, I just say they don't set. I always see some kind of names, just say they will all give us results. We see Rowan Williams supposed to say they will get results. Because they see all them Modiba, see all them Muda, all them Mokwena. Walk up all they play. So I don't know why Nigerians, many Nigerians for they happy, they get joy for the matter. Say South Africa lose yesterday. We know the banter normally. Even the performance that they get yesterday, everything just makes sense. I say my greeting now, this will go get morning. Now good morning. We don't come for the place where we will give all information when I need this day. We just sharply just roll enter some kind of matter because waiting me see yesterday. I caught the one that say now South Africa be all these ones where they get players don't win on the CAF Champions League 2 times. Maybe say they don't win some kind of Confederation Cup. If say my only son that players just today, they will not see anybody if you play well for South Africa. I mean Ali Foster, first of all, red card just there everywhere. When I watch the match, I say I'm not sure say South Africa gets what it take to enter the next level. I don't forget say we don't tell and say this South Africa team for 2 decades now, everything now 10 years, and you do plus, you go minus and check and they never play for World Cup. But now, what we see yesterday, I just tell all them Modiba, all them Muda, all them Damani, all them SBC, Gross Kabini, all them Matuludi, they are not the like where we got them Bongazi, Mokwena, all those names. I mean, I'm not just worry. I mean, I try and smash. You know, if you get a chance to take win. If I can't win, I can't get hope. But as you're playing now, you talk and say South Africa, what we see yesterday not be football be that one. Mexico, you rush them like 2 noodles because that Mexico squad not be here. When I see that, I say all these ones, even Jimenez, you understand? All the records there. Now, what Mexico will do without bar? What Mexico they do? You're like saying, you observe, you look. Mexico not gonna get bar. I take play. If you watch the match yesterday, you can't see say first of all, Mexico team they're strong. Then be like team we say go come out for that group. They don't give them some kind of rate to say yes, now I will come out. But we see some kind of chaotic scene, or you will call it chaotic matter. Inside one match, 3 red card. But that goal that my guys score. All see Krinos. See this tournament, many things just inside the matter because we see Shakira perform, we see Danny Ocean perform, JBL we see perform, we see Belinda. We also some kind of your play yesterday, some kind of environmental thing happen yesterday. When I say it makes sense. Many vibes they there. We even see Gianni Infantino, what they call that Lila Dawn still perform for inside the matter. Many people all perform. We see Burna Boy and Shakira, they all did. See that one and they see so. Now trophy they pass. Hey yeah, can I know Abi? Maybe say now confirms they do all those entertainment things. She just did with Gianni Infantino. But Julian Quans, well, someone that will call Julian, that match yesterday, they go to bend the ball. Now see ceremony where they do. We see the pathway for inside this one now. It's just clear. You just understand? So if you see the kind of people we say perform yesterday, you know say yes, this one's still good to go. Now we don't have to talk and say that first match, now match we say we go determine who go fit come up for that group. People not feel agree, but me don't talk and say Mexico be like team, say nobody fit stop. When they carry that small boy enter, me not see Jimenez. Where Jimenez, if not see face, now say the goal mean a lot to run. This guy don't go work, they don't criticize him for Mexico State, but you're not too good, you not do this one, not do this one. But still, all those ones, just to give a better fitting. He score goal, when I see the head, because they don't give player like, see, you don't go wolf so, they don't give player like this chance. Because if you give Jimenez chance, you go better. This will not be the Javier Hernandez type, this is not Jimenez. Maybe say they cross that ball. As just say get chance. Because I don't look, South Africa defense all day disorganized. Understand? So many things also inside. Now, see record now, Jimenez for 35 years now don't score first ever World Cup goal for Mexico. They say you the play ball, you know they score. And now the baddest way go do striker, but they say you be striker. Say you be striker, you the play match, say you know they score goal. But I think they scored that goal yesterday. Everybody also jump, say yes, this one also makes sense. Mexico people turn out. When I see this one now it be the first goal where we don't see for the World Cup. So and this man also get one kind of record. Now more Joshua probably enter a record because we see record, we say we not fit do without this record. This man just get so. For Saudi Arabia, now they take ball, they design itself. Highest goal scorer. League will be say Ronaldo dey inside. Now this guy, now he score goal anyhow. People know in record. In record, see, cause he be MVP yesterday. So that means I will increase man of the match and again yesterday because I see team will be saying not ready to play. South Africa, see more for talking. They don't know what they want to do with ball. Oyibo will say you're losing the ball in wide areas. They lose the ball for difficult areas. South Africa not feel hold ball. They not even translate anything they have yesterday. People say exposure makes sense because this South Africa side, walk away they never play, they are fed them well. because World Cup because at the year my guys them for Saturday they talk say like this so say we go to this one we go I say now Mexico now go play. Mexico get tradition for every World Cup. When they don't come World Cup they go want to dominate you first. And what they do yesterday now well deserved result because nobody will talk say mama soup not sweet. So with what you will see many Nigerian people can go change their name. Even their babes they're just fine. Everything set, mixing your balance. You live on. More just the wait say as it be now. We not feel to talk about South Africa saying I go qualify. Me, I'm not sure because Korea go worry, Mexico go still worry. If you like now check, we also they look whether they feel just, but they know they do a lot like on an European team. With the cash, they go beyond the Patrick. We just stay at the play. But more connect with our man, we say you're there for sideline. So currently, Palmer there for Benin. We'll talk because if you see get your own opinion, we see red cards for that match. Like 3. She told if I go collect red card, I say what will be this one, and the 2 red cards we'll see inside that 3 red card, 2 now denial of goal chances. Maybe the person already get chance, maybe they pen on one side, but they won't go press on. Can't go change them for and not going to get chance to take play and make it a post. Now we both say take on now red card and it makes sense. That ref not to the carry the key card, we know in record. But if you check that man after tell now William Quinones and a player will be saying goal record strong well. He does get and after 29 years he just today. And I be top scorer for 25-26 Saudi Pro League. The man gets on for body just today inside balance well. But with a look into season where we say he don't do many things, he don't score 33 goals. So this tournament, I'm not sure say now matter. I'm not sure say you need to the worry himself because this one they give a chance. See that ball possession, they give person the ball make control from midfield, not for control now you collect and smash and bench keeper go and not be say you be Rowan Williams, say I be keep where. That short, I'm not sure say if they put your brother for inside the post, if you not fit cash. So now so just take play yesterday. But sharply, Karate Palmer don't dey more fair align. May tell me how he play yesterday for that match because some Nigeria people just they get joy. And the game they do yesterday when me like. If they watch this World Cup where they follow Mexico, they go on the 2014, they count to 18. You get what they do, they can't carry some kind of hats. They call them traditional hat. They fling on for stadium. They own now, they get see now. Now they get stadium, see, they dominate. And not be saying they get fans pass. They get fans. Not be saying that the fans don't matter, but they get fans pass. They don't have advantage. Now you see the but Mexico on a better side. I'm not sure South Africa see ball play yesterday. The first time they go change and say, Baba, come out. You go Bruce, you will be Belgian manager. You try find out what you fit do for your next match. Now they see scene. Now you call scenario for match. Karate Palmer, I say I greet you. Though, if you don't enter, may you tell me what you think about the match you see yesterday. Karate Palmer, I know I don't did there.
You dey hear me? You dey hear me? Good morning.
You hear me? Wait, what you mean you go where Nigeria just come out now? Because South Africa lose. Sure?
I want to represent now. I want to represent.
So you follow for those Nigeria where they jubilate say South Africa lose match yesterday. You see
yes, you? So yes. No, I know feel like for you, my brother.
But what do you see for that match? Maybe you fair enter me.
I think what I see we say South Africa they not ready come play ball yesterday. Not be ball they play at all because if you see what they play, just 2 touches for inside the opposition box. That one not be good thing at all. And come to take competing now this side, so now they top their group to take qualify for this World Cup directly. So the top group where get Super Eagles, get Benin Republic, get Zimbabwe and Lesotho. Yes, the others apart from probably Benin Republic and the Super Eagles, the best side don't really too tight like that ahead. So now why we say yes, the top the group, even though say they see collect 3 points from their hand and 3 goals deducted for that player may not be eligible to play where they feed. But you see, one thing about this, what happened to this South Africa yesterday, I say almost all their players never play football at the highest level. They never play football outside the shores of Africa.
None of them don't play World Cup before. All of them, everything just new for their eyes. They're not everything. Even it shows the exposure. They're not exposed. Enter.
Yes, even I think now last year, when Nabi says some of those their players, the ones where they play for Mamelodi Sauda, play on another kind of football where we say involve European team and team from another side because of the Club World Cup, this expanded version of the Club World Cup. Now where we say you see players like Mokwena and then that other striker where they get another kind of competitive football. They never really play like that because so emotionally sure. But I don't understand what Hugo Bruce tried to do yesterday because the tactics obviously not work. After they go down for first half, I think okay, yes, second half they go come out, play ball, do something, but nothing changed. Nothing changed at all. Sitolo carry red card when they say no, they needed, and it better say they score that goal, say me you must still complete than that red card when you go get. And later on, Jimenez still score another goal. Then see the 2 red cards when they even get needless red card. The first one stopping a clear goal scoring opportunity.
So.
The second one, now what they call them violence challenge, like what you they slap person for inside pitch for when you know say cameras full everywhere, when you know say VR of day everywhere, like so the team players, the inexperienced players for them, and I'm not gonna tell you say I wish South Africa well, but they need to get some right so that for their next game they will see something come out of an
okay, we'll go talk many things because Tembans Wane, when he get red card, when Tembans Wane get red card, we just look person say not stand match, but that Quinos, that boy, that Julian Quinos, that boy, that goal, that boy score. They play for Akadesh now, 39 years old boy. That boy don't score. See, he get possible say you can walk up, you can own am. It not be anything for them. You understand? League we say Ronaldo then they on Benzema. Now he get carry ball, they go out many times. Based on highest goal scorer. I want me to observe that Mexican team. You check and they say get judgment tomorrow. That's more when I talk and say now Mexico now go win this one. You just they talk 17 years now you have your day. If you look this Mexico team, if you compare to the last Mexico squad we don't first see. And maybe you tell me about Raul Jimenez because they don't criticize them plenty time. Never score goal for walk off for them before. Not be first one, be this one. But if you say I take score that goal, you say that it mean. I say just the jubilee. He personally no say I need to shut critics. Me and shut up for backyard because when we see their match, we don't say me. I don't know say they go beat South Africa because all of them for that team, none of them don't play World Cup before. So you go see say not be FIFA Club World Cup, not be club now World Cup. See it contains them. Exposure wise, it shows say they're not good. Now I'm gonna tell you, the Congo play, if they hard when they play Leo Foster, if they hard, maybe Mexico play Leo Foster, maybe South Africa play Leo Foster and Reynolds the same time. But it shows that the man won't win. But I don't know whether South Africa fears small. I've been exposure not affect them. Then maybe you tell me about that guy who scored that goal. Which you guys see him?
The guy, this thing, Quintus.
Quintus.
I watched some of the match for Saudi Pro League for Aquadasia, and I'll tell you, say the
he
guy
get plenty name. Quinos, all join.
Yes. So yeah, he know how to score good. So and you see, the way they play that ball yesterday, although say to me, first what they call Roddy Williams for try do better because now under a leg, now that ball pass. I believe say if I do better.
I want to catch that ball. See that can't wait. Defender don't lose.
Me, I say if for.
The guy don't lose the ball now. You don't see him. They give you, but you know when they scan whether person they come. They don't give you ball. And naturally, I don't be midfielder. You don't scan. You don't even kite ball. You don't even shade ball.
Yes.
You just control ball, go lose guard. And you know say their plan. Now make them rush South Africa. They don't say those boys they not to get that. If you watch Mokoena yesterday, you will see say Mokoena not today. You not to play like number 6. You just like say fear they their body. Nobody won't collect the blame.
Yes.
You understand? So that one Williams not fit do anything. I beg.
Okay, fine. No, Williams of it, but what did I expect from them? They see say this player in out from the back when they try one play out for him. You know, it not work out for them. They're supposed they go long, but they not still do that one ahead. When I never play football outside the shores of Africa before, and now they play against people when we say they get players when we say they play for different parts
outside the shores of Africa for World Cup because they play for FIFA club. We see them some club level,
both for
individually, but not as a team.
Not just one time. So not just one time something they had. They never really play outside the shores of Africa.
As a team,
not say just once for their club football, just once ahead. So for the question when you asked me about this Mexican side and the others and the ones who don't see before, I'll say this side. This time they get team. See maybe say yes they want to play. The last time when they say they get names ahead. Names like Giovanni Dos Santos, names like Javi Hernandez Chicharito. They still get other ones when they say, and not just we remember their names right now like that. Yeah, we know say yes, they get players when they play for top clubs. When they say yes, these people they get names. But this time around, they get players with they get team right now. And for Raul Jimenez, his first ever World Cup goal. So I don't go really fault, I don't go really blame him because we don't see players in the past before we say they never score goals for World Cup. And these are great players. With Rooney, as good as he is, only one goal now he scored for World Cup. And that goal come for 2014 World Cup. And he played 2 World Cup before that, which is 2006 World Cup and 2010 World Cup. So in 2014, I get a first ever World Cup goal. So yes, I'm not to just blame Raúl Jiménez like that because we don't see World Cup not the favor some great players. Even as great as Cristiano Ronaldo, not only one World Cup, let me say he does score more than one goal for the World Cup. 2010 one, 2006 one, the last World Cup 2014 one, and 2018 he scored more than one goal when he scored 4 goals for the tournament. So yes, World Cup not really favor some people and they favor some players here. But for this Mexico side, I not see them winning the World Cup, but I see them going far as the quarterfinals. Now I believe they go reach and don't go past quarterfinals. So yes, they get good team, but they're good enough to win the World Cup.
But that boy they call that Quinones, that boy you like him? Talk to you like him, Bishop. That Quinones.
Yes. The guy did okay, like he's sharp and it's a bit face, it's a bit face defenders, it's a bit face goalkeeper here. If you hold the ball, you know what team one use and do so, and I like attackers like that, and not be just only saying a striker. If you see drifter to the wide, if you see drift come outside to help the team receive ball and also start ball for back. So yes, I like the guy very well.
We see CBC Bongazi Ime Okon, that Nigeria boy. We say. He not choose to play for Nigeria. He name Ime Okon. You know where for the corner. Ime Okon, you don't know. CBC, Bongazi, all the for backline. They don't feel control. Now 5 defenders, you also try to play, but they don't do it well. But more sharply entered in one way to say just see happen after that match because many Nigerians don't watch the match because sleep people go work now. Based on Lagos matter, some depend on the stadium they do so. Many people don't see that match because before you see that match, you know you keep yourself late night. Maybe they open your eye, they shine and they watch the match. Now we can't see on the song you mean club side, countryside, other Korea, South Korea. They first concede though. They first give them one first. I'm not go break laptop for you. Just deal with me alone first. They first go give them one. When they go give them one, it come like say because I see that throw. Say super I do. You just throw them, but you not even waste time. All these boys they too fast because we see say yesterday Czech Republic, we're talking. All those ones, they just take advantage of set piece over this Korea. Because Korea not to get height, but Korea fast, Japan fast. You know if you underrate all this Asian team, now you never 2-10, now you go collect 2-1, I can't win. So if they look that match, you see say Korea just observe, see how Czech they play, say, now when they do say I get set piece, they can't control the ball. And last, and they can't get the score. And Song Heung-min just stay happy for the team because Song Heung-min he don't already play for 4 World Cups, so we remember 2014, 2018, 2022. He also played in the season. So now 4 World Cup and now big player like Song Heung-min be to control this in team. Maybe they also come World Cup so and this one not gonna be in last World Cup. But that match, if you look at that group, I say go take line up when your time will reach.
I think Mexico will top the group. Then South Korea will come out as second and. Yeah, I don't know who will come last and third between Czech Republic and what they call it, South Africa. Yes, I watched the game between these two sides yesterday. This morning rather, I watched the game. Yes.
Okay. You know if you watch them for that 3, Abi, you sleep first, wake up, watch them for YouTube.
Yes. I sleep. I sleep. I started to watch the game around the 50 minutes of the game, so I start the game very early and I watch and finish. And I see waiting. Korea they try to do. Technically, they did very, 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 very good.
Now, so they're fast though.
Yes, they're very fast. They know what they don't want to use the ball to do. And if not for say some not this sharp as before, first time they're not supposed to win like 2-0. They're not supposed to win Czech Republic like 2-0. What did Czech Republic fail to really do to my satisfaction? What I expect them to do now? Say yes, them get the height, they get the area presence, but they not. I know they see those crosses. I know they see those pullers anytime they get the ball, those long balls. I know they see them for them. So it can't make me remember the time when we say Belgium played Japan for 2018 World Cup. Japan, they win that match 2-0. I bet they don't try everything to do for that match. They're not fit come back. What did the coach do? So they bring Fellaini come for bench. Constantly they use area balls till they punish Japan. And the team work out for her. Scored the first goal from corner, that better in corner. Like that ball now, one of the best headed goals I ever see. Few minutes later, as I cross one sweet ball come, Fellaini head and put, and then the last goal now from counter. Very, very, very quick transition counter. And they expect such a team from Czech Republic yesterday because you see that they get height. And yes, they scored goal from set piece, good throw from Sofa. Then the guy with inside this whether Christie, he head and put for the back of the net. I mean, they expect more of that from them, but I'm not seeing. Then Korea, they take use of their opportunity, their fastness and their quickness. 2 quick goals from transition. See that first goal. a simple pass, he carry the ball, come back, cut back, then chip, like very good way to score a goal. It take a player when we say they very good technically to score that kind of goal. Then the second goal, still a quick transition to one pass, then cross, and who did there stretch leg, put the ball into back of the net. So yeah, Korea they control the game, but what they call our Czech Republic, they fail to take their own advantage, their own height to their advantage, and where they fuck up. And not so they go get our right against South Africa or Mexico, because all those ones they just
okay. You don't go to use effort now. Apology, say you just carry that one. Just come. I'm not saying associated talk based on analysis, but more just jump. We'll still see other matches we'll just play. We'll talk about those ones very soon. But more just enter some kind of club matter. I'll still come back to World Cup because now you're the rain. So Mourinho, I don't go sign now. Enter 2029. You just say Benfica don't confirm based on yesterday. I've been a day for yesterday, so they talk say 15 million euro release clause. They don't settle them. They don't trigger. They don't settle them. Say they rest. Now, Mourinho now don't go enter Madrid. And Florentino Perez, my friend, all those two they like themselves everywhere. But Mourinho now people they say this Mourinho you're coming now. You should say it makes sense. Now Mourinno will say many people don't say you not special one. Say not to make sense. Some say not be special one again. Don't cast. Some say you don't lose ideas. Some say you don't get football style again. Some say you don't. Many things about Mourinho. But one time we say me and you know, we say Mourinho and I be number one for dressing room management. Understand? Based on discipline, guys say they doing own. So coach Tony Ferguson and Guardiola they just get down for body. But Mourinho, if you discipline you, say we all laugh. If we go bend you once, I not go no. Now if you check what they so they call a trophy cabinet. Now they're French players to carry anybody go. Mourinho don't did there before, don't come out. Now they don't say come back. And people they worry say Mourinho not be the man who say go fit stop Barcelona. But people just believe say Mourinho go fit stop Barca based on what they do. So they don't go sign Gordon's corner as the Flick not agree against the Inter. They want just they win trophies they come so. But if you look Mourinho gets job to do for Benfica. Number one for Real Madrid. Number one, Mourinho go find way I want to bend Vinicius go one side. We never know I want to do one because they not together our relationship. Not be Baba now maybe say Cristiano do like this. Not be that one with the talk. Vinicius Junior he need coach. Maybe say go fit carry and come down, put on level he's supposed to do. But we not the thinker because we know Mourinho discipline quality. We know Mourinho what if Mourinho don't work his big name maybe say he control them. Still give them some kind of trophy. Nah, he don't enter Madrid. If you check Madrid lineup, check their team, you see say the team never today. Normally Madrid they get all stars. Everybody knows their story. But you look their team, they check out from right, they check out from left, check out from front. That team need to be congested. First of all, they compacted. The team not. I don't know individual quality of food there because Vinicius Junior now they play with Mbappe. People they talk Mbappe they stingy. They say Vinicius Junior they say now one way they play. They call that one way traffic like Lagos last man job. Understand? But what if they talk now? They say Mourinho don't they look for kind of stand. They say I will carry on because if they want to straighten that right side, Rodrigo don't get injury. So this Mourinho they need him, but they don't need him for Madrid.
They need them. They don't need them. I will put it like that. They need them. They bring them come back not be just because of tactical decision or waiting they could see or how I want to blend players to start the win trophies again. When Madrid now they need a manager where we see these players could fear that if he talks he sit down for a year, all of them could sit down for a year. They fail to actually allow Carlo Ancelotti to continue because if they want to continue and we know say for the world of football nobody don't manage big players which Ancelotti for the world of football. So if he wants to stay before this Brazil, even when Brazil they come, if he wants to stay, but Madrid decides okay, make it they go, make they bring Xabi Alonso. Alonso come, enough of him manage the players, ego and everything. So now they bring Mourinho back. This same thing don't happen before. We don't see this pattern before. When Madrid signed their new Galactico, most of those players they're not listening to Pellegrini. But when Mourinho come, they can't address that issue for the dressing room. Although say yes, they later can get issue. Everybody do waiting he wants. So that kind of thing, now I feel say it will happen again. Now, as they come back, people like Vinicius Junior and Mbappe now go no say, yes, this one and a manager when be say, if you not do waiting, he tell you make you do. It not be manager when be say go massage ego, you not care who you be. You go come up for the team if you want me to come out. You go sit down for bench if you want me to sit down for bench. When Madrid legend and goalkeeper Iker Casillas can actually attest to that. Even Pepe, again, one time we talk, everybody knows say Pepe issue now 90 years old Rafael Varane. Then when we say Pepe, not going to see ball play again for Madrid. So yes, now this kind of strong character now Real Madrid need for that dressing room because the player egos don't do too much. Mbappe go dey, he no go press. Vinicius Junior go dey, he no go press. I remember one time where we say Mbappe, Messi, and Neymar they play for PSG. Where we say Real Madrid come back, come beat them for Champions League on their way to winning that 2022 Champions League. Where we say they not dey press. Ferdinand talk one, he say you don't win Champions League with 7 men because when 2 or 3 people not dey mark for you, you are always going to fail or you're always going to lose that match. So now what will they see for Real Madrid since? Now, Mourinho don't come back. I will not say Mourinho like players will get good work ethics and good work rate. So yes, now waiting Real Madrid need. And I know say Florentino Perez go want give her that full autonomy. Say anybody maybe say you feel say not they good enough. Come out and I waiting Madrid need right now. They don't need to look the player name. They don't need to look who the player be or what he offered to before. It's a privilege to play for Madrid. Not be Real Madrid go they privilege to get you. So spot on from Florentino Perez in bringing back Jose Mourinho.
Okay, not only God, I know the bot will be say Florentino Perez press. He press on just to get Mourinho back to the team now. Now big team, now Madrid we know. Understand? He don't feel did there before. He don't see day now. So we all wish him all the best. He go run enter 2029. But if they look Madrid, they look Mourinho. One of the two they find the one they don't like that domination. Which they dominate Barcelona, just dominate everybody for that side. Now, mostly jump, enter. We just see the news, Marco Senesi, Argentina boy, 29 years old, maybe say July 1 now, this year, so he go all run, enter Tottenham. Still get age for his side, because Tottenham, they used to deserve all the signs of kind of players. But we don't see the news, maybe say, this guy now don't go replace Baledi. That must say defender, we say they play, but we know he matter, he good though, based on injury thing. So now Senesi, now go come replace him. And Senesi record, people don't say when the boy they play, with the light they say more they wash him. But for him to come replace Leonardo Belletti, now good news for him personally. When I see him, now so you him and him baby, you the align, you the talk. Now so Scaloni see him call him for phone. They don't believe him. See him, you go even know even see him vacation night day. So tell us about they join us because this is a new signing now for Tottenham next season. Understand? 26-27 season you will see him. But this one now testimony for him personally. Not be saying we wish Leonardo Belletti may come out because we see a team play for Marseille for the gun. We like him, but Senesi just jubilate himself, just celebrate. But as we carry thing, I beg this kind of news. If now you, I don't know. I never feel this kind. You say you're day camp, you're day off camp. You're not there with them. You don't try to do warm up with them, not work. They don't say they don't select the best, but they just still control. You say come. It be like that's a matter. Wesley for Roma again injury. That was my boy. He can't. Now they call it that immediately. But this one now. You don't even lose hope. Say no road. Because see, we not feel lie. We see Bomber, they play ball. Or them Scott, or them True Fat, or them, what they call them, Krupi. They get team. And that Danny Roller, that man, see, I don't like how they do it. You go get better score, you arrange them now. Now you don't go come out. And Senesi, I like him because he get footwork. I like him. He good for duels. He good for contests. He good for every team. You say defender need to get because he get height for that centre back. Now, how good this one be to Senesi and his family? Say they call him enter Argentina squad.
No, not very big thing though. Not very big thing because they say now honor and privilege to come play, make your country look you, call you, come play for them, and then na person he already lose hope. He don't even move on already. Say before they call himself, he don't move on. He don't already enjoy a holiday with the babe and hair. So it's okay. Yes. This summer, he could just enjoy himself. If he see chance, he watch match. They not watch, he just enjoy his life. They go and they just call us. Yeah, we need you for this World Cup. So now very huge one. Yeah, now I did very sorry for the player when they say he injured. When they say yes, they can't have to replace that player. But you know, for life, something needs to happen for another thing to happen. Sometimes some person needs to come up for the way. Me you guys. So now life and so life just be so now not be Senesi 40 the other guy go injured, not the same thing as Ederson, not the Ederson 40 Wesley go injured too. Yes. So all these players, these two players where they called to replace the players were injured. I say congratulations to them, and they very sad for those players who are injured because no player when they say it already they can finish go one come out and see what come make come out injury when they say enough it avoid. So yeah, so sorry for those players. Therefore, the next thing I'm huge one for him and his family. So yeah, I'm really happy for him. So and I hope to see him play very well for the World Cup and then next season for Tottenham Hotspur.
Okay, now just Samuel Sharply run enter Okocha matter. Okocha, people like say I'm not sure say again in Nigeria woman we dey for market, we don't know Okocha. You don't know Okocha, you know Kanu. We don't do Kanu one call, we don't sing song for Kanu matter. I don't know, they don't play ball well. Nigeria don't respect, they don't like them. You understand? You wait till they play ball. We all see this award, so I said sure. 1998, you know if you forget, Okocha carry tinted hair come. Inika used to have big, shirt big everywhere. We call it look that squad. I say against that Spain, they get this is a man of the match, superior award, superior player of the match. Because we watched that, you guys see the Okocha they do ball. I don't know that guy. He can't come out of break on top stud. He dey match ball like this. When they run, they come out. And that's not. When I look down Nigeria squad for that Spain man, I just try that fish remember. The player is Mobi Okparaku, and I know I played that right back that time. That match, that Spain man, because I remember saying Yekini not start that match. Because see Okechukwu and Taribo were just there. Bayero there for Leicester, Olise there for midfield. Finidi George there on side. People worried for that match. He did play for the knock bar. Understand? So I watched that match. Say all this one they're good. Nigeria Spain 3-2. Olise he tear short, post bend, they shout hallelujah on one side. If you watch that match, you see say Nigeria, this squad, that time, they're ready, they gave it. They call it see headmaster, Mutu Adepoju, call use their goal score for that match. Enrique said not even see ball play, they not give them a chance. Raul Gonzalez score goal. It say if you can ball go out. Nigeria win that match. So we don't beat Spain before. We know. But now you say, FIFA say, me they just remember Okocha say, they just get this award, never to say, Baba, based on what you have for 1998, superior award. I don't know how this one take play. I don't know whether now good news because I'm not sure Okocha go remember. I almost see this one. Fernando Hierro. This one a set piece king go. Wait I don't forget. All this one, they not miss penalty again. Oh. Fernando Hierro, legend. Set piece Nigeria. See Nigeria and see Okechukwu. They say, Gabala was today for that match. So now they be that. But currently follow me online. Sharply, Kata not today. This award they give Okocha. So we're going to celebrate and be don't old.
Okocha don't old now and. The award that they call 28 years later. Yeah, 28. Yeah, 28.
Wait till they delay. Why did you waste time? Logistics not there.
I don't know that one. FIFA go answer that question. So me on my own may not see that match because that was the year I was born. So yeah, I don't see the match here. Yeah, and but I hear stories about the match. I don't
so currently, so if they set match like this, you asking that for you watch
I tell you that
wait. 1980 Nations Cup, you watch
I'm not watching. I don't tell you just as
now be say.
I don't say you not say here they bomb me.
No, see, you know understand. Normally we not say many people not watch Me not watch live, but we don't say 21 century children. You understand? We don't need to just go back to YouTube now, go watch because see all this one me they sleep on top of those match. If I call and go play, I see me when they play. You understand? That's so you'll be. Yeah. But when we just check we not say because we not see some kind of record. When they check say defender where they score penalty anyhow. They tell me Fernando Hierro, Campos. I watch both team play. Campo. I see me I go check They say play 94. They say Enrique. We not even say Enrique. You not watch and play. Gadela say when Gadela they play. We blast they never bomb me. But if we dey talk now, we blast. Understand? Yeah. I hear you talk my here Sharply.
So yes, Okocha received this award after 28 years. Now, you draw personally for him. So he got celebrated within the country. Got celebrate. Yes, he go celebrate as your personal achievement and now call it years ahead. So yeah, we all know how good Okocha be that time. Yes, we all know how for the streets of Nigeria then. Even when I started the kickball, so everybody want to play like Okocha. Everybody want wear Okocha jersey. Yes, Okocha na be the name where we say he really ring bell for our childhood then. So yes, Okocha na legend, na one of the best or biggest player we say would ever produce for this country. So yes, FIFA the honor with this award that after 28 years. I think it's a good one for him. So yes, congratulations to the man there, JJ Okocha. And I don't know why the team delay like this, but at time got the last they are alive to receive the award. Not be after I don't there they call the award of this award.
That one yesterday. Most about the run enter the last matches. You just give me some kind of light. The match will soon come out, so they look. We'll wait We'll see some kind of matches. We get some games that we'll go see for World Cup now. The one will go come out later now. Canada, Bosnia. Now they don't go play at 8 p.m. What do you have for that match? Just give me Scotland. We don't say Canada na host. If you predict that score, it be like say not today. We'll just jump. We'll sit down one at 8 p.m. Nigerian time. I don't know. Currently, Palmer, they don't shift and go and sign now. But no worry, we'll still continue. We'll still see USA Paraguay. Now it will be 2 a.m. Many people go to sleep. Many people just see they sleep at that time. Then Qatar will come play against Switzerland. Now you see come 8 p.m. The last match should be at 11. And now miss I want to watch Morocco people. They don't get too much trouble again for Nigeria. We don't start like time Morocco. They will come play against Brazil. You say Brazil play against anyone else today. Nobody get home advantage. Now neutral ground, they go for play that match. So now so it will just be for this one. So I don't know currently not your day with us, but when we go connect again, it don't move, it don't go S2, down yesterday. And when we go currently, I want you to tell and see, I want you to tell and say, if they say, currently tell me, how old you day for not to tell me? I don't know say, I don't know say now, when you did 2 years, they never born me. So now 2 years they senior me down yesterday, and we'll see the jump, they go, the matter. And sharply when I look FIFA World Cup 26 fixtures, when I say you'll be, we'll look at these matches. We'll constantly talk for weekend kickoff against now tomorrow, Saturday, and when I just see the fixtures for your screen. So Nigeria not go World Cup, not me say we not go talk and say you'll be. And who go win all this match? The only time now you go tear, and the only time you go see take, Stammer go coin Papa name. Time now we should be say your match break, but full stop. I want to come up for studio, carry on my team, just see move, laptop go do one side. I tell you, I say the kickoff show will start 11 a.m. Nigerian time, and we'll talk all the matter. We say your World Cup games. We say they go just see get. We'll still do review, preview, because we like to preview all this match before they go your kind of come maybe for watch. But now you still know who be your team. Maybe we say go carry the World Cup. When time reach, you can't tell us. But I won't come up for studio. So we get program when they come. I bet me not leave. Me not just stay with us when they come.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thanks.
Hey guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. the issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Got you covered. Health check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest,
It's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, happy Democracy Day, Nigeria, and welcome to the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. President Tinubu highlights security gains and reforms. President Tinubu's performance draws mixed reactions. Lagos protesters decry insecurity, hardship. Peter Obi hails June 12 as democratic bedrock. NSCIA warns against linking crime to religion, ethnicity. Reps approve state police bill. And in business, UK launches £15 million Nigeria growth program. In sports, South Africa's winless opening streak continues. And in entertainment, phones stolen at Alex Ekubo's Service of Songs event. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu used Nigeria's 27th Democracy Day anniversary to highlight his administration's security gains, economic reforms, and plans for the future while honoring heroes of the June 12th struggle. The president said terror-related deaths have dropped by 81% since 2015, with more than 13,000 terrorists neutralized in the past year. He disclosed that over 124,000 fighters and their dependents have surrendered since 2023 through Operation Safe Corridor, while warning that the opportunity for bandits and kidnappers to lay down their arms will not remain open indefinitely. Tinubu, however, acknowledged that Democracy Day celebration was overshadowed by the recent abduction of children in Oyo and Borno states. To strengthen security efforts, he announced that 5.421 trillion naira has been allocated to defense and security in the 2026 budget, the largest such commitment in Nigeria's history. The president also said the government has approved the recruitment of more than 50,000 police officers alongside thousands of military personnel to boost security nationwide. Accessing the power sector, Tinubu recalled the challenges his administration inherited in 2023, including low generation, unreliable gas supply, weak transmission infrastructure, and metering gap of more than 4 million. He described the Electricity Act as a major reform, saying it empowers states to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. The president also revealed that the Presidential Power Sector Task Force has been authorized to raise a 4 trillion naira bond to clear legacy debts in the sector. Tinubu announced national honors for dozens of Nigerians who face persecution, exile, and imprisonment during the struggle for democracy, including journalists, activists, and retired military officers. He also confirmed that the Institute of Petroleum Studies in Kaduna will be renamed the General Shehu Musa Yaradua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology in honor of the late general's contribution to Nigeria's democratic transition. Addressing young Nigerians, the president urged them to build their future at home rather than abroad. He encouraged them to work, innovate, and participate in the democratic process, saying nations are built by citizens who stay up and help solve their country's challenges.
To have secured democracy, our generation must secure prosperity. Let us move forward together, rejecting division, cynicism, and despair, embracing unity, hope, and confidence. Let us build a Nigeria united by a common purpose, strengthened by diversity, where justice is accessible, liberty is secure, and opportunity is abundant. Among the architects of modern democratic Nigeria, we honor General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua for his vision of national partnership. In recognition of his contributions, the federal government has approved the refertilization and renaming of the completed Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, as the General Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. I'm also pleased to announce the national awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and attack. Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omoseye, Sir Ademola Oshinubi, Bola Bolawole, Ladeboni Ola, Femi Kusa, Debo Adeniran, Chief Ayo Padokun, Chief Raf Obi.
Moving on, as Nigeria celebrates Democracy Day, scrutiny continues over the performance of President Bola Tinubu's administration 3 years into its tenure. The government says it has introduced reforms across key sectors, including the economy, security, and infrastructure. However, many Nigerians continue to assess the impact of these policies on their livelihood and the rising cost of living. Voice of the People TV took to the streets of Lagos to sample public opinion.
democratic journey and comparing current governance, reacted to the June 12 Democracy Day, reflecting on the country's democratic journey and comparing current governance with the ideals of the 1993 pro-democracy struggle. Many respondents say June 12 remains a powerful symbol of electoral justice and people-driven leadership, but argue that Nigeria is yet to fully live up to those expectations due to persistent challenges in the political.
Fuel subsidies, declining revenues, exchange rate distortions, rising debt servicing obligation, insecurity, and weakening public confidence in institutions.
We have never witnessed office procedural corruption as we have witnessed in the office of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Proceeding from his predecessor till now, we have seen how that kidnapping has been in increase, poverty, abject poverty, has been in the increase. Corruption has been high scale in Africa because of this present regime and the president of Nigeria.
This regime is really affected generally Nigeria, and especially myself, because I'm a single mother. Seriously, I'm not finding it easy. Really, these are not really working fine. I don't know who are his advisors, whether they are telling him what Nigerians are going through. Look at the issue of transportation. Just to go to Use here, you pay 600 naira to Use and coming back 600 naira. So it has really affected the food item. Like go to the market to buy foodstuffs. A mudu of rice is costing like 2,000 plus.
Wait till they see for this Nigeria. Tinubu not try for us. Because everywhere kidnappers don't fool. Our president, we dare like say we not get any president for this Nigeria. And we need person who go come out for this Nigeria, go help us. When Nigeria go better for us. Tinubu not try for us, so see hungry everywhere. People they hunger. Tinubu no shake, Tinubu no talk, Tinubu no do anything. Why Nigeria would they suffer too much for this Nigeria?
Others who spoke said President Tinubu has done well, stressed that if those decisions not been taken, Nigeria would have drifted towards fiscal breakdown, worsening poverty and severe economic uncertainty. They added that, for now, however, 3 years into the experiment, the administration's argument is becoming clearer.
Nigeria, we can go with any condition. But Tinubu have done another development that we are facing now is that it's only road network that we can see that Tinubu have done in this country. But we wish we can do other things. That fuel problem is the problem we are having in this country now. If you can bring that fuel problem down, I think it will be better for the citizens of the country.
Tinubu administration for 3 years is more than some government 8 years. Number one, I was living in Karimu since 2010. With the coming of Tinubu, I have 3 roads to go to Karimu. If I like, I follow 2 back, or I follow through the old road. Yet, both of them, they are new road now. With the coming of Tinubu. And the removal of subsidy started right from Jonathan. They refused to remove it then. But Tinubu, being a strong and bold man, he removed the subsidy. And there's no challenge.
You know, no matter how you be, you know if you satisfy, all of us, we are women, but you know if you satisfy people. You understand me, ba? You get a place where we say you go do well, you get a place where we say that we say you don't do well. But to me, Tinubu is really well.
The more profound questions, therefore, may not be whether Nigerians have suffered. Clearly, many have. The most relevant question is whether the suffering is occurring in pursuit of a sustainable future or merely prolonging a failing system. I am Salihu Maimunat, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Well, we apologize for not bringing the Lagos report, but rather the Abuja report. In a related development, residents of Benin City in Edo State expressed divergent views on Nigeria's democratic process. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in that report. Moving on, a mass protest is underway at Ikeja Underbridge in Lagos State. The demonstration was organized by a coalition of civil society organizations, trade unions, youth groups, community associations, and concerned Nigerians. The protesters are demanding actions on insecurity, hunger, and the rising cost of living. Our correspondent, Matthew Buswada, has more in this report. We will be bringing you comprehensive reports in our subsequent bulletin. Moving on to other stories, former presidential candidate Peter Obi has described June 12 as a defining symbol of Nigeria's democratic journey, saying it reflects both a painful history and the strength of the people's will. In a post on his Facebook page, Obi said the annual commemoration goes beyond remembrance, serving as a moment for national reflection on the state of Nigeria's democracy and governance. He raised concerns about the credibility of elections, the strength of democratic institutions, and whether the social contract between government and citizen is being upheld. Obi described June 12 as a powerful blend of reflection and aspiration, noting that it honors a fractured past while reminding Nigerians of its collective democratic power. He said the date is more than a calendar event, calling it the emotional and structural bedrock of Nigeria's modern democratic identity and a symbol of both tragedy and triumph. He concluded by expressing optimism that a renewed democratic future is possible for Nigerians. In the meantime, Nigerians are observing a public holiday today to mark this year's Democracy Day. The holiday was declared by the Minister of Interior Olabumi Tunji-Ojo in a statement issued by the Ministry's Permanent Secretary Magdalene Ajani. Tunji-Ojo reaffirmed the government's commitment to democratic values, including the rule of law, transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance. He said the ministry would continue working with security agencies to protect lives and property across the country. The minister also urged Nigerians to use the occasion to reflect on the nation's democratic journey and renew their commitment to unity and responsible citizenship. Moving on, the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs has cautioned against linking criminal activities to any religious or ethnic groups, warning that such narrative could deepen divisions and undermine efforts to address insecurity. The council issued the warning in the Democracy Day message signed by its public affairs officer, Abbas Jimo, on behalf of its President General and Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Saad Abubakar. It said that while insecurity remains a major challenge, criminality should not be given ethnic or religious coloration. The NSCIA highlighted ongoing threats from banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, and other violent crimes, which it said continues to claim lives, displace communities, and hinder development. It also rejected attempts to associate Nigerian Muslims with banditry and kidnapping, describing such profiling as unfair and unrepresentative of the Muslim majority. The council referenced the recent kidnapping incidents in Orire local government area of Oyo State, saying later development had disproved efforts to link in the case to Islam, Muslims, or Sharia. Moving on, the House of Representatives has approved the State Police Bill, a major step towards decentralizing Nigeria's policing system. The bill received overwhelming support during plenary, with 289 lawmakers voting in favor. The session was presided over by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. The House dedicated Thursday's sitting to considering the proposal amid growing concerns over insecurity across the country. Proceedings witnessed a brief objection when a lawmaker from Kaduna State, Bashir Zubairu, argued that members had insufficient time to review the committee's report on the bill. Before voting, Speaker Abbas informed lawmakers that the electronic voting system was unavailable and that voting would be based on attendance records. Of the 290 members present, 289 voted in support of the bill, while 1 voted against it. The Speaker did not participate in the vote. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're going straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Also joined us virtually is Mr. Amobi Hegboro. Mr. Amobi is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mazi Amobi, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, then. Let me start off this conversation from the studio here. The story concerning the State Police Bill has passed a major step in the House of Representatives. In fact, in the Senate, on the floor of the Senate, it's passed the second reading. Now, what would you make of these particular situations? Should we say we are gradually gaining momentum towards ending or curbing insecurity in Nigeria with this particular bill seeing the light of the day and, of course, gaining this level of progress?
You see, anywhere you have terrorism assailing a country, it doesn't go overnight. But any attempt now is to reduce and to restrict the festering of these insurgents within the country. And you see, you'll be wondering why it has to be passed at that speed. Well, the point is, even those who are naysayers among the governors, they have now seen. For instance, Oyo State Governor was one of the people that said no to state police and local government financial autonomy. But right at the back of his yard, 46 children and teachers were kidnapped.
And it was
so
also
that makes it exactly 3 weeks.
It was also recorded that quite a number of the vigilantes, the Amotekun, also have suffered major casualties in the same state.
That's what I'm saying. So now he's beginning to realize that he needs to beat a retreat from that position. And so it was not as divergent then than now. Now everybody's coming together to save their name, to save their state, and to save their citizens. So it was something that would have been done since last year, state police. But now they now know that there is need. Even Zulum Express Reservation now is one of the champions of state police establishment. So what that tells you is that I've always said it, and I'll continue to say it. Whether we like it or not, we need to bring governance closer to the people.
Okay.
For instance, somebody was talking about 10,000 farm tractors that will be distributed soon. For God's sake. It is not the business of the federal government to distribute tractors, to even acquire tractors. It's not even the business of the state. The state can acquire earth-moving equipment like graders, payloaders, for local government to access. Look, state DPOs would not give respite to these criminals up until the time they were able to settle in that forest. Okay. Because as a result of being indigenous of that local government, they know the terrain. The ones they're not familiar with, they have cousins, they have nephews, they have uncles, they have nieces that can tell them, look, this particular terrain, you are likely to encounter so animal. This arbors venomous snakes. This is the thickest part of this forest. And this is the outlet through which they can escape to neighboring states. Those are the things that state police can do. But somebody who is from Adamawa or from Enugu or from Benue, how much of that locality will you understand?
That again has to do with deploying of personnel who are not familiar with the terrain.
With the terrain. And then accessibility to information will be hampered. Because if you don't speak my language, already you have created a barrier.
All right. Now, before I go to Mazi, there is also the conversation of the lawmakers not clearly having enough time to reviewing the documents as brought by the committee to them. How much of a major situation do we have in our hands as a result of these time lacuna that has, again, been waved aside by the House of Representatives and, of course, passing the bill?
How much years do you need to review a document? Look, there are days that I can finish a novel of 400 or 500 pages in one day. And that document cannot be up to that.
So you're saying that is not an excuse in any way?
It's not an excuse at all. And that document was not brought to them yesterday. They must have been given that document more than a week or two. So what are they doing?
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mazi. And same question I want to ask you, Mazi. The time lacuna that we're talking about, and of course, as brought to the fore by House of Rep member Bashir Zubairu, clearly stating that members did not have sufficient time to reviewing the committee's report on the bill. How much of a problem might these create in the near future? Should, again, this be signed to law by the president after, of course, the joint house have agreed to it?
Thank you very much. There is no way you can compare a reason with an excuse. What the member is saying, some members are saying, is that it's at the realm of excuse, not reason. This state police have been in the public domain for quite some time. What is new that they are looking for in the document? Within 48 hours, they were able to pass National Anthem Bill and some other bills that have been passed within 48 hours. A much more critical bill like this should have been given expedited hearing. And just like Dele said, I don't think they are in the know about this bill just in the last 48 hours. It must have been given to them. I think we will not encourage louses within the fold of members of the legislature. So I think that argument as to whether there is enough time to discuss the nitty-gritty on the bill is an excuse and cannot pass for a reason.
All right. Now, still staying with you, Mazi. Again, the conversation surrounding this bill is clearly a major one that Nigerians also are keenly looking at. But to think that a representative representing a community where this insurgency has really taken its full foot on is saying that they don't have a time. How much of a meaning should the people read to that statement that the members haven't had enough time to reviewing a document that was given to them not less than 48 hours?
Nigerians have been pushed to the walls, and we are looking for solutions to, a problem that has been so menacing, for the country. So all hands must be on deck. There are things you do at a personal level. If the information didn't come to you, then you go out and reach out for the information. If mountain cannot go to Muhammad, then Muhammad should go to the mountain. That is the situation we have, in our hands. So you don't wait for things to happen, you go for it. So I still reiterate that it is that people are talking about a time frame for reviewing of documents of that critical nature. It tantamounts to, abdicating one's responsibility. Most amount of money to sleep and wait for documents to come to them.
Okay.
They should go out and get these documents and get prepared.
All right, Mazi, before I come back to the studio, of course, we'll find a way to wrap up this conversation. Looking at the fact that, yes, at the moment, Nigeria is currently looking at a way of majorly decentralizing the policing system. Mr. Fanimo in here did say earlier that the way at which the police itself does their deployment is faulty. What would you also suggest? Now, he also said several lacunas are part of these kind of deployments. The part of language barrier, not knowing the terrain and all of that. But what is your position with the deployment of security operatives across the country by the Nigerian police force? And how much of a change should Nigeria be expecting with this kind of development?
Yeah, thank you. Before I delve into that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have about 360 members of House Representatives. And the report has it that about 289 voted. And then the speaker did not vote, and one member voted against. If that information is correct, where are the other 70 members of the House of Representatives? I'm putting you on the spot now, David. Where are the other members?
I don't speak for the House of Representative members, so maybe
you're not a member of the House.
Maybe they are not available at the time.
Available for a good nature, you are not available. Who are you representing? Is it not the people? This bill has an existential impact on Nigerians. That's the point we're making. If over about 70% of House of Representative members are not in the House to debate and pass this critical bill, I wonder, this fight for against terrorism and banditry is a long walk. That is what it tells me. It's a very, very long walk. Having said that, the issue of decentralization is okay by me. There is need, just like Dele said in the studios, that once it is localized, then it becomes easier. You cannot tell my story, my village story, or my town story to me. I will be the person to tell the story to you. So everything that we look at as a possible way out of this quagmire we are in is welcomed, and state police is part of it. The argument as to whether the governors will overreach themselves in terms of control and what have you is, is also being looked at, because that was why many state governors or many well-meaning Nigerians did not, go along the but every policy, every structure, everything has the merit and merit of such a thing. So it is time for us to downplay the downside, the negative aspect of state police, and then look out for the positives, of the state police and begin to trudge along. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it is true, I'm yet to confirm, that this state police thing has no time frame. I want to believe that if they are serious, there should be a time frame within which the the Senate will look at it. The 36 houses of assembly will also look at it, and what have you. There must be a sense of urgency, and I don't see it in this bill. So it's lacking, and it's going to be a ban on the passage of this bill.
All right, then let me bring it back to the studio, and of course we'll wrap up from here. But to answer your question, truly, we have 360 House of Representative members, and maybe, just maybe, the other ones went to try to secure their seats in their various wards. Mr. Fanimo, looking at this conversation,
spokesperson, House of Reps, absentee, spokesperson for absentee House of Rep members.
I am not a spokesperson, Mr. Fanimo.
But expect your appointment later.
Let's talk about the urgency of this bill. Looking at the fact that it has passed the second reading at the floor of the Senate right now, do you think that this might be expedited well enough, and of course being signed into law and implementation thus will be carried out squarely? And then a lot of people have talked about implementation. Do you think there might still be some hinges in total execution?
You see, for me, it's about the will to do.
Okay.
The law is made for man, and not man for the law. So, if there is no deception in the process, and we truly want state police, it's not going to take too much of the time.
I think there's some level of deception in all of this.
I say if there is none,
okay,
deception will come in when people now begin to say one thing in the public and do certain things different in their closet. As I'm talking to you, if you want to start the state police, some of the northern states, all they needed to do is to do a rescreening of ISBA police.
Okay.
And then train them in line with policing and police duties. For me, for Southwest, we have a nucleus of the Amotekun. Some of them are graduates. Some of them have OND, some school start. You sieve, profile, and then integrate.
Let me put you on the spot, Mr. Fanimo. Sorry to butt in here. While you were talking, I just remembered that if they're going to have state policing, they also will bear arms.
For sure.
Now, is there a budget towards that? Plus, we're going into election cycle period. Can these come to fusion before 2027 election?
Let me tell you, since military era, states have been partly funding police, the federal police. An example is Lagos State. They have security trust fund.
Not all states fund them.
They pulled resources from security trust fund, and out of this money, they buy a lot of arms, ammunition, bulletproof vehicles, communication gadgets that the federal police will not return back to the state.
So much to talk about, really, Mr. Fanimo, and because of our time, really, we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment, because I really, really would love to hear both gentlemen's view on implementation of this state policing, because it is something that in the nearest days, we'll definitely be talking about it, because so much will be spoken of. But I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Daily Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator, for lending his voice on the analysis segment. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
Also, big thank you to you, Mazi Amobi-Buru, for lending your voice on the analysis segment of the Media News. Mazi is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for lending your voice on the conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, bandits flaunt crimes on TikTok. These and more after this break. Please stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stars. The Senate has called on security agencies to track and arrest bandits and terrorists who flaunt their activities on social media platforms, particularly TikTok. The resolution followed a motion on the growing attacks by bandits and terrorists in Kogi West and other parts of the country. During the debate, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan urged the Nigerian Police Force, National Criminal Cybercrime Center, and other security agencies to monitor and apprehend criminals who use social media to publicize their activities. She said bandits and terrorists have become increasingly bold, openly displaying their operations and proceeds of crimes online. The senator questioned why security agencies had not fully exploited the digital footprints left by such individuals to track and arrest them. The proposal received support from lawmakers, including Senator Osita Ungu. Senate President Godswill Akpabio also backed the resolution describing the public display of criminal activities on social media as a direct challenge to state authority. And from that particular story, we'll straight to talking business. The United Kingdom has unveiled a £15 growth program for Nigeria aimed at accelerating economic transformation, attracting private investments, and supporting reform-driven growth. According to the British High Commission in Abuja, the program was launched during a two-day visit by the UK Minister for Africa and International Development, Jenny Chapman. The initiative was one of the key outcomes of her meeting with Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele. The UK says the three-year program will help Nigeria shift from economic stabilization to growth driven by reforms and investment. Oyedele described the UK-Nigeria relationship as one of the most important bilateral partnerships, adding that the program will support capital market development, tech investment, small businesses, and technical assistance. Chapman also met with the Nigerian Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, to discuss trade, fintech collaboration, and capital market links. And from there, let's move to talking sports. South Africa's Bafana Bafana opened their World Cup campaign with a 2-0 defeat to Mexico after finishing the match with 9 men. The South Africans played most of the second half with 10 players before 2 red cards reduced them further. Sitole and Themba Zwane were sent off, while Mexico's Cesar Montes also saw red late in the game. The result extends Bafana Bafana's winless record in World Cup openers. They lost to France in 1998 and drew their opening matches against Paraguay in 2002 and Mexico in 2010. Reacting to the defeat, former Super Eagles defender Ifeanyi Udeze said South Africa lacked the quality to progress beyond the group stage. Speaking on radio, Udeze argued that Bafana Bafana failed to play as a team and have little to offer at the tournament. In another World Cup fixture, South Korea came from behind to beat the Czech Republic 2-1. The substitute Oh Hyung-gyu scoring the winner in the 80th minute. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Nigerian actress and media personality Bamike Olawumi, popularly known as Bam Bam, has reported the loss of her phone at the service of songs held for the late actor Alex Akubo in Lagos. Bam Bam disclosed this in an Instagram post, alleging that the phone was stolen from her bag during the event. Actress Susan Peters also claimed that her iPhone 16 Pro Max went missing at the gathering. Reacting to the incidents, actor Stan Nze lamented the reported thefts, revealing that more than 5 phones were allegedly stolen during the event. He expressed concerns that such incidents could occur at a gathering where friends, families, and colleagues had assembled to mourn the late actor. The service of songs attracted several dignitaries, Nollywood stars, and social media personalities ahead of Alex Akubo's burial next week. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obi dị onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nigeria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba. Onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 at all, please discuss.
It's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is a show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, as they wait as they be. And yes, like I always said, on the Spotlight Show, it's always a special time. And first on our list today, we're going to be talking about a lot. And first, we're taking Afrobeat star Davido used his performance as the FIFA World Cup 2026 countdown concert in Los Angeles to spotlight the plight of the 39 abducted children and 7 teachers from Oyo State. The singer took to the stage wearing a custom jacket, and it's a lot. I actually, well, you know, most times I always talk about this particular story, and I said a lot of people came out to, you know, talk about Davido, not speaking about the whole incident that is happening. And it's lovely that I actually saw this particular story and seeing Davido really coming out to, you know, tell people that, oh, he's also aware of the situation of Nigeria, and he is, you know, so cautious about it. I love the fact that he actually, you know, wore this. Like I've been saying, a lot of people are complaining. We know that this time around that it's a time that everybody is very cautious, everybody is careful. Like we always say, please, it's important, even as you're creating awareness, like the way Davido has done, please also be very careful. If you're going anywhere, please let somebody know. And if you don't know where you want to go, where you're going to, please let somebody else know. And maybe take somebody with you. It's important. So because definitely nobody's smiling, and you don't want to be a victim to that too. So yes, people have actually commended Davido on this particular act, and it says a lot. I don't know, but I actually love the fact that Davido loves his people, and you know, it's good. So let's take some comment and see what people have, you know, said about Davido's outfit for the, you know, the abducted children, you know, wearing each the jackets carried each of their names, the children that were abducted. All right, let's get some comments and see what they have for us. And Theorine 3678 said performative BS. Okay, and then Ella Emmanuel said, if you genuinely love Davido, okay, and that girl Nana said all this eye service self, but it's his uncle is a governor. Why can't he send the police to go rescue them? If this is eye service, tell me what it is. Okay, you mean like that girl Nana? You mean all this eye service? I mean, you see, the problem is that when you do something, people will talk. If you don't do it, people will still talk. So why not do the right thing? I mean, it's good to do the right thing. You know, there was a time the video came out, you know, talked about this whole issue. People talked down on him, saying a lot of things. And now people, you know, talked about the fact that he's friends with, you know, Cubana Chief Priest and the rest of them that has been into the City Boy movement. And he told them that he is not involved in any City Boy movement. So you people should, I just feel that people, like to gain traction or gain attention when it comes to bringing down a lot of people, like bringing down people. And I mean, Nigeria should just, some Nigerians should start doing better. That's not the right way to go. I mean, it's serious because a lot of people, when you do something that you feel like will be good, they'll always talk about it. But I feel that all those things are not meant to, touch you or make you less of who you are. Just do you. That's the most important thing. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Davido's outfit. Yes, and Nad Rasi said, if you think this is clout, you are the most mentally unstable person, and I don't ever wish you get well. Okay, and we still have more comments. Let's take more. And yes, somebody else said world best, and Yinkar said, what exactly is this guy's offense? Why do people hate him so much? A lot of points proving the government is not a major problem. And Undukwe Oluchi Abigail said, I like as they help us cry intentionally since they refuse to tackle it internally. And yes, Dubik Space said, this is how you do it. Respect charm. All right. And Doubles said, this is absolutely superb. Let's take more comment. A lot of people are still talking about Davido's outfit. And trust me, if Davido has done something like this, I mean, what stops the other people to, to follow suit? But it's your choice. Everybody's crying, and definitely maybe some people feel good about it. So somebody else said, make Davido enter politics, I beg. Now, this kind of empathetic people we need. All right. And Angie May 27 said, that's eye service. What effort did he make? It's well. So you that is talking, what effort have you made? I mean, you people are talking, you people are easy to, pluck something from someone's eyes, but you are not, speaking about your own. I feel this is a lot. Seriously. People are meant to, judge so quickly, but you don't talk about your own self if you are to be judged too. I mean, it's crazy. All right, Omotolani said actor. Okay, and Royal House NG said eye service. Is well with you people that are really saying this is eye service. I mean, I don't know where I don't know what to say about this thing you people are really saying, because maybe the different mindset is just so clear. All right, let's take more comments. We have more comments before we go over to our next story. Let's take more comments and see what people are still saying about Davido. And yes, the Queen Pearl said, where them write the name put there. No be shirt where in use stone Nigerian flag away. Okay. And then John said, he don't they use them, they chase clouds, innocent children. Okay, if you really care the way you want to be doing this, you just want public attention to make you feel you care. Okay. And Lizzie Bena said Delulu. Okay, as well. And somebody said, Kai, David, you do this one. God bless you. And Honor Gabriel Photography said, God bless you, David. All right, I mean, it's a lot. You see the way people come out and, they are not happy about a particular thing you've done, man. It's more crazy. I feel, some Nigerians just need to learn how to be more kind. See, now person, they do person. Because a lot of times when you want to, feel that you're doing better or doing something for somebody, they feel that you're doing less. They make you feel like you're not doing anything. So, but then, I mean, I even like the fact that, Davido is actually so different about that. But trust me, this particular thing that people have actually said, it's not it for me. People should be more kind. It's important. All right, yes, let's go over to the next story. And yeah, we're talking about the family and friends and colleagues of Nollywood actor late Alex Ekubo gathered in Lagos on Wednesday for a service of song held in honor ahead of his burial. And the solemn event took place at the Monarch Event Center, Lekki, and formed part of the funeral activities announced by the actor's family following his death. So the gathering attracted mourners from within and outside the entertainment industry who paid tribute to the late actor and celebrated his life and contributions to Nollywood, according to the funeral program released by the family. A wakekeep is scheduled to hold in Arochikutu. So actually, the service of song was held for late actor Alex Ekubo. It's actually, I mean, from the day I heard about the story, it hasn't been really nice for, a happy moment for everyone, because trust me, Alex has been a He has touched lives. You know, the time when you know that you have actually impacted in a lot of people is maybe when someone is noble, because a lot of people come out to speak good about you, and hearing a lot of his colleagues, fans, both friends, family speak good about him is something that really touched me the most. I continue to pray that God gives Alex's family the grace to actually bear this loss, because trust me, it's a blow on Nollywood on the whole. It's a blow on the entertainment industry, and it's a lot. All right. This the fact that people actually came out and spoke good of him, and also the people that actually attended the service of songs really spoke a lot about who Alex is. All right, let's watch and see this video of Alex's friend, close friend, speaking about him. Let's say this.
He will say, Ogbo with our stupid glasses. So he's off. Normally, when we go for events and things, I would always push him to go and talk because I'd never like to address the audience. And I had to pen down a few things here. It took me 3 years of Alex convincing me to start using my notes. So this is the notes. And I will just read out a few things I penned down here. Ogbo, white goat, La Ilah, Okosisi. I was probably the most yabbed human being on earth. But those were names he called me. I don't even know if my name is still saved as white goat in his phone. Is it? Yeah. But it was all love. You would call me and advise me like I was your child. And I'd fight you for always talking to me like I was a child. I would tell you, we are all adults, Eku. I am not you. Leave me to make my mistakes. But you would never agree. The next call will come with the same advice. That's why we fought a lot. You would always say, Ogbo, I got you. No worry. And those words never changed. Even our last conversation, you still told me the same thing. Always remember I am here for you, even if no one else is. You also kept telling me, Ogbo, get closer to God. Sometimes I would try to explain to Alex how close I am to God. I would tell him that God and I have a different kind of relationship. But coming the next Eke Market day, same advice. And that was Alex, always looking out for those he loved. We had fights, but we had even more good times. You would call me and say, Oga, go and get your visas. Anything can come up. But me, Mr. Last Minute, I would wait till the call comes and we'll start looking for visa. I still wouldn't listen. I am glad I had you, not just as a friend, but as a brother. You knew I was that guy that would ride with you through thick and thin. And even in death, my bro, I'm still riding for you. Your concerns have always been mine and would forever remain mine. What will Alex do? First thing he will say is, Ogbo with our stupid glasses. So he's off. Normally when we go for events,
it's really a touching tribute to Alex Ekubo and from his friends. So it's a touching one actually. So let's take some comments from fans and colleagues that have actually said a lot about him on the comment section. We have a lot of people that have spoken a lot about Alex Ekubo and the man who he was before he passed on. Let's take some comments and see what they have for us. And yes, I am Faith. He said his voice was trembling, and friendship sending you love to Ike Ubuna. And Nancy Omozele said this was really emotional. Rest well, Alex. And Bimbola Doye said his voice is shaking. And Ariala Tamba said, be strong, Sir Ike. Somebody else said that was his brother family. All right. At Casty O2 said, like, I have cried a lot today. Alex, may your soul rest in peace. Amen. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about Alex's death. And friends have actually come out to send in their condolences. And Decency Okike said, you can hear the pain in his voice. Rest well, Alex. And the real former said, I am so pained. I pray God strengthens the family and his close relatives. Local man once said, that one true friend. And Ola said, his voice is shaking. God, please console those he left behind. And your wife, Bibi, said, do you know Ike hasn't posted Alex on his page till now? He has not agreed or come to the realization that Alex is truly gone. This is the exact feeling I had when I lost my mom. Even on burial day, I couldn't post. It took me a long time to agree with my soul that she's gone. That's what I call true love. You see these people that post few hours immediately they hear someone is gone, never give a fuck about the person. Well, I feel a lot of people have different ways on how they, relate to, the news of someone's death. So it's everybody have the way they react to it. I don't think this should, define how they do that. So it's a lot. Talking about Ike Ogbonna and his best friend. Everyone knows the closeness they always had, and it's really touching. To come to think of the family of the late actor. So it's a lot. I feel that people that have lost someone so close, it's not so easy to move on. I mean, it takes a while. It takes a while because when you've been so bonded with this person and have memories of the person, it takes a while. Now, the only person that can relate with what I'm saying is people that have lost someone so dear and so close to them. Like I always said, I pray that God continues to give late actor Alex's family the grace to to hold up this time. All right, let's take some more comments before we go over to our next story. We have a lot of comments. And AK Queen said, I just cry like baby, it's well. And Digital Lolo said, tears, God, how will I sleep tonight? God, please take away that far from us. And I am Big Fabe said, I can feel how he's really trying hard, holding back his tears. And Anna Anthony said, may God comfort you. I teared up. This is really heartbreaking. Like I said before, God continue to, I pray for strength for the family this time around. All right, guys, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have more topics to talk about and more stories. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bond.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People
TV.
television. Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. It's happening here on VOP TV. You know, this is your best hub. And I know we've been talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure that you've not forgotten that I'm your special host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, we've been talking about basically a lot of things that have been happening. And next on our list, this is about, you know, continually we always talk about relationships and the loss of them, but something really happened recently, and this is it. A young man has claimed that he cancelled his wedding on the day of the ceremony after allegedly discovering evidences of his fiancée infidelity through footage recorded by a hidden camera. So in a viral social media post, the groom narrated how he had installed a camera inside a light bulb mounted on the POP ceiling, and later revealed recordings that reportedly revealed activities that left him unwilling to proceed with the marriage. So, you know, according to his account, he kept the discovery to himself until the wedding day before ultimately calling off the ceremony, a decision that reportedly left guests, family members, and friends really stunned. All right, before, you know, I've been saying this continually. This is my question. Is it nice to actually, you know, will I say spy on your spouse or spy on your partner? Because it's giving me the feeling of, you know, not having trust in a particular relationship. But, you know, before I, you know, speak more on this particular issue, let's hear what the young man has to say.
My wedding last month, and I'm going to give you the reason. And judge me if not better I do, yeah. I was dating this beautiful girl, yeah. While I was street smart, I know say I get money, but people just they see the money, they don't know say I date street smart. So this girl with the date, it don't they reach where the relationship done they serious. And before I marry you, I must run a lot of tests around you to make sure I'm not tying myself in bondage or something like that. So see, look here properly. If you look, this thing now, POP Bob, yeah. What I did is I go buy that tiny rope light camera within the put near Bob. I go put them for my girlfriend's center chandelier bulb in her bedroom. And every day I was busy watching blue film, watching her sex different guys. While we were planning marriage, she no know. I go just there where I did, they watch free blue film. She was cheating all along. 6 different guys slept with her on her bed in her bedroom, but she no know say I put one tiny camera beside the bulb. So I don't plan waiting I go do am. We go pay them like the thing pay me. I know. I plan to leave her on the wedding day. Now, this is what happened. I knew I was not into that wedding. I led her on. We cook. I personally spent my money. I spent over 6 million just to make sure say I won't vex the girl. So on the wedding day, her parents, everybody don't come around. I didn't play the video. Don't think that's where I'm going. Everybody don't come around. They don't know say I don't book my flight ticket. On that wedding day, I left the country. Now from the outside country, I first they talk to them for video. They show them around where they. I know they're Nigeria again. Mind you, in the life of a lot of females, yeah, you get what then they do. Wedding eve. On that wedding eve, then go give your woman, if not the one where get bad friends, not be of every woman, then go give your woman one guy, or the girl go call any guy wearing like we go sleep it and one last time. Then they call him exit to this from the street. I'll be waiting, they call him graduation. Say no day street again. Everything happened in her fucking bedroom. The home I bought with my money. The house where she dey stay, na me buy am because we live differently. So I have every right to install camera in my fucking house. Now the house I did like this now. Look at the bulb. Now where are the stress to put the camera? I put holes on all this thing. Look at the house. So it's my house. I can do anything. Now imagine say I no loot that kind of thing. So I for don't marry Oshofri put for inside my house. I cancelled my.
I mean, this is a lot though. To all my ladies, really, like, if you ask me, I would say, let it not be as if they will say, oh, Prezi, you're supporting the ladies, oh, women supporting women. They're not going to. No, you people should calm down. Listen, the fact that this guy actually did this, maybe he has already sensed before now that things like this were happening, and so he had to take action. I mean, this thing this guy did, I don't have issues with it. I think this is the right thing. Because when it comes to things about marriage, I always say it. I say, please, why not shine your eye where? Because the people they marry these days, it's shocking. We could count how many divorce cases we've been hearing all over again and all over again. And sometimes I even ask the question, I said, why does this keep happening? Is it that people don't really settle down just because they want to, get married, they just rush into marriages like that? You see this part that this guy did, I think this is just the best. Because please, it's very important. I always say, marry your kinds. Yes. Because anybody who don't see this kind of thing now will say, oh, Precious, the way the guy do, it's just the best. But you see the fact that he actually kept quiet just to pain her and the rest of them. I mean, see, sometimes revenge, they do good. Kuku just tell and say, I know what they do. Everybody make the relationship scatter. That, spending a lot of money. It was really unnecessary to spend a whole lot of, when you could just do it straight and direct and let everybody know that, you are off the marriage and everybody will rest. Do you get? So this is the part where I always talk about my comment section people, because trust me, a lot of people have already started buzzing in about the whole situation, and people brought up their own experiences about failed relationship and the rest of them. And people are asking the question if trust like this is really still needed, or people don't trust their partners anymore. Because trust me, things about relationship now scares me. I have been seeing a lot of posts where people talk about relationship a lot of time, and they'll be like, oh, I can't really say that. In fact, when it comes to dating, people are scared of, when you love somebody or try to say your emotions, you look like you're being used. So people don't, pour out their heart in a relationship anymore. If you ask somebody, oh, do you really love him or do you really like him? They'll be like, oh, I like him, but I don't want to show it. Come on. It's a lot. All right, let's go over to the comment section and see what people have said concerning this young man that actually canceled his wedding on the wedding day. And yes, Crown said, did he share the video with you? He didn't share the video, but he has said his own piece. All right, Queen Blessing said, people and stories will never happen. But he said it happened to him, so why are you scared? And Obafemi said, bro, I can say you did well, and I can tell you same time you did not do well. Okay. Since you discovered that, cancel the wedding. I have experiences like you. I called her, told her I saw everything she's doing. She should not bother on the relationship because I already moved on before I returned to Nigeria. So she told everything I have in the house, and me too, I have to get another apartment and start a new life. But same time you try, she's going to be hot for the rest of her life. And like I said, he tried and he did not try. You see the fact where he said he spent a lot, trying to make her feel bad. I mean, that wasn't really necessary. Just go straight to the point. Make she know, say, dating relationship again. Everybody. And this has to, I want to generally say this. I said, please, if say you don't want date person, you want they fly, they go other places. Kuku know them relationship. Make everybody know, say, their relationship. Then you want to be a flirt and you still want to be in a relationship. I mean, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. People feel so comfortable. Some people feel so comfortable hurting the other person, and it's crazy. Like, how do you people really do this? Let's take more comments. We still have people still talking about the young man that has actually canceled his wedding. And yes, somebody else said on this episode of Things That it's over with you. And Lucci here said, so now the guy be this. Now why the girl no great talk waiting happen on the talk? She said they look like Apple. They find hard babe. All right. And somebody else said, you collect the house back. A round of applause for this gentleman. And Kitchen Importation said, I'm proud of you, sir. Actually, the men are proud of you. And Rebecca said, Omo, my gender to do. Person will get head, no get cap. Omo, it's well. And we have more comments. Let's take more comments before we go over to the next story. We have a lot of people really talking about this action of this young man. If it's right, people are still talking about you need to trust your... But you see, this particular thing has proven that, you know, a lot of people don't trust their partners anymore. Yes, because it kind of, the way you people, you know, generalize this dating thing is turning into something else. People feel that, oh, because I'm dating you, you could, you know, see other people and stuff like that. I mean, that doesn't warrant you to, you know, do things like when you already know that somebody has come to see your people, somebody is ready to get married to you, and you're still doing that. Really? It's a lot. All right, Summer said, please, you guys should go and watch. Okay. And Just for Lua said, well done, sir. Sisterhood is proud of you. And Ike said, now wow. All right, Trichi O said, nice. Oh, all right. And another person said, brother, I love your rogality. Okay. Indeed, you, my blood from different mother. And Ibikunle said she got what she deserved. The way you make your bed, so you lie on it. And yes, Koya Official said, well done, big brother. You're a real man. You are a strong man. Brotherhood is proud of you. And yes, let's take more comments. People are really happy for this man's action. I mean, it's a lot. When we talk about relationship, you see the time when they talk, say, make una shine your eye, because some people, they can actually pretend that this is who they are. They are good people. But you don't know what those people do behind doors. Behind closed doors is a lot. When I talk about, they always tell them, I say, marriage, when it comes to marriage, please, open your eye. If you reach to wash your eye with plenty soap, I beg, it's important. Because I always say it's more spiritual than the physical eyes we use in seeing marriage. Because trust me, apart from all these things, there have been a lot of divorces these days. And people don't really trust marriage again. Yes. You know, but in as much as we are saying that, we still have good couples. We still have, you know, couples that have really been there, you know, you could look up to. But I mean, love is good though. We will tell ourselves the truth, because trust me, things like this happen. A lot of people don't really want to fall in love again because of situations like this. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, hey, he did her body. Thank God you noticed it on time. And Ogene said, you did well. And Honorable Kennedy said, well done, development. Okay. And Future Dan said, na so fire. Okay. And Evelyn said she would have still cheated after the marriage. Actually, that's a very big red flag. Seriously, because if he had married her, who knows? Okay. And somebody said, women, fear them. Okay, please, don't be saying fear them because this particular thing happened. Guys also do their own too. So I'm saying this generally, please. And Desti said, wow, Rondo. Okay, Crown said, did he share the video with you? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people still talked about this young man, you know. This young man that actually canceled his wedding, his marriage on the wedding day. Actually, see, this actually makes people to, you know, think about marriage a lot of times. I mean, if you don't want to be in a relationship where you will have to, you know, do all those things you're doing, so please save somebody's son or save somebody's daughter the stress of making them think about you or stuff like that. If you don't want to be with that person, why not find your way and decide not to get married? But you can't, you know, like someone told me, the person said, hot people really hurt people. Like you're being hurt and you want to hurt somebody else. But that's not the right way to go about relationship, and that's not the right way to go about love. Yes, if you really love somebody, you wouldn't want to. In fact, that word love is very, very special. You don't even need to open your mouth to say it like that, because your words about love has to play the fact for you. So a lot of people that come out, you know, do things like, oh, they really love this person. Do you really love this person to really stay with it? Because it's sacrifice. It's a lot. Love comes with sacrifice. It comes with a lot of things. And people that stay in relationship and just all of a sudden, you know, decide that, oh, that I want to, you know, I don't want to stay in the relationship again. I'm like, of what spirit are you working on? Because I need to ask. Yes. And you see the fact where I said this guy tried and he did not do well. The fact that comes where he said, oh, that he waited to spend a lot of money so that the girl will feel bad. I mean, that's so unnecessary. No, seriously, it wasn't really necessary to, you know, wait till, you know, they cooked, they do everything, and he even spent 6 million naira. I mean, you could use that money to do something else, you know. you don't need this. You don't actually need to, play somebody to know that, oh, you already know what the person is into. Just state it. Let everybody just rest. I mean, that's the best thing to do. But in saying about relationship, in what way? In whatever way, I feel the guy actually did the right thing, because if you're ending up with somebody, you need to do some checkups. You need to check from the family background. You need to, all those things are supposed to be put in check. So it's very, very important. And I'm not talking basically for this guy. I'm saying it generally. Even as a lady, if you're trying to settle down with somebody, that doesn't mean that you will not love the person or anything. Fine, but do your check. Do your checks. Make sure that you're in the right track. Because the truth is, it's good to be in a relationship, and it's also good to be in a relationship and marry right. Because not marrying right, you are going to cry. Yes, not marrying right is a lot of things. It talks about a lot of things. You could harm yourself. You could be in a very wrong position, and which you would not want to be in. So, like I always said, relationships are more spiritual. In fact, marriage is more spiritual. Let me be specific about that. Marriage is more spiritual than the physical eyes we use to view it, to see it. Seriously. All right. So that's my own, little advice to the young man. But it is what it is. I know some young men and his gender will be so proud of him. Actually, even some ladies are also proud of him too. Okay, yes, guys, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. See you next time. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 1
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and essential and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutrition, nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can resort to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic, till you get to the end stage, depending. It's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and we have a nutritional anemia, and we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, to encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message is trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it is not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up too, for the site, for the operation that has been carried out, for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed, because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and you need adequate iron supply, so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue, for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition, I'm so much interested in this year program, because it has a very powerful thing, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every nutritionist is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrient benefits from the foods that you are consuming.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos state officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. I should look at a city like Venice. Now, Venice is built on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times. one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Mexico? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said, Makoko has been there. I can understand.
Governors were doing the bidding of the vice Atiku Abubakar more than the president then. But you see, at the end of the day, Obasanjo was moving around. He has not. There was even a question the pressman asked him in Port Harcourt Rivers when he visited Odili. Odili was very powerful governor.
Yes.
And said, "Who is running mate?" He said, "Until I get the ticket before I can pronounce my running mate." There were
so
issues.
Right now, these cabals, the president tried to hoodwink them, give them what they want, which is promise that you have automatic to come back, like you can come back for a second time, especially the fresh governors,
the fresh ones,
so that they would enable him have a smooth transition for 2027.
That's what you saw with the 800 billion from the FAC. It's already part of it. That's why I said the cabal, the first cabal that is holding this administration is the governors. Because he's doing their bidding. He has opened the FAC account to them. All the money that comes from subsidy. Have you seen it? We have seen subsidy money worked in this nation before now. You can equate petroleum trust fund to like subsidy money. That was even under Abacha. The same Abacha that today everybody condemns that he was a draconian leader. He's channeled it and set up PTF. And PTF was doing fantastic work. You understand? So because there was a separate account for that PTF money to work and Nigerians were benefiting it. Today we have run subsidy now for 3 good years. You and I cannot benefit it because it's in the hands of the governors. The governors are now laughing more than they're supposed to laugh with him because he has opened the treasury for them.
And Abacha was monitoring it.
Buhari was his chairman of PTF.
Yes.
Late Buhari was the chairman of the PTF.
Mr. Tenkobo. It was called Mr. Tenkobo.
So you're saying that if the president wanted these subsidy monies to be duly implemented in the lives of the people, he could actually compel the governors to do something about it. So it's like deliberately allowing the governors to do what they want.
Exactly.
And most of the complaints, because you hear his supporters say, ask your state governors, they've improved FAC allocation, ask your state governors. Is it that the president cannot ask the state governors to do something if the people are complaining that the poverty is too much and you promise that now things are looking better after removing subsidy? So if these guys are now in the APC and the president can supposedly control them, why can't he tell them to do the needful so that you can have the people on your side now that you want to recampaign?
He has already opened the treasury for them. It's already too late. Esther, they say he that blows the piper pays the piper. At the beginning of that subsidy is gone. There would have been a subsidy wet account where every money that is coming into that subsidy remover would have gone in. Then from there, the president would have said, okay, state governors, out of this account, I'm releasing so to you. Then this account will be managed by this subsidy committee as it were. That all these necessary interventions, railway, road infrastructure, hospital and all this one, this is the people that will manage it. But this one I release to the governor will be like so percentage, whether 10 or 20 or 50, 30% will go to FAC. That is the one the governors would have had access to. That is how Nigerians were expecting that the president would have done when he said subsidy is gone. But today the whole money flows into the FAC, and now the governors are living larger than life. That's why the governors. Have you listened to any of the governor's speech? Before they said it, before they want to talk, they said, we thank the president.
They always do that.
That is the first statement they always make. They praise the president more than God, because the president have now come to
giving them more power, more money.
So most of the governors are now emperor in their respective states.
Does that mean he's enabling the cabals?
He enabled the cabal, especially the removal of subsidy, and the subsidy account was not defined. That was the first enabler of the cabal.
So it is these funds now that these governors have access to that
100%
for him for 2027.
100%. That's why you see that's why my governor will tell you we shall stand. And that's why a national anthem has become an anthem. And my governor, but anytime he has the opportunity to hold the microphone, instead I will give my president 2.5 million votes.
So how are we now compelled? How are we? What is democratic value here?
Before your next questions, and that shows the level of people we put in political positions.
Offices.
Yes.
And that is why I keep on saying, out of all this, the primary election, the primary selection is very, very important. If you put people that will go there to be a yes-sir person, they will end up being singing on your mandate for you. But if you go there to put the persons like Professor Ambrose Ali, they will do the needful. They weren't mindful. Professor Ali wasn't concerned about his personal wealth
at all.
He was concerned about the betterment of the state. Just like the crying governor then, that is Mbakwe. He will go there, and if you look at what Sam Mbakwe did, and others, very, very laudable projects they carried out. But this was, what are they doing other than flying abroad and taking their
the issue
their
is
out?
The present governors and leaders we have. I don't know where they come from. Today, Ambrose Ali have no home in Ekpoma. He's from my town. You can't point to his compound, but we see videos of even legislators, National Assembly members. There was one that from Rivers that was trending some time ago. When Wike went to visit him in his house,
this is a palace.
I don't even want to. I don't know where that. That's just a legislator. Today, a serving governor, at least he did 4 years, has no home in my town.
Okay, I think I saw that video.
Yes, now.
The opulence.
Oh yes, even Wike was taken aback when he was walking him round.
He was overwhelmed.
When he was walking him round. Yes, that's just a legislator.
And he described it as a
just a constituency. For just one constituency. And you cannot know how many constituents that made a state. A state have at least senatorial constituencies 3. A governor that led that, former governor of Nab Edo Delta, Bende State, then as rich as Bende, don't have a home in his town. Ekpoma. Go to Ekpoma and ask them. Show me Ambrose Ali's house.
What is the democracy we are practicing? We're seeing such fraudulent practices. We're seeing the anyhowness, the corruption, the lack of oversight, no accountability, stagnation when it comes to implementing people-oriented policies as you promised in the Renewed Hope agenda, which is meant to replicate the Hope 93. If you promise a decentralized system of government, if you say that the subsidy removal will make sure that the funds that these supposed cabals, because that was what the president said, that there are cabals who were benefiting from the subsidy and Nigerians who were meant to benefit from it were not benefiting. But now apparently you remove the money from the cabals to siphon it to the governors, to another set of cabals to enable your re-election in 2027. Then what are we doing?
It's cash and carry democracy.
That's just a cash and carry.
It's a cash and carry democracy. That's what we're doing.
Nothing different.
The speech today was what?
I mean, just to tell us that he's still in power. He's still the president of this nation.
Right up on paper, nothing in reality.
Yes,
but we can't condemn the speech yet. Let's give him some time.
What time?
What is the
what's new? What's
the new thing in that speech? What is the new thing in that speech to give time? There are no promises in that speech.
Let us from Monday start seeing those things done. If you can change.
The only thing we're waiting for is the implementation of the state policy decentralization to see it actually kick off. Every other thing is what we're not seeing yet. The electricity situation, he says that it was better, it was worse when he came in, but now it's better.
No. State police is not a new thing in Nigeria.
And then the act about the state now being responsible for transmission. That's another aspect you say you're waiting to see.
Yes, let us see that implemented.
Now, if that is what we're seeing now, on what premise is he campaigning for 2027? At least you need things that would make people believe that you're doing something. Because I have some issues though with some parastatals and agencies like the Northeast Development Agencies. They've approved monies for all those commissions, but there's no sustainable projects those commissions have been able to do. Recently,
where's the monitoring force?
There was an audit recently, and some of them could not give account of how they utilize
Who are
the funds.
co-monitoring? Is it not the same National Assembly?
Is it not the Abuja governors, Abuja agencies that are monitoring them?
And
so if they will not give account for that money, who do we now blame? Because they will say everything, people will blame Tinubu, but this time around he cannot be everywhere at the same time. These people that have been given money to do what they need to do are not doing it. The same Nigerians who are complaining. So what do they want him to do if we keep giving him all the negatives?
How about the institutions? What is EFCC doing? What is all those people that they charge? All those people, what are they doing? We should strengthen these institutions, complain to them, and they pick up the people involved. In fact, there's a sitting governor, alleged he was giving money to dredge the southern Calabar axis.
Yes.
And he squandered the money. And today the man is honorable senator. Esther, and even going to contest again.
Esther, you also agree with me that even the MDs and the chairmen of those agencies
and
who recommended them,
Yes.
They came from their governors.
Okay.
When NDDC came up in 2000, 2001, NDDC, the first body, you know, before this we start having all this other commission, NDDC. Chief Omene was the person former President Obasanjo picked as the chairman of NDDC, and he picked it on merit ground because he retired as MD in share. Now, this is what I want to be doing. Umpadec has now been scrapped up. You know, there was Umpadec, which was taken over by corruption. Eric Opia was actually the last chairman of that Umpadec. You know,
initially it was good. The activities were good.
Yeah, we have a Horsford.
Yes,
we have Horsford who was there.
They were called the second government.
Yes,
until corruption took over.
So then, when Obasanjo came in and said, "No, I'm resting Umpadec. We're going to come up with a different thing entirely," and that was gave birth to NDDC.
Yeah.
We saw NDDC. Everybody that Obasanjo brought in at that for Ugochukwu was the first MD. You know, Ugochukwu was like Obasanjo's press person. You know, understand? So it was just looking for something to compensate him. They were actually afraid of the body that if we do wrong, we might be fished out. Even the ICPC and EFCC of today, it's not Obasanjo's government that brought them up.
Yeah.
We saw that the first breakthrough EFCC had was a sitting first chairman of EFCC, the NSA of today, Nuhu Ribadu, as an assistant commissioner of police then, tried his boss, IG Tafa Balogun, and, you know, removed him from office. Everybody was like, this is a new sheriff in town. If I may quote my governor's English, you understand? This was going to be a different body entirely. But thereafter, we also saw how he was now removed from being the chairman of that EFCC and said, we are sending you to Kuru, Nigeria State Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, just because they want to pull him out, because they saw he was doing the bidding of the people that appointed him. Immediately another government came, they pulled him out. So all these are some of the things that, if we are talking here today, if the institutions are not working, Nigeria will not move forward.
So what do we now do? If there is this decadence, if the supposed constitution is flawed and even the review seems to be targeting something like an agenda, then what should we do? What do we do? Because today some persons went to protest. They were mauled by some thugs telling them not to gather here to protest. They were tear gassed. Sure, and carry on.
Do you know why it's still like this, Esther? Because our election has not been transparent.
Secondly, children still dey forest.
Yes, if our election becomes credible today, free and fair and transparent, the leader that did not do the bidding of the people, your vote, your PVC, this one that they are saying go and collect your PVC, they are just saying it for March. Your PVC will actually move him out of office in the next 4 years. So when he comes in, he will do your bidding. The first major institution we need to strengthen in this nation is INEC.
One.
The day INEC work well, every politician will be afraid of their seat.
Then the judiciary.
Then before you now talk of judiciary.
Then other aspects.
Because
other agencies.
the three arms of government, Esther, even in the military, there is executive, there is judiciary. The only one that is missing is the legislator. Today, if the legislator works well and, you know, rejig the laws to make INEC to be actually independent and strengthen judiciary as it is, everybody will fear his office when you get in there. But what happens? On your mandate we shall stand. Every bill that comes from the national, from the executive,
either good or bad,
whether good or bad, whether it favors Nigeria.
You're painting a blurry picture.
But
we are just proper solution. That's what we are telling you now. That the people must hold the government accountable.
We keep holding them accountable. Today we talk about it. Yesterday, the 210 trillion naira. You remember Mele Kyari?
Yes.
Apparently, they were supposed to arrest him. And Mele Kyari said he was shocked that they were wanting to arrest him. Or for us to hear that the Senate said they were not in support of what Adams, because Adams called them criminals and thieves because they couldn't give account of the 210 trillion. And the Senate said, no, Adams, we no send you message that your mouth don't too big, that won't concern you. It was not a collective thing. We thought that the Senate would be so precise on investigating where that money went and what that money was done, because we heard that the NNDPR person, which is Wunti, has been silently infused into the APC, that the president is aware of it. Nentawa says that is the way they're going to go about it. They'll give him a senatorial seat, and once that happens and the president is aware, supposedly speak with the Senate, that it will go down and the Senate will not invite him or ask him questions. So if that is now the case, are we saying just because somehow there is some political leaning that nobody will investigate the 210 trillion, and if that man hasn't snuck into the APC, then that's it, and that's why the National Assembly is staying away from it?
What did your former governor said? He said if you once you cross over to APC, he said,
you don't understand.
I'm coming.
How much is the 2026 budget? About 56 trillion naira. 210 trillion naira would have been able to cut off all of this.
This thing graduates from somewhere and snowballs. What we are seeing is the snowballing of what has started, of the rot of the state and of the rot of what is ongoing. How many of those people in the Senate are truly have the integrity to be there in the first place?
Exactly.
If you are to X-ray almost all of them, you will discover that up to 10% of them are not supposed to be in the Senate.
Yeah, even more than Esther. That's why I'm telling you.
I mean, if it's just 10%, that would have been a good thing. It means 90%
Esther,
of them.
If you are talking of 210 trillion, it's about 5 years of Nigeria budget. So you now believe that what Oshiomhole said can counter 210 trillion? The people who are beneficial, do you think it's only Menekari that had the power to, to move 210 trillion?
Yes, no.
If you want to start talking about this 210 trillion,
group of
all
people,
the emirs,
I mean, the former president,
all the imams,
there are a group of people
all
who
the politicians
to benefit from that money.
I mean,
so only one man is not coming to speak and say he must be brought either dead or alive.
No way.
For a humongous amount of 210 trillion.
I mean, the former president Muhammadu Buhari was the leader of the he wasn't just the president, he was the minister of petroleum, wasn't he?
Yes, he was the minister of petroleum.
The president, exactly.
He was even the minister of petroleum before he became president and became another. That was the second time of being minister of petroleum in this nation. You have minister of petroleum during Obasanjo Murtala Mohammed's time,
and that was why he was called Mr. One Kobo. Because I learned every barrel he owns a couple.
So you cannot imagine.
Nigerians, let's hear from you. We will soon wrap up our special Democracy Day broadcast. You can see this is why we are where we are.
It's our democracy. It be like say you get us be.
Get us
But it's time for us to open the phone lines. You've heard from us, you've heard from the analysts. It's time for us to hear from you. You can either call us directly or send your messages on WhatsApp. We're also streaming live on YouTube. It's VOP 903 FM. To everyone who's watching us on YouTube right now, we do appreciate you. Give us a call 0803-692-9933 0803-692-9933. Nigeria, this is our democracy. How we go take Duam? Make it serve all of us. Send a message on WhatsApp.
Yeah, 081-717-56338. No SMS. WhatsApp message 081-717-56338. Call or message on WhatsApp.
All right, we want to hear from you. Please keep it short, keep it simple, keep it polite, keep it respectful, okay? Welcome to the special June 12th Democracy Day broadcast. What's your name and location? Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chioma. My name is Shola. I'm calling from Mr. Jadi. I greet to Mr. Souls and your guest. You see, I listened to your guest, but my own take on this is that for Mr. Tinubu, despite being in Ladeko, I want to say that, I don't know maybe all along, but like you rightly mentioned, he never believed in one Nigeria. So let's say that, okay, he was of the ideology that there should be restructuring. But what I've realized is that on ascending presidency, that spirit of greed that normally rests on most of the president rested on him. I don't know, maybe he changed, or maybe that's how he has been. And for the analysts that were saying that the cabals and the governors, I beg to differ. The reason is that this man, when he now came in, he's very clear that he now devised a plan to capture all the necessary people to be captured, to make sure that he perpetuates himself in power. Look at legislature, look at judiciary, then look at, you can attest to the fact that Akpabio never contested. It was his own choice. I'm talking about the president, for Akpabio to be Senate president. So he now, at the detriment of Nigerians, because of his plan, the subsidy that's supposed to benefit Nigerians, he gave it to the government to lure them to his side, and that's why you're hearing that on your mind. So he's somebody that he has lost it. That is if he ever had the ideology before, and all he's all about is to perpetuate himself in power. So there's no cabal. The cabal, every government has their own cabal. They have their own cabal. They can mention the chief of staff, the people around it, cabal. But those governors, he's playing games with all of them. He knows what he's doing. I'm talking about the president. So he's never a Democrat. I don't know. He must perpetuate himself. That's what I can say about him. Democracy Day, he's an insult. For all his speech, he negates the actual tenets of democracy. I don't want to use a word, but it's like an emperor. That's what I think. And if you don't take time, we are going to experience Benin Republic. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Shola. Please, we don't want to experience Benin Republic. 0803-692-9933. Give us a call. Hello.
Hello, VIP. Good afternoon, Sasa Mas.
VIP
has made my way to the honestly speaking. Sometimes I feel like crying, and sometimes I feel like being happy. What we are seeing today is not a democracy.
Sir, please, what is your name, sir?
Sorry, my name is Ralph. I'm calling from Satellite Town.
Thank you so much, sir. God bless you.
Mr. President never planned to do anything to Nigeria rather than governors. And that's why we keep on hearing, can I meet your governors? And the care is not taken. This idea of state police will be like, can I meet your governors?
Thank you for your call.
Sir, is that all?
He has gone. 0803-692-9933. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name, where you're calling from, please.
My name is Onomak Bome.
Calling from?
I'm calling from Lagos.
Okay, go ahead.
There's one thing I want to say.
Please say.
The president said something today. He said the bandits or the terrorists, that they give them time to surrender. When I heard it, I said, are we in war? How can we tell bandits to surrender? They should be wasted. Tell bandits to surrender. Surrender for what? We have two lions in the forest? No. That's what I want to say. Thank
you.
Thank you for your call. 0803-692-9933. This is the June 12th Special Democracy Day broadcast on VOP. What's your name and location, please?
Hello, good afternoon, Choma.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, this is UC from Apapa precisely.
Welcome, UC.
Yeah, I want to appreciate you for all of you for putting up this program. Everybody there in the house, good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon, UC.
Yeah, see, I'm so very, very uncomfortable with this idea of believing when you restructure the country and place every region to their own path, it will trigger development. I disagree with that notion. We have countries in Africa here that are living as a Soviet country, yet they are still struggling. So the question now is, we as black communities, who did things to us, are we wired not to excel? Are we wired, or we choose not to do anything reasonable? So you could still structure the country and place every region to its own side and its own path. Nothing will still work.
Yeah, I think I agree with this, your reasoning, no?
Yeah,
I disagree.
I agree with this is reasoning.
No, you could disagree.
It's
debatable.
It's debatable. And it has been tested before.
Before it's not now. The kind of persons we had then are not the persons we have now.
And with the type of crisis and development coming up now, you see that it's tested down to be much better. Okay, sorry, sir.
Let me land on my point, sir. See, sir, Africans, black community, I know, we are struggling to develop. Our index towards development mentally, mindly, visionary is quite too poor. For instance, South Africa as a people, the black community, they are struggling with everything around them. The white has done so much. Since the black community took over, its leadership since Mandela up to this day, what have they achieved?
Sir, please just don't talk about those black South Africans. If you live there, they feature themselves.
Let me start right now. Look. Democracy is not our problem. Whether democracy, whether monarchism, is not our issue. Our challenge right now is we lack the capacity to lead ourselves very well. That is just the truth.
All right.
Whether we practice monarchism, aristocracy, our political practice of function is not our challenge. Our challenge is that we are challenged people. I appreciate you all. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. The reason why I said, Mr. Awa, I said that I kind of reason with him. For example, this whole restructuring thing, every region be responsible. That's the role that the governors are even meant to play somehow. Develop your states, right?
And make it an envy.
And as the governor of the states, let's see, enforce leadership through the developments that comes up from your administration. in the southeast, I will not talk about other states that I don't know. It's like there's a curse of wrong leadership. You may have a good leader in one dispensation. You will not have another good governor in the next 4 or 5 dispensation. So we're looking at a situation where you're saying that we should restructure, everyone should be in charge of governing their own region. And then the kind of leaders that are there may be even more rotten than the people. I'm saying this because we know the experiences we have had. Look at a state like Abia State. What Alex Otti is doing is just like the basic that any leader should do. But it's being seen as an extensive development because it is something the state has not witnessed in a very long time. You need to see the hype and the praises. So the set of persons that have governed have really failed. So the greed does not necessarily mean that it's about a system created. It's about the intentionality of these individuals. So in other words, to wrap up what he's saying is that you may say let's restructure and it may be worse because of the kind of persons in charge.
That's why I use the Niger Delta Development Commission.
Thank you very much. Do you realize that the Tompolo factions were fighting a few days ago over the part? They said Tompolo crossed the whatever. And that region, you still see them backward. It's like those people that have that money want it that way. A faction of people, they gave these guys who are considered militants access to the pipelines. The Fokedo pipeline, Tompolo is in charge of it. Look at that region.
Esther, thank you.
Thank you too.
You see, you are not far from the truth, but I want to disagree with you. Do you know what?
Me too.
If the Igbos, the Southeast, decide to let their own sons and daughters who is leading them improvise them, that's for them. You that graduated from that same region, your own mate in the school is being sponsored by his own region, his or her own region, on scholarship, and you are struggling to pay school fees because you are from a region where the people now decide to sit on the people's words. Do you think you will like it? Do you think your own classmate is sponsored, is enjoying everything, bursary, scholarship? Then you also supposed to have the same rights
and job
and you know, in the school. But when you are there, your parents are struggling. Do you think you will like it? Do you think all the student body will like it? Number one. Then when you finish, your own classmate will proudly go back and said, I'm going back home. And the next 2 months, it calls you, I'm in social office now. But you don't have that privilege to carry your CV to that place, you know, because you're going to.
So in other words, you're saying that if the leaders refuse to do the needful, it's not left for the people in the region to hold them accountable.
It is the people who owns leadership. That's why we are missing it.
What the rot we are seeing
is the people
has the hands of the federal government, because as we are seeing, the constitution itself is just a cut and sew.
It favors them. Abuja gives you money, and you are not aware of how
much that
you don't know how much is giving.
So, and again, if there's any crisis there or anything, the state governor cannot call the CP, the commissioner of police in charge of that state, to say, please, so there's crisis here, help us talk to the people or look into it. He has to listen to Abuja. And before Abuja responds, it is possible those crises would have gone haywire.
It doesn't, I mean, emergency doesn't wait.
An emergency does not
doesn't wait.
It's like fire, it keeps on burning. So that is why you said it is the hand of the central government controlling. Again, if you look at the judiciary, and something is happening within the state, and I've taken my social person to court, and they will not tell you, come, call social person. Abuja will tell you, hand over that case to social person.
Because it doesn't affect him.
It doesn't affect him. So by the time all these things, all the federal structure is fully implemented and practiced, these things will not come up. You can see what. Sorry, before I conclude, you see what happened during the tenure of Awo and others. It was Awo himself, before he became the premier, had a master plan of what to put in place. And when he started, we could all read what other regions were doing. They were following him back on back because they want Nigeria to develop.
Now, still talking about if the governors can't do well in their state, I don't see why it will be different if it's a region. Because let's take a look at the north. Okay, let's take a look at the north and the south. when you compare the governors from the north, I mean, we're still practicing the same regional government. You see the development in the north compared to the development in the south.
Mind you, the pyramid of granules can still come back. The pyramids of granite, the pyramids of cotton, is because the cotton, the north collapsed. That our textile industries has collapsed.
Okay, so let's take calls because it's time for them.
Avi, hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. What's your name and location?
Good afternoon. This is Tokwe from Badagry.
Welcome, Tokwe. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, I like your assertion. I like your program. I like the way you guys. I like the criticism and so forth. But I want to ask this question: the Abiola family and what they call Enaoro and Co. I want to know whether, even for the fact that we remember them for the Democracy Day, I want to know whether they even remember those who the Baba mentioned. Those people that Baba mentioned that fought for the so-called democracy. I want to know, are they really enjoying their life?
No one.
Even their children, what did they do for their children? Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
That's a valid question.
0803-692-9933, 0803-692-9933.
Okay, should we?
How will they enjoy their life? Are they not part of Nigeria? They don't have I mean, no matter how,
one of them was given another appointment.
No matter the appointment and how rich they are, by the time they come out in security, stare them at their faces, they are no more enjoying Nigeria.
And besides,
and they go to the same market we go to, so they are not enjoying Nigeria.
And besides, the power that consumed Abiola consumes his enterprises.
Okay, what's the name and location? Sorry, sir. Welcome to VOP.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua, and I'm calling from Lagos.
Welcome.
I just want to talk about the Kaaba, where I'm still in school, but when we check this Kaaba, like all organs of government, we have Kaaba. Even in local government, we have Kaaba. But when I want to talk about it, this democracy we are actually celebrating, is it even really in function? Is it functioning in Nigeria? Like, when they say democracy, government by the people from the village, these people that are really leading us, are they doing the thing we want? Now they say they remove the subsidy. Even the subsidy is even better when the subsidy is not removed. At least you are still buying fuel like 600 naira, you are buying it like in cheap amount. Now they remove the subsidy, you are buying it now. You don't even see anything. They say they release the other sector of government. You don't see anything. There is no even any improvement. Hello.
Thank you very much for your call.
It appears as if the democracy is not working because we are federalism by structure, but practicing unitary system. And when you practice a unitary system in a federal structure, it appears as if you are practicing a monarchical system. So that is why things are not working. But when it is properly structured, things will move better.
All right. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, what's your name and location, please?
My name is Aisodia.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Sanko.
All right, go ahead.
So I just want to contribute on this area of Kaaba.
Okay.
So what is this? I want the whole Nigeria to hear me very clear. This is the only person that can deliver Nigeria now is OP. Why everybody is afraid of OP? Why everybody is afraid of OP? Let us think it out another time, so that no go suffer second time. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. 0803-692-9933. Give us a call. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chama.
Hi. What's your name and location?
My name is Chris. Good afternoon to everyone in the house.
Good afternoon.
Where are you calling from, Chris?
I'm calling from Lagos.
Welcome. Go ahead.
It is unfortunate that at this time we are still talking about how to move our democracy. I like us to see Nigeria this way. Everybody that is, aspiring to become president from all parties.
Chris, are you there?
Everyone seems to be facing Peter Obi. Anything Peter Obi does is Peter Obi. In fact, very recently, Kenneth came out and, lambasted and did everything. Peter Obi stands as a Nigerian, while every other person that is fighting him stands as the cabal. But what is there is that if he persists, if he continues, if he doesn't stop, one day he will get to the seat of power. And when he gets to the seat of power, you see all these people we are calling cabal, I don't even know if they are a cabal, they will buy themselves to relocate.
Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call. 0803-692-9933. Send your messages on WhatsApp too.
Okay, I think it's time to read some messages. My name is Onyechege. So there are still people that think there is hope for Nigeria. I laugh in Biafra.
You have to be patriotic. We should believe there is hope for Nigeria and be optimistic.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Esther and other technocrats in the studio. Someone has come to this studio some time ago to open our eyes to the fact that Tinubu was never a true Nadeko person. He made us see how he went trying to lick Abacha's boot for his selfish interest and failed. So we should not be surprised at who we see him to be today. Pastor Peter from Ikeja. Thank you very much, Pastor Peter. Good afternoon, Solomon, and everyone in the studio. Please, what structure of government does Ghana operate? The current president of Ghana came in and insisted on being prudent in managing the resources of the country, and now there's economic stability in Ghana. Do you think that even with international crude price risk, ask this question because even though I also clamor for true federalism, but he didn't complete the statement. Comrade Godfrey from Surulere. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's Adeyemi Kamoro from Banana Island, Lagos. While people like Tinubu was busy fighting for this democracy, Peter Obi was busy working with Abacha. Oh, okay. Today, the same man is everywhere talking about democracy. The same man that he never fought. Okay. Thank you very much. Obed Oji, yes, we have been saying it here. Our problem is INEC, the judiciary, the security operatives. If these institutions are streamlined for our election, we will get the right elections. Simple. Okay. Good afternoon, Lady Esther Machuku Choma, Innocent, and gentlemen, Mr. Awomiko and Mr. Elvis, Solomon FM, Solomon Asika from Munshi. So the question now is, since the inauguration of June 12 as Democracy Day to date, how has the nation been faring? Has the nation been on the better side? These questions are meant to answered by you guys in the studio for us.
Mr. Awa and Mr. Elvis.
It has not been better because it's just a mere pronunciation. It's just a mere pronouncement that June 12 is not.
Sir, but if it is a mere pronouncement, as you are saying, you will not be in this studio criticizing this government too.
We are not criticizing. We are only setting an agenda. We are only telling them
also criticizing.
What is
because if you don't criticize, you will not get reaction.
What is expected of them to do is what we are telling them here. That's why we are saying that, first of all, the profligacy lifestyle they live, if you really want to, get to the people, cut your own. Not talk that they say we are aware that Nigerians are suffering, but bear with us. How long do we bear? We bear 11 years for APC now. We continue to bear, but their own lifestyle, they don't cut it. So we are.
The cost of governance has skyrocketed. Years.
This same Nigeria that Nigeria cannot feed. He came in and bought a new aircraft for himself. How many Nigerians are flying it with him? Sure. He bought a yacht and all that.
Yes, to me, well, it's a work in progress, and we'll say we keep on hoping, keep on seeing the good things, and keep on holding government responsible so that they do the needful in the educational sector, in the economy, in the hospital. Look at most hospitals are just there. Somebody described them as consulting centers. So we should make our hospitals to work, make our universities to be truly universities, and make our
secure Nigerians' life. That is the most paramount now. Every other institution will not work if you don't have security.
So we should let the street be secure, and things will move ahead.
Former President Muhammadu Buhari signed a constitutional amendment and the Nigerian Electricity Act 2023, which decentralized the power sector and granted all 36 Nigerian states full authority to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity independently. So Tinubu should stop repeating these and go to work. John from Ijaniki.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone in the studio. Why is Ralph also not listed by the president as one of the people who fought for democracy when the righteous is on seat for the people rejoice? Celestine Nidor from Korodu. Okay. Thank you very much. Every citizen of every state should take protest to their state governor house to demand accountability of what they have done with fat amounts they receive from president. Thanks, Ole from Egbe, Lagos.
Okay, so I think Ole means FAC.
The FAC.
FAC.
Good afternoon, VOP crew. This is Chima from Surulere. Please, what is more money without value? I hate hearing more money. I have never experienced a time like this. Let us say the truth, please. The economy is terrible. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies in the studio. My name is Gabriel from Ikorodu. It's really annoying when I think about democracy and the APC government. Democracy is about the people, but this party and its government is disconnected from the people. In a true democracy, gentlemen and ladies, protest, which is an avenue through which the voices of the people are heard, is given a prominent position in the polity. But under APC government, protest is taboo. Even where they allow it, they will quickly hire thugs to counter the protest. We won't enjoy democracy that this government is out of the way. For our democracy to grow and develop, there must be a systemic and institutional restructure. But the question is, who, when the legislature and the judiciary are singing on the mandate, we shall stand.
That should be our second national anthem.
Esther Chomanko, thank you for the good work. I'm Ojonugwa Ochinye, watching you from Agbo in Delta State, but this is my first time reaching you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good day, house. As we celebrate Democracy Day today, I wish you truly have real democracy in Nigeria. Sheikot from Itire. Thank you very much, Sheikot. Hello, Choma and others. Happy Crazy Day, not democracy. What you people are supposed to be talking about is to strengthen the electoral system so the voting will be electronic, the way it has been done in other countries. With all these, the people on power will sit up and our vote will count. Solomon from Abuliadu. Good afternoon, Choma, and you all in the studio. Democracy without true federalism, restructuring in this country, this home breed democracy, like Fela said, sorrow, bless, and tears. Patrick from Lagos.
All right, we can take more calls.
Yeah.
0803-692-9933. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name and location, please?
Thank you very much. This is Sikan calling you from Isolo Kingdom.
Thank you so much for calling.
It's very, very unfortunate that I came in very late. So most of the topic and most of what people discuss, I did not hear or I did not know about. But a little that I've just heard, I just want to say something.
Please go ahead.
Now, the point is that Nigeria is in crisis. And we should look at it seriously. I want you people to understand that the problem we at hand is far, far, far more way than we can even imagine it. We should think, and we should plan, or else what will happen and what will come onto us will be so severe that nobody will be able to even run away from this country. I am telling you nothing but the truth. It's not a laughing matter.
May it not happen, please.
That is what we will say. May he not do this. Please. Okay. Even if it were to be as a national anthem on VOP, let us continue to warn the Nigerian security now. Let us continue to warn the court and all those people. We will be able to warn the INEC that come 2027, if they do not conduct free, fair, credible, and accepted election in Nigeria, I am not praying for war. I am not praying for crisis. But what would happen will consume all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling.
Thank you for your call.
Good afternoon, VOP. I'm not against restructuring in Nigeria, but the same bad leaders are from within the people. Our problem is us as a people, not necessarily the geography, demography, or structure. We have leadership problem as a people, and until we decide to do things rightly, eliminate greed as a people, we can't go anywhere, even fly at high height from UC. That's a valid problem. We have a problem, even we as ordinary people.
We've said that.
Good afternoon.
We've said that.
Good afternoon. I'm
Welcome to
calling from
VOP.
Ikeja.
Okay.
Ryan. So I want to ask, so do we really have a leadership issue or people
What's
issue?
your name? What's your name and location?
I'm Ryan. I'm calling from Ikeja.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so I'm asking, so do we really have a leadership issue or people issue? Because if you really look at it, the people themselves, I mean, the leaders themselves, they still come from the same people we talk about every day. Because when the ordinary man then finds himself in the position of power, they seem to do the things that they criticize the people in power about. You get, so for me, I don't know, we are going to talk about these things from now till maybe next year, and then again come back again to discuss the same issue, and nothing really would change. Because I think that's one of the important we start to ask, what is the general thinking of Nigerians? Can we really tell these people to say, okay, well, you know the right things to do, but why are you not doing the right thing? Do we have to break people's heads to tell them to do the right thing? So it's a very difficult situation. I think maybe the IQ of we Africans or Nigerians should really be questioned, because we do not think like normal people at all. We do not, and no matter the amount of talk you bring, the amount of training you bring, the sensitization you bring, it still would not change anything. We are just a different breed of people who are not willing to change, and we are never going to change. It's just going to be like that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't totally agree with him.
Okay.
Our leadership, actually, we have leadership issue, agree, we still have followers issue. But if you look at some good leaders like time of Idiagbon, why work against indiscipline? You can see that even up to date, there's some places you don't need to be told. You'll be on queue to enter vehicles.
It's the mentality of the people
Then,
at that time.
and it's still working.
Isn't this chicken and egg argument there? Because it's interwoven.
It's a woven. And if you look at the likes of
there's no
Muntala,
consistency. After Idiagbon, if the subsequent leaders have actually built on it, it would have been better than where we are. Indiscipline is our problem.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine, Esther. How are you?
I'm fine. Welcome.
Tell us the name where you're calling from, please.
Yeah, my name is Mark.
All right, Mark. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I greet a guest in the studio.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so listening to your guest, I was kind of even getting more confused, right, in the analysis, rather than getting the matter straightened up. Because I can't understand how your guest would compare the military administration of Buhari with a democratic institution. That aside.
Mark, hold on, please. No, don't say that aside. No, don't say that aside. Which aspect of Buhari's administration? Are you talking of the Idiagbon days?
Comparing the PTF, the Petroleum Trust Fund.
Yes. Yeah.
Under Abacha. Sonny Abacha was a military dictator, wasn't he?
Mark, I'm trying to. You're saying that you're wondering why they are correlating it or making a comparison. Did you understand the context where they use that example?
But the subsidy right now, why would you compare PTF under Sonny Abacha? Sonny Abacha was a dictator. He didn't need him.
Mark, you're not getting it. It's like that you did not follow the conversation from the beginning. The context they use that even during the military administration, they were able to utilize the profit of our mineral resource, which is oil. Yes. And that was where Petroleum Trust Fund came. At least there was something to show that the people could have direct benefit. But in this case, you removed subsidy. You gave the governors all the monies, and the governors are not doing what they're supposed to do with it. And you're not even asking them why the people are not feeling the impact of the subsidy removal. So in this case, what is your issue?
The issue is that you can't compare apples with oranges, right?
You can't compare what?
The subsidy. Let me.
No, I didn't hear you. You said you can't compare what?
Apple with orange.
You can't compare apples with oranges, right? Now, in this case, we have subsidy. What is subsidy? Subsidy is not an extra income. It's not an extra revenue. It is the money that is coming from the federation account that is being used to pay oil marketers that are taking in oil at a subsidized rate.
I think you're confusing.
Mark, I think you're confused here.
Yeah, you're
it's not meant to pay any oil marketers as a subsidized rate. If they are doing that, then that means they are still subsidizing.
The subsidy has been removed, isn't it?
Mark, thank you very much. Sometimes when you call, just put your thoughts together on paper so you sound coherent.
We are talking about Abacha brought in petroleum tax.
No, don't mind Mark. I know Mark. He's just
when
being
he
funny.
brought in and said the money from this petroleum tax will be managed by petroleum trust fund
and
be used for Nigerians.
I know Mark.
Directly.
Mark is just being funny. Don't mind him. I love his passion for the administration. There's no issue with that. But sometimes try and understand the context of the conversation. They set up examples, and that's where the comparison came. However, Mark, next time write out all your thoughts on whatever it is you disagree with. So when you call in, you're pointing out the issues one after the other, so you don't mix up things. All right. Thank you for calling. All right, we have one more call, and then we'll take a couple of messages and be done with this special broadcast. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? I did, Jerry. Welcome. What's your name?
God bless you. May God bless you, my sister. My name is Monday. I'm calling from Suez.
Oga Monday, welcome. Please go ahead.
May God bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. You know one thing, there is no how in life that this APC government will give Nigeria good election. Because nothing good comes from Babylon. Still take it and run away with it. How will it work? It can never work. Because I just pray to God. By special grace of God, things will be okay.
God.
Okay, earlier today I wrote a little piece about the government and the people, how there's really no much difference, and the only thing that's different them is their current position. Would have sent it, but then okay. Tay, thank you very much. Tay, good afternoon. My name is Tofa Chris. According to what Mr. President said, I believe in Nigeria 100%. Please, I also have questions for Mr. President. Did he believe in Nigeria too? And we see other countries that the president believe in their country, how they govern their status well. I come in peace, aka Akati Chris. Okay, thank you very much. Greetings to everyone in the studio, especially my Essam brother. My name is Vincent from Australia. This is my first time of reaching out to you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. I believe what if we do not tackle corruption in Nigeria, it will eventually consume us all. For Nigeria to truly change, we must first experience a renewal of the mind. Without a change in our mindset, we cannot transform our society. I only hope that the average black man is not cursed. Thank you. If Nigeria could have had independence as Somalia and Somaliland, to me, everyone could have had his way to exit. But as it stands, we pray for good leadership. Aruna, thank you very much. Aruna, good afternoon, everyone in the studio. I am on my knees begging. I want you to bring H. Oh, I want you to bring Mr. Peter Obi to this studio. We want you to come and tell Lagosians what NDC planned to do about voter apathy that is going to be more serious in 2027. Gabriel is my name. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Oh, this is long, but I'll try to cut it short. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the studio. Taiwo from Ijigbo. You are doing a great job. Thank you very much. I want to disagree with one of the analysts who put every one of Nigeria's problem on the system of government being practiced in Nigeria. The system of government we are practicing is not really our problem, but the mindset of our leaders. If our leaders are the type who are patriotic and willing to serve the people with the level of resources we have, we won't be in this mess. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, VOP. I'm so happy hearing Ikan voice again on VOP. Remain Peter Omonse and Chief Aloy. These are the old callers since the time of Precious and Lady P. Amobi from 7 and 8. Thank you very much, Amobi. Thumbs up VOP for assembling these great men. This station is already on the good side of history and certainly will be remembered when this roaring sea is behind us. Again, thumbs up, Esther Choma Solomon. We love you all. Sam Okwa Poet from Dokwemo, Lagos. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Esther and the esteemed guests. Though today is Democracy Day, there is nothing to celebrate about democracy. The issue about Nigeria is corruption and at high and low. Please, it has eaten deep into the fabric of society. Mention the institution
What system or structure of governance does Ghana operate?
Yes.
What system is that? Is it the same system we do here? Or they
also have province, just like we
templates.
have states. They call it a province. So and
it's the same template.
Yeah, so
leadership is actually
it's actually leadership and
it's
showing greed.
Yes. So that is why we all need to work together. The leadership and the leaders, the leadership and the followers should work. We should hold the leadership accountable, because when you hold them accountable, they'll be able to know, hey, there are people.
Are we even mentally strong enough to even hold them accountable?
There was a time it happened during the Ali Mongo.
But we held the military accountable. The military now handed over. 9 months, Abdul Salam handed over.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis Elimihele, Mr. Awa Omiko. God bless you. Thank you so much for coming in. Solomon Ofen, Choma Innocent. Quite a beautiful conversation we had here and the special program. Thank you guys so much for the deep research, for the agenda setting platform and the conversations we've had to set the agenda. We critiqued, we also reviewed, and at the same time we gave recommendations. So thank you, Choma, Solomon Ofem, for today. We will be doing something similar to this, but on a bigger platform by October 1, by the grace of God, when we're able to get some certain things, in tune. We intend to do this where we will physically see you. You guys will be present with us, and the conversation will be you guys having that conversation with us. Nigeria must be better. Nigeria needs to be great, and that's why we keep on talking. Until then,
it's bye for now. Thank you very much for joining us on the June 12th Special Democracy Day broadcast. It's been an amazing and insightful conversation. Remember that Nigeria is you and you are Nigeria. So keep doing the best you can to make the country move forward. Don't give up on Nigeria, please.
Well, we've said everything. It's bye-bye. It's time for us to go. I don't tire.
Fun house time with MC Chooks and Dr. Walkie Talkie comes up shortly. Stay tuned.
Nigeria, we hail thee.
Our own dear native land. Don't try Banton, baby. Time with MC Chooks and Dr. Walkie Talkie.
Please note,
Stay tuned.
the views and opinions expressed on this program
Our own dear native land.
the individual contributors and do not necessarily represent the official views of the Voice of the People 90.3 FM.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, good day and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a pleasure having you join us on the show. You know, Health Check is usually where we shine the light on your health, your well-being, you know, elevate really. And you can always watch us live on YouTube at VOP TV Live and on SLTV channel 264, wherever you are watching from. So today is quite an interesting episode, a very special one at that. I'd love to call it Children Special, something like that. Okay, so today we are going to focus on our beautiful and adorable kids. You know, Children's Day may have just passed, but today we want to continue a conversation that goes beyond celebration. Because when we talk about children, we are really talking about the future of families. We're not just talking about families, we're also talking about communities. We're not just talking about communities, but we're talking about the society itself. I mean, the kids make up the society because they eventually grow and become the future leaders, of course. So many conversations around children's health only begins when a child feels sick, and it is not meant to be so. A child's health is meant to be a priority even before they are born. And we shouldn't always wait till they are very sick or we notice something very significant or there's something wrong before we pay attention to them. So children's health is much more deeper than treatment. It is focusing on their nutrition, it is focusing on their emotional well-being, their development stages, their sleep patterns, their learning environments, their immunity, their maternal health, and you know, several other things to that. So today, that's what we are going to be doing. And the question is, are we really giving them the proper health care that they need? And the actual question, again, is, are we raising them in a healthy way? Are we raising them in a healthy way intentionally? And are we responding only when problems appear? Well, I'm not doing this alone. I am joined by Dr. Gift Jegede, a licensed medical doctor in both Nigeria and in the United Kingdom with experience in acute medicine and pediatrics. She's also passionate about preventive health care, community health advocacy, and improving healthcare access in underdeveloped communities. Nice to meet you and welcome to the show, Dr. Gift.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. It's so amazing to meet you today.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome. You're welcome. It's always a pleasure.
You.
All right, so let's dive right into the topic of today. We are going to start from the fact that when people hear children's health, many people think we're talking about hospitals, we're talking about medications and all of that. But medically speaking, what truly defines a healthy child? What truly defines them? Is it only when they are robust? Or because we know that people judge healthy living with, oh, you look fat, you look good, you look, this child is so plumpy and all that. So what really defines a healthy child beyond not just being sick?
Okay, so the WHO actually defines health as the complete state of physical, emotional, social, and mental well-being. So for a child, when you say that a child is healthy or not, you're actually looking at both the physical aspects, the social aspect, the mental aspect, and then the emotional aspect. So that means physically, how does this child look? Is he overweight, underweight? Is this child able to relate with others socially? Because there are some children who are very healthy, yet they can't talk to you, they can't communicate clearly. And then also when it comes to their verbal response, can they speak well, like I just said? Yeah, and then even with interactions with other people, do they have good relationships with people? So, and mentally in school, are they performing well? How's their IQ? So all of this actually contributes to how we say a child is truly healthy.
Wow. Wow. All right. You've said a lot, and I would like to take it one at a time. Right. Okay. So many parents actually focus more on physical growth than the other things that you just mentioned. And really, as we're speaking, it just dawned on me that healthy living is all round. It's an all-round thing, it's an overall thing. So they just overlook the developmental stages and all that. So at what point should parents become concerned when children begin to default in their speech, in speech delays, their learning and social interactions and behaviors? At what point should they begin to be concerned when they notice delays like that?
All right. So actually, for children, we have certain milestones that they are meant to hit, and it starts from birth, and then when the child is 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, the child will progress from what we call social smile, that you can look at the child and the child smiles back at you, and then that's like a kind of like an interaction when the child is really young. So that means that the child is able to recognize that there is someone who is there. So there's that social interaction. So that's at 6 weeks. And then as the child grows older, they begin to blab, begin to hear some sounds, mama, dada, just something. So it means that there's that verbal interaction there. And then after the child grows older, they'll be able to make some words. So when the child is about 3 years, about to start school, and they still can't make those monosyllabic words like mama, dada, and we're worried. And then at that time, when you expect them to go to school and relate with other kids, if you see that the child is quite secluded, then there's something to be worried about.
So what should be done when they notice things like that?
Currently, if you notice a child who has those kind of delays, the first thing is to actually find a pediatrician who can actually assess the child and know what exactly is wrong. So from the pediatrician is able to assess and then know who to refer them to. Because we have the speech therapists, we have the psychologists, we have different specialties, occupational therapists. So it depends on what the pediatrician is able to assess. So I would advise that they actually see a pediatrician.
All right, noted. Okay, let's go into another aspect of this, their nutrition. We all know how children love sweets. They love sugary things. Some of us are still children and we still love it. You know, I don't want to expose I'm not talking about myself, right? But some of us are very guilty. We can boldly call ourselves children at this point. So let's talk about their nutrition, because a lot begins there, really. So many children today consume more processed foods. They consume more snacks. They consume more unhealthy drinks, you know, soda and all of that than ever before. So how much damage can poor nutrition quietly do to a child in their developmental stages? Or is it okay for them to take so much sugar since they are still growing up?
Okay. When it comes to nutrition for a child, a child who is really young, a child who is a toddler, the first 5 years of life, they are actually developing. At the time when the child is about 5, we expect that the brain is fully developed. So that is the time when they really need balanced diets. So it's not just enough to say, okay, let's give them sweets and all. You have to be very intentional about, are they getting proteins? Are they getting vitamins? Are they taking fruits? Are they taking vegetables? Are they taking a lot of fat and oil? Because all of those things contribute to building the brain of a child. So it's not just not to focus on one aspect, because by the time the child is 5, 6, 7, 8, by that time, you really can't do much about their growth of the brain. So you've really done a lot already. So it's important that first 5 years of life, you're very intentional about their diets.
All right. So what feeding mistakes does parents make concerning feeding their children and all of that? What mistakes do they make? Because I know a lot of people say pap is what they need while they are growing up and all of that, but I don't really know. Some may say we should start giving them water at, I think, 3 months or so, and we really do not know. And some parents make these mistakes just because it worked for one child, not knowing that 2 kids might not always be the same. So what habits or what mistakes are parents unknowingly making in accordance to the feeding of their children?
So I'll start from birth. So we actually advocate that we do something we call exclusive breastfeeding. And this means that the child is given breast milk only for 6 months.
That could be a lot on the mother.
Yeah, I know, being a mom myself is actually a lot, but it's very possible.
Especially when you're doing other stuff.
Yes, it's very possible. But now we have a lot of help. We have breast pumps. You can actually breastfeed and like extract your milk and keep in the fridge for 2 months and it doesn't get bad.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can actually pump out a lot of milk, and then the child actually gets a lot of milk even when you're not around.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News on the story where the British High Commission in Kenya has demanded a government response over the use of British Army uniform during protests against a United States-linked Ebola quarantine facility in Nanyuki. It distanced the British Army Training Unit Kenya, that's BAPTOK, from the security operations. The move follows the circulation of a viral photograph showing an armed security officer wearing what appeared to be a British military jacket while arresting a protester during demonstration on June the 9th. In a statement, the High Commission said the uniform had been misappropriated and stressed that no BAPTOK personnel were involved in policing the protest. According to the statement, there was no BAPTOK personnel policed protest in Nanyuki on June the 9th, and the British military uniform seen were misappropriated. It added that the authorities have raised concerns with the Kenyan government. Away from that, Kira Municipality, former member of parliament in Uganda, Ibrahim Ngada, has warned citizens that the country's 84.3 trillion Ugandan shillings national budget will place significant pressure on taxpayers, arguing that the government's financing strategy relies heavily on borrowing and could strain the economy. Speaking on the budget, which is driven by heavy borrowing and domestic financing, the People's Front for Freedom, that's the PFF, Secretary General, questioned the structure of the 2026-2027 budget, noting that a large portion of the expenditure will be funded through borrowing and domestic revenue mobilization. According to him, the 84.3 trillion shillings budget will be financed by a collection of taxes, plus money from other sources like petroleum revenue. He added that the government intends to borrow 36 trillion Ugandan shillings and is coming for their money as the only way to raise the 39 trillion shillings to finance the budget. In the meantime, the Ugandan police have arrested 4 suspects, including a security guard and a delivery agent accused of participating in the fatal attack on Sydney Gondogyu in Naguru. The police say more arrests were expected as investigation continues. The 4 men have been charged with murder as police intensifies efforts to track down additional suspects believed to have participated in the fatal attack. According to a charge sheet sanctioned at Kirab Road Police Station, the accused, acting together with others still at large and with malice aforethought, unlawfully caused the death of Gondogyu. The charges marked a significant development in the case that attracted widespread public attention and renewed concerns over mob violence and vigilante justice. Still on legal matters, the Liberian National Police, that's the LNP, have formally charged to court 8 individuals accused of participating in the alleged abuse, coercion, and public humiliation of a 58-year-old woman, Regina Pater, in River Gee County. The case had triggered nationwide outrage and renewed debate over human rights protections in communities where witchcraft accusations still carry social power. The police say the victim, Pater, a resident of Toroken town in Kilipo Statutory District, was allegedly subjected to degrading treatment after being accused of by some community members of practicing witchcraft and using supernatural powers to prevent residents from discovering gold deposits in the area. The case gained national attention after disturbing video footages circulated on social media showing that authorities described as acts of humiliation, intimidation, and abuse directed at the woman. The footage prompted condemnation from civil society organizations, women's rights advocates, religious leaders, and ordinary citizens across Liberia. According to the LNP investigators, reviewed video recordings witness statements, and other evidence before concluding that there was probably cause to pursue criminal charges. Moving on to lawyers and an official have accused the Donald Trump administration of plans to deport a number of Iranians and other migrants to Central African Republic, a chronically unstable country ranked by violence and poverty. The Iranians include 2 women who face potential torture and persecution if they are forced to go back to Iran. According to their lawyer, Emily Trussell, she added that one is a Christian convert and the other a pro-democracy activist. Both women were detained upon arrival in the U.S. in November 2024. Trussell said, adding that they applied for asylum in the U.S. and had secured a form of protection known as withholding of removal from a U.S. immigration judge. Obtaining that protection meant that judges found they face a risk greater than 50% of being persecuted or tortured in Iran. The United States State Department and the presidency in the CRA, which recently reached a deal to accept so-called third country deportees from the U.S., are yet to comment on the matter. Meanwhile, right groups and the lawyer of jailed Moroccan feminist Sami Lachar has warned that her death was declining rapidly because she was not getting the care she needed. Lachar is currently serving a 30-month sentence for offending Islam by wearing a t-shirt and said Allah in Arabic, followed by the words is lesbian. Her lawyer, Ghislaine Mamouni, says it's Sesame, who is known as Betty, now requires surgery and could face life-threatening complications. According to her, the only option today, given that the appeal is pending and that this is holding up the request for an alternative sentence, is in fact a royal pardon on humanitarian and health grounds. She added that doctors who have reviewed her case noted a risk of complications and a death hanging over Betty. Mali's local Al-Qaeda affiliate, the JNIM, has offered 2 million euros for information on the whereabouts of President Assimi Goïta and top military officials, describing the government as an illegitimate entity. The notice also offered 1 million euros each for information about Colonel Lassina Diallo and General Malik Diko, saying the reward would be paid to anyone offering information leading to their locations or taking concrete action to neutralize them. The insurgent statement followed a similar offer by the government for information leading to the arrest of JNIM leader Iyad Ghali and other militant figures. It was shared by the site intelligence group, which tracked jihadist activities and communications worldwide. Al-Qaeda-linked attacks in April that killed Mali's defense minister set off fighting across the country's vast desert north, raising the prospect of significant gains by armed groups. And in Niger Republic, the military-run government has enacted a new penal code that criminalizes same-sex relations with heavy jail sentences. The past reform follows in the footsteps of other West African countries in adopting tough anti-lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, sexual practices, that's the LGBTQ plus legislation. While relations between people of the same sex were heavily stigmatized in the Muslim majority country, they had not previously been a criminal offense. Under the new law, same-sex relations will be punishable by a jail term of between 5 and 10 years and a fine inclusive. It also says that anyone committing or trying to commit an indecent or unnatural act, or lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual practices will face the same penalty. It added that anyone who enters into marriage with persons of the same sex faces 10 to 20 years imprisonment. The penal code reform was initiated under Niger's previous civilian president, Mohamed Bazoum, under pressure from Muslim groups and lawmakers. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a public
news. Will bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos state officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, now Venice is a boots on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. A thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there have been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some will even go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that, as if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, do you have something, as slum areas or blighted areas, when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, Your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1. 2, during the policy for nutrition, nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can resort to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic till you get to the end stage, depending. It's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and then we have a nutritional anemia, and then we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message is trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come follow up to for the site, for the operation that has been carried out for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And if for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and then you need adequate iron supply so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition. I'm so much interested in this year program because it has a very powerful theme, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every dietitian is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrients benefits from the foods that you are consuming.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day.
Hello there and welcome to the program. And of course, thank God it is Friday. Happy Democracy Day to us all, as a citizen of this nation. Happy Democracy Day to Nigerians. And we just hope that sooner, than later, we would all, benefit from the dividends of this democracy. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of Good Television, Western Story Shape the narrative, and of course today we'll be dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. Democracy at 27, renewed hope or broken promises? This is quite a very serious question that Nigerians have been asking, and today came with a lot of mix of emotions, reaction, everyone actually had, their share of story that they wish to actually share, and of course, experience when it comes to, the democracy that we actually believed and hoped that it would actually turn the situation of this nation, around. And Nigerians are actually counting, different, pointers that they actually wish were already gone, and wishing that the nation is now in a better light. But just like the president, says that we are resilient people, and of course, in as much as we've actually, gone through all of this particular tough seasons, but I still believe that we're strong people, and a strong nation that we can actually, come out strong. So this is the conversation here, but the question needs to be asked. Is this about renewed hope or broken promises? Is the hope actually renewed or the promises are broken? Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Article names Amaechi ADC vice presidential candidate, and of course the party slams Tinubu's records. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has named ex-Rivers Governor Chibuike Amaechi as his running mate on the ADC's ticket against the January 16, 2027 general election, creating an AA ticket slogan. The choice ends weeks of speculation after Atiku words are linked to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Emeka Ihedioha. Okonjo-Iweala reportedly declined. Amaechi, who's previous ruled out a VP bid, accepted after closed-door talks, with a source telling us that Atiku promised him major roles. Okay? And of course, on Democracy Day, which happens to be today, Atiku accused the Tinubu-led APC of intimidating opposition parties. The ADC has said democracy has failed under Tinubu, citing insecurity, rising costs, youth unemployment, and immigration. And of course, it pledged security and SME reforms if elected in 2027. And away from that particular one, adopted Oyo pupils, teachers still in Old Oyo National Park, says Makinde. The governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, has actually made some assertions and public announcement that the pupils and teachers adopted in Orire local government are still being held within the Old Oyo National Park, 27 days after their adoption. He actually gave this particular comment. Today, Makinde said the intelligence places the victims in the 2,500 square kilometer park area across 10 local government areas, which poses significant operational challenges for security agencies. The students and teachers were taken in May 15, 2026 during attacks on schools in Yewota and Isiele. Makinde urged residents to report suspicious activities via the 615 and warned that misinformation could hinder rescue efforts. All right, we're still hoping that something good would come out and these people will be brought back to us. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voice of People TV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People Television. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Democracy at 27. Renewed hope or broken promises? Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of the Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu marked 27 years of unbroken civilian rule with Democracy Day address on Friday, which happens to be today, defending his reforms while issuing fresh security warnings and conferring national honors. Tinubu said Nigeria has recorded security gains, with terror-related deaths down 81% since 2015 and over 13,000 terrorists neutralized in the past year. He warned bandits, kidnappers, and terror sponsors to surrender or face no mercy, citing a 5.41 trillion defense budget and recruitment of 50,000 plus police officers. He noted that about 124,000 fighters have laid down arms since 2023. On the economy, he said reforms since 2023 have boosted federal and the federation's revenue, and of course non-oil exports by 21% and domestic refining. He signed the Electricity Act to allow state power generation and approved a 4 trillion naira bond to settle power sectors as regards to their debts, calling reliable electricity a democratic dividend. Tinubu also honored 50 pro-democracy figures, including MKO Abiola and Kudirat Abiola, and renamed Kaduna's Institute of Petroleum Studies after Shehu Musa Yaradua. Nigerians do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. He said, however, World Bank data showing over 60% of Nigerians live below the poverty line in 2026, with 7 million more falling into poverty despite reforms, raising questions about the impact on living standards. We're now being joined by Ms. Emokinyovo Dafe Ekpedeye Esquire, a legal practitioner. Good afternoon, barrister. Barrister, kindly unmute yourself. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. Hi, Saviour. Good afternoon. Happy Democracy Day.
Should we even say same to you, or I don't know the right response, because we have a lot of situations, affecting us in the nation, and it's so sad that we can't really talk about the democracy without remembering, the deficit and the losses that we've actually, acquired through this particular era, of 27 years. But we'll be talking about that and more. Let me also bring in our other guest, Dr. Nnamdi Onachukwu, who's also an entrepreneurship education consultant and a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, are you there? Kindly unmute your mic. Good afternoon.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear now. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Thank you. Happy Democracy Day.
Same thing I told Barrister. I don't know how to respond to that particular one, but I just have to say happy democracy, to you too.
We have to.
It's okay. All right, let me pick it up from Barrister, and afterwards, Doctor, I would come to you. Barrister, let's talk about security and governance. Barrister, the no mercy doctrine to number one bandits and terror sponsors to surrender or face no mercy while recruiting about 50,000 plus police. Is this a real security strategy or just a strong rhetoric to max while the 124,000 fighters only lay down arms after 2023 and of course not earlier? We are used to this particular statement of, we condemn that attack, we are against that attack, we totally condemn that attack, warning, there's, non-state actors. What is your take as regards to what the president said? Barrister, I'd like you to pick it up from here. Barrister, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes. I said thank you for the question, Savior. I think the important thing, we must first start by saying that what is the primary purpose of government, right? And if you look at our Constitution, Section 14, sub 2, sub B, it's clear that the security and the welfare of the people is the primary purpose of any government. And whether you talk about the federal government, the state government, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, that is the primary purpose of government. And so it is very important that our president send a strong signal to whether it is bandits, terrorists, that as a government, this is not acceptable. Of course, we know of so many of the kidnapping and the banditry that has been going on across the country or your states, which is very prime in our minds at the moment. And I think it's important to say, for our president to come out on Democracy Day, on a day like this, to not just condemn it, but to tell us in clear terms what is going to be done to stop this menace in our society. So yes, it's a good first start talking about the increase in the budget for defense, 5.41 trillion naira, talking about recruitment of more police officers. But I don't really, I'm not personally, in terms of people laying down arms, as a lawyer, I believe that people should meet consequences for their actions. So if people have committed crimes, they have been arrested, then the due process of law should follow. They should go ahead, be arraigned, be tried, and if found guilty, of course, the sentences should be meted out upon them. So that's really my opinion on this subject.
Barrister, you are actually totally, the opposite from your government. Because you are a lawyer, you feel people should actually, do their time if found guilty. Now, on the other hand, your government and some other states are willingly telling the bandits, terrorists, that they should come out for them to negotiate. Not only that, they are even trying to tell them to repent and come back to the community for them to just go through, I don't know how many months rehabilitation process. Afterwards, they get to reintegrate them into the system again. We heard when the Nigerian Army, infantry to be precise, cried out sometime last year that they didn't like the fact that some of these particular people they've actually fought against are being integrated into their midst to work with them. And that is the reason why whenever they had to go for any special operation, before they get to that point, these non-state actors had already, fled the scene. And sometimes they have been carried unawares. So, when you are saying that these non-state actors, if found guilty, should serve their term, and some part of your government officials, some states are trying to negotiate with them and to see how they can, lay down their arms, repent, and they reintegrate them into the society. How healthy is this for our nation?
And it's very important that you've raised this very important topic, right? If a policy has been in place, there must be a reason for the policy. a policy of reintegration, possibly because we might say that some non-state actors, as you call them, may have been taken into banditry at maybe a young age, maybe they were minors and things like that. That may be a purpose. But be that as it may, when a policy has been in place, it also behoves on the government to check whether the policy is working. You have mentioned that the army has cried out and said, perhaps this policy is not working, perhaps these people are giving a tactical advantage when the military have to go for a raid or anything like that. And so if the policy is not working, then we reassess. We check it and say, okay, this policy is not working, and let us go back to the regular strict application of the law. And what does the law say? If you are guilty, if you are found wanting, then your sentence must apply. So I think that's what we should be talking about now, that yes, there's been a policy in place, but if the policy is not working, if we have concrete data to show that that is not working, then we apply the the proper principles of law.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister, for that particular one. I'll get back to you as regards to more conversation from the president. Before I go to Doctor, I want us to just watch the presidential speech for just a few minutes, and afterwards we'll continue the conversation. I'd like my team to play that, should in case some people actually missed the speech this morning. I would like my team to actually put that particular speech up from the president.
In 1999, Nigerians have chosen their leaders through the ballot, witnessed peaceful transition of power, and resolved disagreement in courtrooms and legislative chambers, not through violence. We have experienced the longest stretch of civilian rule in our history. Our democracy is not perfect, but it is ours, and we must continue to defend and strengthen it. In the coming days, Ekiti and Osun states will hold elections. I urge INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure these polls are peaceful and credible. Democracy fails when citizens doubt the process. To our National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society, you are the guardrails of our republic. Criticize me, disagree with me, but never stop believing in Nigeria. To our young people, Nigeria is your home and your future.
Right, that is coming from the president. You can criticize me and say all of that, but don't stop believing in this nation. Doctor, let me pick it up with you. Just like the president said, it touched every nook and crannies of this particular conversation. But let's talk about defense versus development. Doctor, are you there? Doctor, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself. Doctor, please unmute yourself. I am told that this is from you. Perhaps my team would actually, set you up properly again. But I would come back to you, Doctor, as soon as I hear that the coast is clear. I think I can use that word. Barrister, let me stay with you for now. Barrister, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
All right, you heard the president. He said that for some years, both elections and justice, all of that, have been won in courts, and that is the question I am always, asking some people, when we say that we want a credible election and we have INEC, election is being conducted, at the polls, why do we have to get to the courts before we actually say, oh, this is the winner? You're going to answer that particular one. Now, that being said, I want to talk about our defense versus development as regards to the 5.41 trillion defense budget. We are treating symptoms instead of causes. This is what some people are actually saying. And the situation of we securing this country, we truly securing this country where 60% of citizens live below poverty line. How efficient is all of this particular, budget between the defense and that of development? And of course, the president said that Nigerians can bleed, Nigerians can bend, but we don't break. So, over to you, Barrister.
Yes, Xavier. So, just starting with your question as to why it appears that elections are won in courts. Let's not forget the popular saying that the courts are the last hope of the common man. And so we must always have a process where if someone disputes a particular result or a particular election outcome, there must be recourse to the courts. So it is not at all inappropriate or something that should be demonized because electoral actors have to go to court at the end of the day if they are not satisfied with the election result. It shows that our democracy is actually working because we have access to the judiciary. So that really, itself is not really a problem. Now, moving on to your question about can increasing the defense budget actually help us as a nation? I also agree with you that no, economic development is critical and very important to stop the rise, not just of banditry, but of crime in Nigeria. If you look at from the World Bank and the UN indexes, we are multidimensionally poor in Nigeria. It says 63% of us are in multidimensional poverty. What does that mean? There's no access to healthcare, no access to education, poor health, just bad indicators all around. And we must look, when we're deciding and going to the polls next year, we must look at the record of the government and decide whether the policies they've put in place will yield fruit in the long term. Don't forget that many policies are long term. So you might not see the actualization of that policy in the near term, but in the future. I'll give an example. I was reading a report recently. There's a South African company called Optasia, and they held a monopoly in Nigeria in that all the time you borrow credit online, it was this company that was actually gaining the benefit. They were making about 3 trillion naira a year from Nigeria. And just recently, the president signed, some legislation to deregulate that sector and has allowed 9 Nigerian companies play in that sector. What does that mean? More employment, more jobs, and it means income stays in Nigeria. And that is what we are looking for: economic growth, economic development, so that we can stem the tide of poverty and in so doing reduce the crime rates in Nigeria. So that's what we should be looking at, and that's what we should be focusing as Nigerians.
Okay, just for clarity as well, we were also, told that particular news, and we just wish that the system of, monopoly can totally be eradicated in this nation, and not only, the foreigners, including, some of our indigenous players here as well, but I might not just want to mention names so it doesn't look as if, I am actually devaluing some people's, company. Now, if we were to talk about the reform, fatigue that is surrounding our democracy, after 25 years of democracy, and of course, 2 years plus of painful reforms, that's what we are literally going through. Should citizens still be told to wait, or is it fair to call renewed hope a broken promise if poverty keeps rising? Because you would agree with me that since last year till date, every government officials are using just one word. Or even the economist actually says that reforms does not just happen overnight. Nigerians is actually towing the right path, and everything would get better. The reforms are yielding results. We are getting more, federal reserves and all of that. But the common man is hungry. Gas price is rising. Food prices are increasing. Transportations are increasing. So, what should we call these particular reforms? Barrister, please go ahead.
Okay, I thought you were talking to Dr. Namdi.
No, Barrister, you.
Well, reforms are never without pain. If you look at other economies, even as you go as far back as the UK under Margaret Thatcher, reforms are painful. That is just the truth. Nigeria has gone through a period where there was a lot of waste in the system. Of course, we know that fuel subsidy cost Nigeria a lot of money. There was, we depleted our reserves, our oil, the money we got from oil reserves and all that. So we were really in I would say, a bad state. And some of the reforms were actually necessary to set Nigeria back on the right path. I agree with you that it is not something that can easily be sold to somebody who cannot eat, who is suffering. But that is why we have not just the government, but civil society to try to help to ameliorate some of these really, really drastic effect of some of the reforms. Of course, we are all suffering it. Fuel price is very high at the moment, but interestingly, we don't have fuel scarcity despite the war that is going on between the US and Iran. So that is also something that we can celebrate and say, normally in times past, we might have actually been in a period of fuel scarcity. Yes, the fuel price itself is high, but it is available. And it is hoped that with the reforms, with the refinery and increased refinery capacity in Nigeria, these prices will eventually come down, but it is growing pains which we are suffering currently in the economy. I will not disagree with you or try to say that it's not difficult. It is very difficult, but as you said, sometimes you must go through pains to come out on the other side. What I would say that for Nigeria is that we need to start to produce more within the nation. Luckily enough, even this government has also tried to rejuvenate the textile sector. That's a sector that had literally died in Nigeria. If we rejuvenate that sector, produce more cotton, we're able to refine some of our raw materials and export. That will also raise revenue for the country. And the hope is that that trickles down to the common man.
Okay. At this point, I think I would like to see if a doctor is back. Thank you so much, Barrister, but I would like to just stay put. Let's try to get a doctor in. Hello, doctor, can you hear me? Hello, doctor. I'm not getting your audio here. All right, doctor, please, perhaps you can just log out and log in again. This is what my team actually said I should, communicate with you. So sorry about that particular one. All right, Barrister, let me stay with you, and I would like to. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
Clear.
All right, Barrister, let me stay with you. I don't know what's happening to Doctors Network there. Now, when we talk about youth, skills, and future, let's talk about some areas that we just wish that we focus on. We talk about jobs here, in as much as you actually picked a little from that of the textiles. You said job creation can also come from there, but jobs or just speech. With terrorism's death down about 81%, but youth unemployment still high, why is job creation not framed as the primary national security policy?
Xavier, there's a difference between security and economy. Of course, one affects the other. We have agreed upon that in this conversation, that if we get our economy working, if there's growth, if there's development, ordinarily crime should.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Ordinarily crime should fall. So nobody is disputing the fact that we should not get the economy working. We need to get the economy working. Last week, I was at the World Intellectual Property Organization, they had an event, and the Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy was there. And she spoke at length as to the efforts they are making to rejuvenate the economy. Don't forget that the African continent is one of the continents that we trade the least with ourselves. About only 16% of trade is done within the continent, unlike other countries, other continents like Europe that does about 60% of trade. That alone, if we trade more with ourselves, that alone is enough to give us more jobs and stay the tide of youth unemployment. So again, what we should be looking at are what are the policies, what are the grand, because what government is supposed to do really is create the enabling environment for business to thrive. So the private sector, when these policies are done, when there's infrastructural development, when there's trade, ease of trade. I'm sure you are aware that both Rwanda and Kenya have stopped the use of visas for all Africans. And in turn, the federal government announced that there will be no longer visas for Rwandans coming to Nigeria. This is what we should be talking about. How can we trade with each other so that it is easier for me selling my goods in Nigeria to export them to my fellow brothers and sisters in Africa? And if that is done, automatically, that means jobs are created, more jobs are created, and that reduces our youth unemployment. So that is what we should be focusing on in our conversation.
All right. I love the fact that sooner, than later, a barrister will be appointed as the new spokesperson, for the presidency.
I'm not a spokesperson, but
I was just saying. But of course,
I also have an economics degree and an economics background. So I really, look at these policies and see what is the possible long-term effect. I am very apolitical. I am not for any party. Let me, as the former president say, I belong to everybody and I belong
for nobody.
To no one.
I understand. All right. Thank you so much, Barrister. Let's try and see if Doctor, is been set up now. Otherwise, I have something I need to talk about as regards to, our legislators, shortly.
I can hear you very well.
Oh.
I can hear you very well.
All the glory be to God, Doctor. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Doctor, let's pick it up from TVET on paper. The 2025 reverse curriculum adds more TVET and, of course, our trade subjects. But 27 years into democracy, most technical schools lack workshops and teachers. Is this expansion genuine or just curriculum politics to look busy? And of course, I would like to also take you simultaneously, because you've not really said a lot here. Policy delay and of course a lost generation. Why is implementation of the new education policy still delayed while 60% of Nigerians are in poverty? Who pays the price for the delay? Today's child or tomorrow's economy?
Thank you, Xavier, for the question, and I thank Barrister for holding on and giving us all those intelligent answers. First of all, I thank the audience for connecting to this. Taking it from your answers, first of all, when I said Happy Democracy Day, it was like, why should we be saying that? But anyhow, we must believe in Nigeria, must believe in our country. We don't have another country. When our president was speaking today, he said that our founding fathers fought for independence. Our fathers also fought for democracy in 1993, and they got it. And today he said he's fighting for financial independence. Anyhow, we look at it, it looks as if the dividend of democracy is not delivered as promised. Like you say, is it a renewed hope or a broken promises? I would say that we are not realizing it so far. Well, if you look at the journey so far, from that 1993, and of course in 1999 when President Obasanjo came in, so many reforms, so many things happened, and we started enjoying the dividend of democracy as at 2005, up to the time that all this, another administration came. That was President Yar'Adua and the rest. So towards 2015, we started noticing a lot of things. That's banditry and the rest of things that is troubling the nation today. And all those things kind of causing a lot of crisis in the economy. Let me come back to discuss today's economy. What we so far have, I could credit to this administration is the macroeconomic, indices that are looking better and encouraging investors to come in. But the micro is where you have the issues. And like you asked, Barrister, what do you say about the policies, especially the economic policies, how hard they're biting. And of course, you know that the previous administration left Nigeria in so much debt. At some point, Nigeria was servicing debt up to 98% of the revenue, and it was not going to work. It was not working, and so many organizations were pulling out. It made us look stupid before the likes of UAE and the rest of them who were denying and canceling visas for Nigerians. And a number of things, Nigeria was like a kind of a joke to the rest of the world until this administration came and found out that, look, paying subsidy is not sustainable, and they had to yank it off. And then now let me come back to what is helping our economy and the question you asked about TVET. Now, what is helping this economy so far is the lives of Dangote, an entrepreneur who decided to put his neck on the line to set up a refinery that is today helping the rest of Africans, and Nigeria is the highest beneficiary, therefore, thereby removing pressure on the foreign exchange so far. And that's why you see, the parity kind of stabilizing the foreign exchange parity here. We were witnessing a bit of stability, but that's the entrepreneur. Now, let me connect that entrepreneurial spirit of Dangote and the rest of them that are here helping us with what the question you asked about TVET, the technical vocational education. Over the time, we know that when the Europeans brought education to us, they only brought in, a curriculum that could help train a Nigerian that will serve them or who will become employable by them. But over time, we found out that curriculum was no longer functioning because things evolve, economy evolves, culture evolves. So Nigerians were not attending to it, and we left it for so long a time. Our counterparts all over the world in the developed economies have gone beyond where we are existing and where we are still existing until the reform of last year, which brought what we call a revised curriculum for the basic education and secondary, which is a very good thing. And like you asked me, is it a good thing? That's very nice policy in the right direction. That is what will give Nigerians more entrepreneurs. And thank God that they are taking it to the basic education, because you need to catch them young. I always tell people whose story that I like studying China, and I studied what happened in China when they were coming out from communism in 1978. What did they do? They decided to open up their economy, invited investors. But before inviting investors, they had started this TVET. They started teaching their young how to operate machineries, how to do this and do that. And that was what granted that ship level you hear about, that some investors, some indoor factories were deployed to Shenzhen and the rest of the places because they had ship level. If they had not trained those young ones, they wouldn't have been laborers to start with. So we found out that, and they taught them trade. While they were producing, they started moving. You see Chinese all over the world. They are traders, they are businessmen, they are entrepreneurs. And we say that we now look for plan B for our young and make our education more functional. Instead of only that cognitive aspect of learning, we need to look at the other aspect, like the psychomotor, make it hands-on for the children, so they will have a plan B or a fallback. Supposing there are no employment opportunities, they will now have a fallback and set up what we call employment, set up industries that can employ more Nigerians. If you look at it critically, you see that this is the way to go. Men that built America are all entrepreneurs, and that's why you hear Elon Musk, the likes of Amazon employing a lot of people.
Okay, Doctor.
Of the struggle. Yes,
Doctor. And now, we're having a very serious situation when it comes to our educational system in this nation. And not only that, you would agree with me that to an extent, some of these bandits, as they have actually, been named, in the north, we were told that some of them were recruited while they were very young, not even, going through education at all. And, some of them go through this particular, Islamic, training, and they just, recruit them and they just pick up all of these, children. Now, that's on one side. Talking about a random, Nigerian, child that believes that he or she needs to go to school after, university, there would be job. And you realize that after you serve your nation, you are job hunting for how many years? Nothing. And I want to talk about child entrepreneurship. If we don't teach our children to build businesses now, don't you think that we're preparing another generation to depend on government jobs that don't exist? This is just a question that so many people have been asking. I would like you to respond to this particular one. How should we move from here to there, where people, and Nigerian children, of course, we're all told that we're the leaders of tomorrow. I was told when I also came to this world, and it is so sad that I'm also telling my own son and daughter as we speak. So we just hope that my own children would not also tell their own children. Because if you say that we're the leaders of tomorrow, this is the father here. And whatsoever you read in school, sometimes you don't even do that profession. You just have to go learn or gather more certificates and all of that. And sometimes you end up doing business and owning your own private business. But the major thing is entrepreneurship for any child at all. How should we toe that particular line to, reap something better, instead of just depending on, the Nigerian system?
Thank you, Savior, one more time. And your name, Savior, shows that you are doing it. This becoming a national conversation. You asked me a lot of questions in one. When we talked about out-of-school children, we have over 20 million out-of-school children. And that's exactly what is now brewing the insecurity we have all over. When you don't give education, you will breed touts, you will breed radicals. And you asked Barrister the question of why should we give them that leverage of giving a policy that will reintegrate them into the society. I honestly support the government because you need to de-radicalize the people. Some of them were, gotten into it while they were young and they didn't have a lot of education. They didn't have a mind of their own. So education helped to shape the mind, helped to develop the mind of a child. So now you've asked a question about education. You're asking a question of, that quality education or what functional education that when a child gets it, it comes back and is meaningful to himself, family, and the society. That's why you asked me about entrepreneurship being integrated. Yes, this became a national conversation at some point when we found out that the government doesn't have any business in business. And the most Nigerian businesses have been at some point privatized. So we're all hoping that foreign investors will bring in their investment in Nigeria, employ Nigerians. But we see our sister African nations taking them due to a lot of infrastructural deficit in Nigeria, especially power. So most of them are moving to where they could guarantee some power supplies. Now, we live in Nigeria open. And like you asked me a question, what you are telling your children, of course you need to tell them, telling them whether they are leaders of tomorrow is still a fact. They are leaders of tomorrow. But can we make that tomorrow? Can we help them create that tomorrow? You see, the policies I've seen in Nigeria are always on a short term. We are not looking at the long-term approach. The long-term approach is what will secure the future of our children. By the way, we heard from my research, I found out that Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is projecting that by 2050, Nigerian population will come up to 400 million. If that 400 million, be it as it were, will give us 60% youth, what it means that we're going to have youth bulge. And the issue we are struggling with today will go out of hand if nothing is done. And we are now saying, okay, what is the solution? It can only come through education. And that education is that, okay, let me make these children, give them something that will keep them busy. Let me create in their mind, because it's all about mindset. Education is something that builds the mindset of a child. And you need to catch them young, otherwise they will build that mindset by what the society provides and what their peer pressure provides. So if you need to go down to maybe 7 years and begin to prep that child and train that child to think like an entrepreneur is that person who looks for problem and solve it. An entrepreneur is resilient. An entrepreneur has developed a mindset of survivor, a mindset of being on his own. So that's where you begin to inculcate in a child, and the child begins to grow with it. And that child believes that I can actually do work and make money, not to go and pluck money anywhere, not to kill my mother, and to believe that my mother is the next to my being billionaire or being millionaire. And they tend to kill them by going for ritual killing. And today, what is reigning, and as you see it, some people, peddling it on the internet, telling people you can bring your account and we'll give you some that we got as ransom. And some Nigerians are throwing in their account, Nigerian youth, and getting it, and they look at it as their national cake, thereby supporting more persons to go into kidnapping and all those social vices. So how do you correct these things? You don't correct it when they have grown beyond, maybe they go to their teens, it's difficult at that point. So we've seen psychologists who have in research to find out that a child is better groomed while the child is young, and put in that child this mindset of how to love your nation and how to be productive and how to build, solve problems in your nation.
Okay.
That's what an entrepreneur, who an entrepreneur represents.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular, stretched and wonderful conversation. And let me take it to Barrister so we can start wrapping up. We just have just a minute to see how to have the final touch-up. Now, Barrister, MK Abiola, died fighting for democracy. After 25 years, we are honoring his name, while 7 million more Nigerians slip into poverty. At what point do we stop, or rather, should we stop celebrating democracy and start demanding results?
We can never stop celebrating democracy, Savior. Even the more developed countries, or the countries that claim to be more developed than us, still celebrate their democracy. Democracy is important. Like Abraham Lincoln said, it is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And every time we have an electoral process, we go back to what is it really about. The politicians come from us. Many times we like to criticize and believe that people are, up there and we are below here, but they are not. They are part of us. So anything we get, it means it is a representation of who we are as a people. And so what I will ask Nigeria is that we question ourselves and ask, can we become better? Better individually, so that when we are elevated to positions of power, we give better to our society. I'm so happy that Dr. Nnamdi spoke a lot about entrepreneurship, and I'm also passionate about entrepreneurship. If you look at countries like Malaysia, 97% of the entire business in the country is done by micro, small, medium enterprises. And that provides about 48% of the employment of the nation. So no longer should we be relying on federal government for employment. We should be looking at the private sector. You and I should be employers of labor. And what we should expect the government to do when we elect them is to provide the enabling environment, infrastructure, security, electricity. These are the things we should be talking about, because if we have this right, then we celebrate our democracy, so that next time we come next year and I tell you Happy Democracy Day, you'll be very happy also to tell me Happy Democracy Day.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for that final take. And of course, our doctor, in just 20 seconds, I'd like to get your final submission, please. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, in just 20 seconds, please. I would like to take your closing remarks.
Okay, let me talk about it and then also encourage our president to continue. He said, you may hate me, but continue to love your nation. We don't have another country. Let us join hands together and build this nation. Look at how our brothers and sisters are repatriated from some neighboring countries, xenophobia effect and the rest of them. So until we create a Nigeria that is enabled, to absorb the citizenry, grant them this employment opportunity and give them lifeline. Nigerians are hardworking, and we are so blessed in Nigeria that we have human capital. I believe with that, if we continue to develop, continue to give the enabling environment, like Barrister said, all those build infrastructure, that is governance, protect the people so that they can go back to farm and bring out food. That's all we're asking. We're not looking for more. And Nigeria will be a great nation.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for being part of the program.
Thank you.
Dr. Nnamdi Onachukwu, entrepreneurship, education consultant, and of course, our public affairs analyst. And thank you so much, Barrister Adafe Ekwede Esquire, for being part of the program as well. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, of course, the World Cup is on. I would like to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star? Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sport.
Matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
As we concluded match day 1 at the FIFA World Cup, yes, the first group game has been played, and Mexico actually won the very first game right there at the Estadio Azteca Stadium against South Africa. The Bafana fell to this world 2-0 in a reverse fixture of what happened 16 years ago. 16 years ago, it was 1-1 right there in South Africa, And last night, it was 2-0 in favor of the host nation, Morocco. The third time they're hosting the World Cup, and they did that in style. 2 red cards, I mean, lots of talking points for that particular one. And elsewhere, in the same Group 1, where South Korea, led by Heung-min Son, actually did the magic, 2-1. They actually got their very first 3 points. I mean, we'll definitely be looking at this. Also, we'll be looking at other interesting conversations. Right there, the transfer window, Bernardo Silva joins Real Madrid. Jose Mourinho rebuild seems to look quite very interesting. Are they going to wrestle the La Liga back from Barcelona after a 2-year wait? Real Madrid is yet to win the major title since the man Don Carlo Ancelotti actually left the helm and joined the Seleção, talking about the Brazilian national team. We'll also be looking at windfall coming right there from FIFA. Remo Stars and Enyimba set to be beneficiaries of this huge one. All this and more we'll be talking about in this episode of The Locker Room, as we also x-ray other games that will be coming up later today as the World Cup gets into its full gear. I'm Ikechukwu Aguago. Amawa joins me virtually. I feel very well. His absence. They both gave their prediction yesterday. Amawa said it's going to be 4-0, where he actually adopted the name Alejandro because he wanted to support. He wants to be a supporter of the American national side, but indeed they actually won the game, but not up to the scoreline he predicted. Afis also said 2-1, and that scoreline already reflected in the red card that we saw yesterday. Mayawa, welcome to the Locker Room, and this is a very good day to talk football. Thank God it's Friday. Well, we hear that Mayawa is out at the moment. Maybe network is actually giving him some headache. But it was actually a very big game. But we'll definitely be starting for a very big one that concerns us, which is the windfall by FIFA. As the FIFA has actually handed a $355 million benefit. Mayawa, okay, I hear that Mayawa is back. Mayawa, are you with us? Hello, Mayawa, can you hear me? Okay, so since my wife is having trouble joining, I don't know if his mic is muted or not, but whatever the case is, I just hope we can find a solution to that as soon as possible. But let's look at what's really happening, and this one really concerns us. Also, it's about the World Cup FIFA, and FIFA is actually giving $355 million club benefits program for 2026 World Cup reward to club sides like Remo Stars and Enyimba. They are actually the only beneficiary, actually, and they are not the one receiving the $355 million. Before you say Ikechukwu said no, they're actually getting a portion of it because their players actually participate during the qualifiers. Remo Stars are set to get about $35,400 after Obasa, Bankole, Ismaila, and Moena featured in the qualifiers, while Enyimba Football Club will definitely be getting $4,720 for Olaroleke Ojo, who also participated in the qualifying series, to the World Cup. I mean, clubs qualify if players made match day squad without even playing. Now, it's quite interesting that we're actually getting to know that, FIFA is actually looking at, helping clubs actually, rebuild, and then I think this is going to be much more beneficial to African club sides, helping them actually grow. And when I actually saw this, I was asking myself, okay, if Enyimba and Remo Stars can actually get this amount, I mean, if you do the math, Enyimba will be getting around 6 million or maybe close to 7 million naira in Nigeria money. Why Remo Stars, who were the champion last year before Rangers actually took the crown this year, will be getting about 48 million naira in Nigerian currency. So if you do around $1,300, so that's exactly what these clubs will be getting. Now I'm looking at what this is going to do for the club side, and then also how it's going to really affect Nigerian league going forward, and how it's going to also help to improve the quality of players we'll be having from our home front down to the Super Eagles. All of these conversations, I mean, it's quite interesting. We'll be looking at all of this, and then I don't know, is Mayawa with us right now? Hello, Mayawa. Okay, Mayawa, unmute your mic. So while we try to get Mayawa back, but then here's the thing, right? If FIFA continues on this trajectory, it's going to actually help countries that their club or their leagues is usually or naturally quite low in terms of funding and in terms of how the quality of players tend to stay. So if Remo Stars gets about let's say close to 50 million naira, which is around plus or minus around 48 million naira, going by to the 35 $35,400 that they will be getting this one. So if Remo Star gets this amount, right, and if you look their wage bill all through the season, you get to understand that, okay, maybe this particular money will go a long way to actually offset a good number of, their wage bill. Now, the money they normally or usually get from the league and of course from other sponsors and all will be used into will be put into other very interesting use. Maybe help them develop their Beyond Limits Academy infrastructure, security, or other stadium management and all of that. So this is quite very interesting. Now it's also going to also push other Nigerian league players to actually push themselves and then also make club sides across the league try to get the very best players across the world. Because now it is not that the money will be going straight to the players' pockets. It is going to be coming to the club, which means that no matter anywhere in the world you're playing, you come from, if you're playing for that particular club, definitely you'll be getting, the clubs will be getting money during FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Now, what it means is that Nigerian League Clyde, during World Cup transfer year, they will be looking at, okay, when World Cup qualifiers starts, a lot of them will be looking at, okay, let's go to places as far as Benin Republic, places as far as Togo, Ghana, other countries in Africa, even as far as countries in Asia and other parts of the world to actually bring in players who they believe that, okay, this country, a good number of them actually play in their national team when it comes to qualifiers, even in the World Cup. Now, let's also look at something very interesting. Now, what this means for South Africa is that South Africa will be getting huge chunk of this money because a good number of their players, in fact, 90% or over 95% of their players play in the South African League, right? It plays in the PSL. Now, what that means is, as it stands now, South Africa will be getting, because an average of, one player, an average of, $2,000 will actually be going to the player, right? Going to the club for the player that's actually, feed into the competition. Now, what it means is that if South Africa have their 22 players, plus or minus, take away Ime Okon, and then look at, the entire squad, around 23 players. Now, you have 22 players, so we are looking at a huge chunk of money coming through for South Africa. Now, I don't know, but trust me, it's also going to be huge for Mamelodi Sundowns. It's going to be huge for, Orlando Pirates. It's going to be very, very good for the league because now competition is definitely, everyone wants to play in the league. Everyone wants to actually, win the league. Everyone wants to actually bring out the very best qualities that the national team coach will look at and say, okay, this guy is good enough to actually play in the league. And that way they will definitely, start, bringing the best of players and try to keep the best of legs because that is definitely going to be what it's going to translate to. Now, if they keep the best of legs, it's going to also help players that are, young coming into the league to also help them develop. And that's what I've been, shouting and crying about, over time, saying one of the problems we have in the league is our inability to keep the best legs. Now, with this FIFA new win for this new FIFA style of, giving clubs side who, release their players for qualifiers or for games going to the World Cup is a huge step in the right direction, especially for developing nations, especially for nations where they lack, the requisite infrastructure, especially for nations where their players just play 2-3 years and then they start looking for greener pasture. And it's also going to go a long way for the Brazilian league now because a lot of Brazilian players, young at a very tender age, they move out to Europe and then when they start playing qualifiers, a good number of them don't even break into the teams as we used to see them. So now it's going to also really affect, how they tend to actually, come in there. And also, it's also going to affect transfer in the long run because now club we're looking at, okay, the potential of this player. Say, for example, Estevao leaving at the age of 18 to Chelsea. Now, the club will fancy Estevao to be a player who should play Brazilian national team in the qualifying series. Now, the club will also calculate, okay, this is the money we're supposed to be getting for Estevao if he's playing for, a Brazilian club side going into the qualifiers. Now, if you have to actually buy or take Estevao out of, the country, technically, you also have to pay that amount that is expected that FIFA will be giving barring injuries. Now, these are all of the calculations. That's exactly, where football is leading us now. It's all about the finance. And that's exactly why sometimes when players complain about, too much game times, them playing too much of games, doing too much. I sit back and I ask myself, it's all about the business. Money, a lot of money is coming to the game. And as it comes into the game, a lot of evolution will happen. Investors want to actually reap, the reward of their stock. And all of these things will definitely affect. We will definitely get to see more games. But the more the games we get to see, the more money that, that the game will definitely be bringing. And I don't know, for the players, it might not really appear as a win-win because they're humans, they're not robots. So, but for the investors, yes, it's actually a win-win. They want to spend their money. They want to see more. And for the fans also, it's also a win-win because for the fans, they really don't care. An average football fans don't even mind following games, watching games week in, week out, all through the year, right? That's exactly how, football fans actually think. But hey, for the investors, they also don't care. They want to actually get their money back. But for the players and humans, I think that's exactly where the need for balance needs to come in. But for me, I think this is actually a very big one from FIFA. Kudos to FIFA. Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine.
Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continuing to talk, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. We went on that quick break following, the issues with technicalities, seeing how we can actually bring back Mayowa. It's been a lot of issues. I mean, it's been complaining about the rain and all of that. But Here we are good to go now. Let's move on to the very next story, as it's been interesting, right? JJ Okocha, I remember a couple of days ago, I was having a conversation, with some of my guys. We're talking about JJ's expert in Super Eagles. And trust me, it's not a conversation I want to hear. But hey, it's actually very good news. JJ Okocha has been handed FIFA's Superior Player of the Match award for his dazzling display in Nigeria's 3-2 upset of Spain at France 98. The 52-year-old unveiled the trophy from Mikel Loeb and Ultra, and of course in the Copa 90. That's exactly, these are the people who actually created it. Mikel Loeb, Ultra, and Copa 90, who dug through the archives to recognize pre-2022, right, 2002 standout performance. Okocha ran Spain ragged all through that particular game before Sonny Lisset's volley sealed the Super Eagles win. Now, you need to also really understand the context, right? Before 2002, right, there's no, man of the match award handed to any player. So it was after 2002 or during 2002 World Cup that it all started. So that's exactly why JJ didn't get this award in France 98 after that game against Spain, where he gave a very super performance in that particular game. But here is the interesting thing. 27 years later, he's been given that particular award. Maiwa, welcome to Locker Room. JJ's been honored after 27 years.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, 27 years is not a late time. We've seen how since promised 1994, he deemed after 30 years. So, I mean, he played so well in France 98, and, at that particular point, there was no man of the match award. And now he's getting it. And that shows the kind of, recognition. When the World Cup was almost starting, I went through, the videos of JJ Okocha in that particular game against Spain. And that was our first game as 1998 World Cup. A whole lot of people did not give us an opportunity or any chance, to do well in that particular game. Where the underdog, and we ended up winning that particular game. The display from JJ Okocha was very, very fantastic. And, 28 years later, he's being rewarded and is a well-deserved, award, even though he's getting it 28 years later.
But Maiwa, quickly before we even move on to the very big story, which is exactly the games that was actually played yesterday, and also we're looking at the game that will be played, later today. But very first, the win for, right? I was talking earlier on about the, $355 million win for. How much of an impact, would this, do to the Nigerian League? And is there a way the NFF or the LMC can actually come in to ensure that, this money we put into judicial use to improve the Nigerian League? Because I'm actually seeing something quite interesting going forward, that, there might be some sort of, strong hand from the NFF, or from the LMC to force, the Super Eagles code to start fielding, local-based player in every, maybe about half of them even in every of our game. But then again, this is just my own postulation. But Maiwa, tell me exactly how much of an impact would this money do to us?
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of impact. There's a whole lot of people that are investing in football. However, the sad part is this: we have 20 teams in the league. How many of them are privately owned? Majority of these clubs are run by state government. It means the money goes to the state government, and any money that goes to the state government coffers, a whole lot of them might not be able to give a good account of how the money is being spent. Yes, it's a good idea what FIFA is trying to do. If you have a number of players showing up in your national team, they get rewarded, they get paid for it, and the money is paid to their club. It's a good idea, but the question is, in the context of Nigeria, how would I help? It's going to be very difficult for us to see the impact, because majority of the clubs that we have in our league is being run by the state government. It's more like a propaganda arm of the government. And, if money goes to the government coffers, the governor and those that run the football in that particular government, probably sit down with the money. Those that probably enjoy it will probably be the likes of, Remo Star, Queen Califat, and the rest of them. So that is that. Then another thing is this. Come to the case of Nigeria. If we are getting this kind of money, it means that you will be forced there will be a motivation for LMC and the NFF to ensure that our league is viable enough to produce players that can be good enough for the Super Eagles. In as much as the money is important, you and I, we know LCHL cannot field 10 players from the league. The reason is this: the 10 players will be fielding from the league will not be able to meet up with the standard, and that is the reason why we go outside shopping.
So in as much as, they might want to encourage Eric Chell because of the financial, because of financial benefit that comes with fielding a Nigerian league player in his national team, I think it's also the responsibility of the NFF and the LMC to ensure that the standard of our league is raised such that there will be justification for, an HL, including, the Nigerian league players, majority of them in our Super Eagles.
Well, I mean, that's quite interesting. We look how, the NFF and the LMC would be able to actually manage that one. But then let's move away from the windfall and go straight to the very big one. Yesterday, it was the Bafana who actually left, without nothing but 2 red cards and 2 goals considered against them. And Mayowa actually adopted the name Alejandro and said it's going to be 4 goals to nothing. It was actually against his prediction, but I know he's quite still very happy that, South Africa actually lost that game. But Mayowa, let's look into that particular game and let's, talk about how South Africa actually lost that game. First of all, let's talk about their attacking option. I mean, 2 beautiful goals from Yohan Quinones, the man who is actually the top scorer of, the Saudi Pro League. He scored 3 goals last season in the league. And here, he actually showed just why he's one of the most, informed player in that particular team. And of course, this man, Raul Jimenez, who a lot of persons, felt he would never get back to his best after that particular concussion that happened right there, in the English Premier League. But hey, 5 years ago, and now he's back, scoring the same way we actually once knew him. Mayowa, let's talk about that game. How did South Africa lose, that particular game to Mexico?
Well, on a lighter note, me llamo Leandro Mayowa. Soy Mexicano, viva Mexico. I'm trying to test out my Spanish. But in any case, I think we all knew this was going to happen. You don't go to a tournament with 11 defenders and you expect anything to come out. Like when we were reviewing that particular game yesterday, we knew South Africa was going to be ultra defensive, and we saw that. Well, I mean, how do you play an ultra defensive style, and you are losing possession 9 minutes into the game? I think the Mexicans, to be honest, the South Africans played very badly. If the Mexicans had stepped up their game, that game should have ended, 5-6-0. I'm even disappointed with the result. But I mean, it's a win. A win is a win. Good one for Quinones. It's no fluke that he's the highest goal scorer in the Saudi League. Scoring 33 goals is no fluke, and that showed in that particular game. Raul Jimenez, a lot of people thought he was never going to play football again. The same head that he had to ban. They gave him a medical ban for his brain because he literally had to perform surgeries on his brain for him to be able to play football. And now he's scoring with a header, and it was so emotional. I think. To be honest, because of how badly the South African played, we couldn't really judge the strength of the Mexicans. The Mexicans were not tested, they were not stretched. And the South Africans, Hugo Bruce should be thanking Ruan Williams for saving his job. If not for Ruan Williams in that particular game, I think South Africa would have also considered more, even though I feel the Mexicans did not take their chances. It was a poor representation, and you want to scratch your head and wonder how the South Africa, qualify from the group, from that same group that they were in when they went to the World Cup and with this kind of display. Yes, a lot of people are against them because of the xenophobic attack and that. But let's keep that aside. Let's go to the football that was played yesterday. It was a disgrace, and I hope maybe Hugo Bruce will come with something much more better in the next game, because if they go into the next game playing like this, it's going to be another defeat for them.
We're talking about Ronwen Williams, the man who saved South Africa, from an embarrassing scoreline yesterday. The man actually, came out, was talking about, the energy they were actually getting from other African nations. And people were actually talking, South Africans were actually talking, about, the fact that what they actually doing was to ensure that Africans stay in their home, and then to ensure that, we have, an entirely developed Africa. And it's never been this bad before. They've never get to see, Africans actually, watch hitting other African teams in the World Cup. How did we get to this level? Mayowa, this is actually not a very good thing to actually, see, because trust me, as much as a lot of Nigerians, are actually saying, what, we don't want South Africa to win, deep inside, Nigerians also have that emotional, part of them saying that, this feels very weird, but then we have to need to find a way to actually come back. How do we bring South Africa back, or how do we even solve this sort of problem that, going back into the next championship or any other championship, we don't get to actually watch, a fellow South African or a fellow African team?
To be honest with you, and I don't have any issues with South Africans. I don't hate them. But however, for the next game they are playing against Czech, my new name will be Jaroslav. That's the new name I'll be bearing. And to be honest with you, see, the thing is this: when the apartheid was going on, Nigeria, Ghana, and a lot of other African countries spearheaded the fight to ensure that this was eradicated. How do you now turn around 33 years later? You are lynching people, chasing them away, and the rest of that. If people are in your country illegally, I don't support illegal migration. If people are in your country illegally, they don't have papers, deport them. What happens to those that have been there legally, those that have been in the country, those that were there, the correct migrants, not the illegal ones? Why attack their business? Why lynch them? Why be racist towards them? I mean, xenophobic attack is more of racism because the person is not in your country. And for them to come out and say they want other African countries to stay in their country and the rest of that, they have two big brands, about three big brands that are not from Nigeria and are making a whole lot of money from Nigeria, yes. And these are South African brands. And one is the telecommunication brand, another one is a grocery brand, another one is a digital TV brand. Majority of their customers come from Nigeria. That's where they make their millions from. So you cannot come and say, they want Africans to stay in their country, to develop their country, that's the reason for that and the rest of that. If they are legally there, you don't have any rights to attack them. And the government of South Africa has failed to do something about it. Let me shock you again. Ime Okon, that was featured in that particular game, when he was named as part of the squad, his part South Africa, his mom is a South African, his dad is a Nigerian. They kicked against him. There were a whole lot of backlash on social media. Is that the country that you want other African countries to queue behind? I don't think so. They have to, sort out their own issue before Africans will rally behind them. Change your behaviors, and when we see a change, probably maybe Africans will follow suit. But as for now, next game against Czech, I'm Jaroslav and I'm supporting Czech.
Talking about Czech Republic, and now Czech Republic definitely also had to lose their own very first game. Last night, that's actually, early hours of this morning, right? They actually lost their own first game. And it was not, a place they want to actually be. But then I look at this Czech Republic and I ask myself, is this the same nation that produced the likes of Pavlo Nedved, a player who at the time was actually, one of the most dreaded, player in Europe, a player who, the world seemed, Juventus seemed to be the right replacement for the legendary Zinedine Zidane, and actually filled the shoe. And actually, every single time Juventus played against Real Madrid in Champions League at that era, it was Juventus always getting a result right. Now falling to South Korea. I mean, no disrespect to South Korea, but then when it comes to footballing nation and how these countries have actually showed up over time, you want to always give that result to Czech Republic. But then, unfortunately, they actually lost that game 2-1. It was a slim scoreline. Heung-min Son inspired side. Maiwa, tell me about that particular game and how is this group going to shape out? Who is going to be the early team to actually leave? Who is going to make the best lose, the third best team? And of course, is it possible for Czech Republic to come back to make the top two in this particular group?
I think they didn't play badly in that particular game. The first country that will go back to their country is South Africa. Using a South African accent there. I don't think they have what it takes to be able to face off with the remaining teams. Czech did not play badly in that particular game, but you have to give it to the South Koreans. They went behind first, and they never stopped attacking. That is one thing you will see in that particular Korean side. They never stopped attacking. And yes, Son Heung-min plays in the US now, but they have a whole lot of players that play in Europe, and that shows in the style of play. They continue to attack and attack and attack. They were not relenting, and even when Czech scored, Czech never looked like a team that was going to win that particular game. And eventually, they had a turnaround and they eventually won. And for Czech, I think it's more like a rebuilding process for them. I mean, it's been a while they have played at the World Cup, and we are seeing them rebuild. And even at that, they didn't also play badly. It's just that the Koreans were much more better than them. They never stopped attacking, and it's the first game of the tournament. There is always room for improvement. The last World Cup, Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia. Nobody expected that, and Argentina went all the way to win that particular tournament. So I mean, it's the first game. The way they played, they didn't play poorly. You could see that the next game there will be an improvement in the next game, and they are playing against a South African that has two of their important players recorded they are playing against South Africa that is coming with a mindset of defending. I think probably that'll probably be a game they'll probably be able to win. But kudos to the Koreans. I think as it stands now, it's probably going to be maybe a Mexico first and a South Korea second.
So, but as it stands now, it is Mexico first, South Korea second, and we are seeing, Czech Republic and then, South Africa. That's exactly the group standing. But then Mayowa still believes that that's exactly how it's going to actually end. But is it possible for us to actually see a best loser in this particular group? And is it also possible for South Korea to go all the way to actually win this group?
It's a possibility. They just need a draw against Mexico. If they can draw against Mexico, I can bet it with you on that particular day, my name will be Song Hoon Mi. I'll be supporting Korea. And with the way Korea played, if South Africa played as poorly as they played against Mexico, if they show up against Korea in that particular game, the way they showed up against Mexico, it's going to end very disastrously for South Africa. Because if you watch how the Koreans were playing, they were not afraid to attack and they were not afraid to exploit, spaces. The Czech side was on the back foot. They were defending with their life. And if South Africa show up in that particular game like that, I think that will hand, Mexico, that will hand South Korea an opportunity to score more goals, and that'll probably put them on top of the group.
All right. So, Suma, before we actually x-ray the games that will be played tonight, let's take a quick look at the transfer window. The big story coming up is that Bernardo Silva is a Madridista at the point, right? And he's trying Real Madrid. And looking at the transfer Madrid has been able to actually pull, you start asking yourself, this question, exactly what is Jose Mourinho building? From Konate now to this man, and of course Dumfries. You see, this particular transfer Madrid is actually making seems very, very strategic. At this point, does it look like Real Madrid already have the necessary ingredients to actually take over, the La Liga title from Barcelona next season?
I think Mourinho is trying to build a squad. The only signing I don't agree with is Konate, because, to be honest with you, Konate was disastrous for Liverpool last season, if we are being honest. And I don't think, Konate deserves to be part of a Real Madrid side, if you are being honest, based on performance. However, maybe there is something Jose Mourinho is seeing that I'm not seeing. He's the coach. He probably knows what he's saying, and the reason why he insisted on bringing a Konate. Apart from Konate, all other signing is a signing that shows purpose. And to be honest with you, a Bernardo Silva, we saw what he could do for, we saw what he did for a Man City side. Over 9 years that he was with Man City, we saw what he was able to do. A serial winner, a player with a winning mentality. In as much as, Konate is also getting some stick from me. Konate is also a serial winner. He has won a whole lot of things with Liverpool. And, he's been there. They are bringing that mentality to that particular club side. Also, a Dumfries is not, he was part of the Italian Serie A, this Inter Milan side that won the Serie A. And, he's bringing that winning mentality and the experience to that particular team. And you have a Serie A winner in Jose Mourinho returning to Real Madrid. I think Real Madrid is cooking something up. And I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, Real Madrid ends up winning the title next season. But the big question is this: will Jose Mourinho be able to handle the egos in the dressing room? That is the big question.
But Mayowa, if you talk about handling the egos in the dressing room, you should also agree that Jose Mourinho has shown that he's a manager who has handled and who can handle big players, from the days of John Terry to Frank Lampard, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mesut Ozil. Talking about Sergio Ramos, Iker Casillas was also, he had to put him on the bench. Jose Mourinho is a man who has shown that he's seen the biggest of players, the biggest of stars. Why would he not be able to handle this Real Madrid with less, big ego compared to what he handled in his first spell?
I'll give you a difference. The mentality of the Didier Drogba, John Terry, and the rest of them, they are not the people that will run to social media and start, throwing tantrums. These are mature players that will take criticism on the chin. We've seen the Arbeloa and the rest of them. Xabi Alonso, that did so well with Bayer Leverkusen, got in there and couldn't do anything because of the ego. The problem is this: will he be able to contain the ego of this, our new set of new generation players? Will he be able to be able to manage the ego properly? Yes, things might work out very well at the start, but in the long run, we've seen this happen to Jose Mourinho before. He went to Roma, he did fantastic well in the first 2 seasons. The third season, everything fell apart. The same thing happened when he returned back to Chelsea. The same thing happened when he went to Real Madrid. The first 2 seasons was fantastic. The third season, went down the drain. I'm hoping it will not repeat itself again because if you go in the dressing room at the moment, a Kylian Mbappe and the rest of them, especially a Kylian Mbappe, is a point of issue in that particular team. How does Jose Mourinho keep Kylian?
So sad that network had to kick Mayowa out at this particular point. But then I get exactly what he's saying. How does Jose Mourinho handle Kylian Mbappe? That's a very big question that will definitely be getting our answers when the season eventually commences right there, in the La Liga. Mayowa, are you still with us? Okay, so but then if Mayowa comes back, we'll definitely bring him back up to speed. But the thing is, if you look at Jose Mourinho's career trajectory, you know that he's a man who is a serial winner. And what Real Madrid wants is to reinstate or reinstall, that winning mentality in Madrid. Madrid is always known to be, the best team in the club, the best team in the league, the best team in Europe. And in the last season, they've not been able to actually prove that. And that's exactly where, the problem starts. They brought in Jose Mourinho, a couple of years ago, right there, I think about 16 years ago. Yeah, he came to that particular city right there, in Madrid. He actually toppled the Barcelona monopoly under Pep Guardiola. He won them the league title. He also won them, the Champions League. He won them the league title before leaving. He made them winners again. He also almost got the Champions League. He was so unlucky in the night. I recall very well against Bayern Munich when they lost semi-finals on penalty shootout. And that was, the night he actually left. And now, he's coming back again. At least I'm certain that Jose Mourinho will be able to actually, in the next couple of contracts, couple of years being in Madrid, he's certainly going to be able to also get them either the league title or the Champions League, and exactly what a lot of persons expecting him to be able to deliver to that particular club side. And that's exactly what Real Madrid president and of course all Madridistas wants. Our winning mentality should be back. That's what they want. They did it before, they did it again, and if he is able to actually land them just one major title and then move on, another person will definitely come and then continue the train. That's exactly what I think the project is about. Reinstall that ability to be that fear factor right there at the Bernabeu, and then you can actually move on, and then they get another coach, like maybe Giancarlo Ancelotti might get a return or someone similar, to help them continue the project. That's exactly how Real Madrid works. But Mayowa, I hear Mayowa is back. Mayowa, are you with us now?
Yes, yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so you were saying?
Yeah, so I mean, as I was saying, I think the focal point of issue is Kylian Mbappe. How do you not give a Kylian Mbappe preferential treatment over the other stars that is in the Real Madrid side? And that is a big issue that Jose Mourinho will have to navigate. Yes, and I hope he's been able to evolve over the years, because I mean, one of the reasons why he always leaves unceremoniously in some of the club, apart from Porto that he left, apart from Inter Milan that he left, every other club, apart from Tottenham that the owner decided to, I don't know what he was thinking and fire him before the final. All other clubs that he left, it was because of clashing with players, clashing with top players in those particular clubs. I hope he has been able to evolve past that. I hope he has been able to fine-tune his man management skill. I hope he has been able to fine-tune his conflict resolution skill. Because if he does not do that, the new generations of players that we have now, you cannot handle them the way you handle the likes of Didier Drogba, John Terry, those much more mature players. The current players we have now, you have to treat them like egg for you to be able to get the best out of them. I hope he's able to navigate that, because I mean, there's a lot of egos that you have to battle with in the Real Madrid dressing room.
All right, so Mayowa, let's go back straight to the World Cup, and this time we're looking at the two other teams that will be hosting the World Cup. They will be playing today, and the very first one will be Alphonso Davies and his co-teammates, talking about the Canadian side, will be playing against Bosnia-Herzegovina before the United States of America play against Paraguay. Those two games definitely we'll be looking at. But very first, let's look at the Canadian side against Bosnia. Bosnia is a regular World Cup side. This is Canada's second appearance, our first back-to-back appearance at the World Cup. I mean, the last time before this time was in 1986 where Argentina actually won it. And the first time they actually returned was in 2022 where they were in the same group with Argentina. A lot of persons saw that group and say it is similar to the 86 World Cup. That's why a lot of persons started picking Argentina to likely be the winner of the World Cup. Now they return again back-to-back as a host against Bosnia. Maiwa, look at the squad they both have. Bosnia knocked out Italy. Who is going to actually get this particular one? And what's the scoreline for this particular game?
I think it's going to be an interesting game. Playing in front of their crowd. Unfortunately, there are a whole lot of Nigerians playing the Canadian side. I think they have about 4 Nigerians, if I'm not mistaken, that will be lining up for them today. 4 Nigerian-born, Canadian-born Nigerians that will be lining up for them today. I think, they have the quality players that play in Europe. Bosnia, they are in the rebuilding process, and they were able to knock out a former World Cup winners, and that's no small feat. I think because of the kind of quality and because of the home advantage, I think I want to give it to Canada. Canada will probably take it, maybe a 1-0 or a 2-1 victory. I don't see Bosnia, overcoming the Canadian side.
So Maiwa, you said 1-0 or 2-1?
Yes, 1-0 or 2-1 in favor of Canada.
So let's quickly look at the United States of America now. America against Paraguay. Paraguay are another very, very consistent World Cup side. I mean, they come into the World Cup. They're a very difficult side to actually play. Again, it's not about the altitude. These guys are also used to playing quite close to Latin America and of course South America. Will definitely play in this particular tournament. So Maiwa, let's look at this particular game, America against Paraguay. Who takes it and what's the scoreline?
I think Paraguay will probably take it. The result under Pochettino has been terrible, if I've been honest with ourselves. The US have not been able to bring up a whole lot of results. They have the players, some of their top players playing in Europe. However, as a team, they've not been that formidable. I think going by the results so far under a Pochettino, I think this is going to be a lackluster World Cup for the US, and probably they might even be knocked out in the first round if we are being honest, based on the results so far. Unless something happens in the tournament, for me, I think Paraguay takes it. Probably maybe a 2-0 victory for Paraguay.
A 2-0 victory for Paraguay. Maiwa, this is a host nation, yes. United States of America. Yes, you might say they are not football powerhouse, but they are not a pushover when it comes to football, Maiwa. They've always been here.
That is true. But
they also have experience, coach.
I'm speaking based. I'm speaking based on the result under Pochettino.
But what's the quality of Paraguay?
Might start and they will surprise us.
Paraguay does not have a quality that can surprise us. They don't have individual brilliance. They don't have top player that will look at, okay, this guy can actually be a match winner.
Well, the answer to that is very simple. Paraguay qualified as one of the direct qualifiers from the South American region. You know how difficult that place is.
Yeah.
They played against Brazil, played against against an Argentina and the rest of them, and they are the World Cup, and that is no small feat.
Okay.
USA on the other hand, they've been losing and drawing under Pochettino, and the result has not been fantastic. The tournament might start and Pochettino might do some magic and things will change, but at the moment before the kick of the game, based on the statistics under Pochettino, I think the game is more suited to Paraguay than USA.
Okay, and you called it a 2-0 or 2-1?
2-0 for Paraguay.
All right, so Maiwa, this is exactly where we'll be leaving it, on this episode of Locker Room. It's good to have you join me.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm looking forward to when my other country, Czech, as Jaroslav, will beat South Africa for us next week again. Thank you for having me, Kefito.
All right, so this is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain, on this episode of Locker Room. I don't know, Maiwa keep cracking me up with this is, hate watch for the Bafana. But of course, as an African, I also want to believe that, we'll find a way to actually solve all of these problems. I mean, Africans should not be going, neck to neck, against one another. We should find a way to live peacefully as a people. And that's all we'll definitely be bringing you on today's episode. Definitely next week, Locker Room returns, and it will definitely be bringing you all the results that will be happening tomorrow on the weekend kickoff. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Have a sporty evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Paraputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano, the city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind Them. But last, more than No Mind Them. More. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on at VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room.
Tonight, our focus is on the rising tension within the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, following fresh exchanges between Seraki Dixon, national leader of the party, Peter Obi, presidential candidate, and an activist, Aisha Yusufu, as claims and counterclaims deepen debates over leadership, ambition, and the road to 2027. We'll also examine key national developments from Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Democracy Day address, highlighting security or insecurity, economic reforms, and democratic values, to the return of Nigerians repatriated from South Africa after anti-immigration violence. Stay with us as we break down the politics, the power plays, and what it all means for Nigeria's democracy. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us on the show this evening. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. But he appears here in the capacity of a political and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining us on
Thank
the
you
program.
for having me.
We do appreciate your presence, as always. Now, let's quickly run into it. Seraki Dixon, national leader of Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says he and the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, offered Aisha Yusufu a House of Representatives ticket, but she declined. Dixon made the claim at an NDC stakeholders meeting in Abuja amid ongoing internal tensions within the party. Well, the disclosure followed Yusufu's public criticism of Dixon, in which he said he appeared to be fighting an unnecessary battle. Dixon alleged that Yusufu rejected the offer, saying she was too big for the House of Representatives seat, a statement that has further fueled debate and controversy within the NDC. Dr. Peter, Aisha was quietly offered House of Reps ticket for FCT, but she rejected it. How do you react to this disclosure by the national chairman of the party? He says, Peter Obi and I sat with Aisha and offered her House of Reps ticket for the FCT, but she rejected it and said, well, I'm too big for that. I want to be senator. How do you react? And because of that, there's been some kind of, uneasy, within the NDC. Seraki saying, Aisha saying, Obi is mute, Obi you were there, and all of that. Let's have your broad reaction to this.
For me, we've not heard Aisha's response to this. So for now, it's just one-sided. But, Obi is also yet to add his own voice. Understand? So, but most of the people in the Senate today started from the House of Representatives. Osita is Tony Nwoye, Andy Ndume, even Senator Ningi. Understand? So saying that you are too big for House of Reps, I don't know what gave her such impression. Because being an activist, has not made you the owner of the country. Understand me? Being an activist has not made you the owner of the country. But for me, I am happy with what you said, that their focus should be on how to win the presidential election. And that should be the most important thing for Aisha and even for Dixon. Because the purpose of forming a political party is to win an election. But in every human society, there must be misunderstanding. There must be conflict. What matters is the maturity to address it. And I strongly believe that at the end of the day, they will come back and become a single entity.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to fish out. I hope the back end can fish out that video so that we can play it, because Seraki Dixon did say a lot. Well, in all of this, he also said, this shouldn't be a problem. I think the most important thing, I'm paraphrasing him, the most important thing is to work in unity, to see how we will win the election. Talking about
Aisha also said
the same thing, but beyond saying that, Seraki Dixon complains that Aisha has been attacking people, addressing conferences on social media. She's been writing and, speaking, attacking the secretary of the party, leaders of the party, and all of that. She's calling for calm. And on the other hand, she's also still attacking people, escalating the issue. And so do you think that she is intent on resolving this? Because a lot of people, quite a lot of people have raised concerns. Well, what Aisha is doing, is it in the interest of the person that she's trying to protect, Peter Obi? Because at some point, Seraki Dixon said, you cannot be supporting Peter Obi and disparaging me. So how much of this, do you think that will hurt the cohesion within the NDC going ahead of 2027?
For me, the most important thing that they need now is unity. And the most important thing that NDC as a party needs now is unity. And in that unity, there must be respect. Seraki Dixon is the leader of the party. He was the one that registered it, fought for it, go to court when INEC was giving excuses, and ensured that the party was registered. He deserves respect for that. Even apart from being the founder of the party, he is also a former governor in this country. He is currently a senator. Mind you, 1999, Seraki Dixon was national legal advisor of AD. So that's Alliance for Democracy. So he has come a long way. He has been part of this story. So for me, he should be given his due respect. It was in 2014, during the Bring Back Our Girls, that I heard Aisha Yusuf name for the first time. I didn't know her before that time. Understand? So, and it must not, I don't want to use that's a disparaging word. Understand? She should try to be a good party person. That's my take.
Okay, she should try to be a good party person. But in all of this, it's kind of curious that Peter Obi, has not come out to say anything in regards to, you and I, or the national chairman and I, spoke to Aisha privately, offered her this, and Peter Obi has been mute. And Seraki has also been speaking a lot, saying, Peter, you were present, at the meeting of the stakeholders of NDC, where a decision on party supremacy was taken. Seraki Dixon said pointedly, Peter Obi, you cannot claim ignorance of that decision. And so it's like, why are you mute on the altercation between Aisha and I. So Nigerians have expected that Peter Obi will come out to say, well, this is what it is and this is what it's not. So why is Peter mute on all of this?
For me, what Peter Obi is doing is the right thing. As a leader, you have to solve problems, understand? And not to be coming that's on the social media, that's every now and then and be issuing statements. For me, what Peter Obi should do is to call Yesufu, who I know has respect for him, and Seriaki Dixon to a closed door meeting. Understand? It is not Peter Obi shouldn't come on and saying you are guilty, you are not guilty. No. For this should be quietly resolved because Aisha herself has moved on. When that ticket was given to another person, she moved on, but understand me. So Peter Obi shouldn't be coming on air and be issuing statements who is right and who is wrong.
Well, Peter, a lot of Nigerians don't agree that Aisha has moved on because she keeps going back to it. And so how much of this, I go back to that question, how much of this altercation between them, because it looks like Seriaki Dixon made an attack on obedience and said, look, you people cannot, without making direct reference to Aisha, she was like, you people cannot be supporting the presidential candidate and disparaging me. And if you think it is easy, you go and form your own political party. I mean, this political party, NDC, is not a special purpose vehicle for anybody. Apparently making reference to Peter Obi and Musa Kukwanso. And he said, even before Obi and Kukwanso came, we had welcomed other important people. Marafa from Zamfara State, Binani from Adamawa State. All of them were in this party before Peter Obi. And so we are not trying to, and he said something like, well, I'm also as qualified as Peter Obi to be presidential candidate of the party. So looks like some people are thinking that, well, could there be tension or that there is tension within the party? Some people say, well, that Seriaki Dixon didn't speak as a politician. That geniality, that encompasses public figures. He lost it as at the time he was making this address. And so people think that there might be more, or do you think that there is more to all of this? Some people have also said, initially, when Peter Obi was going to the NDC, some people said, hey, Peter, be very careful. It's most likely this man is an agent for somebody. They mentioned names that I don't want to call on air. But some people were of the opinion that he might just be working for somebody. Do you share that sentiment?
The issue is this. People who knows Seriaki Dixon. Seriaki Dixon came from the activism side, understand? Before joining politics in 1999, he was an activist. So that is still in him. Even it was when he became a politician that he removed his this thing. Understand? He was wearing this thing at that point in time, dreadlock.
Okay.
It is when he became a politician that he now shaved it. So he came from the activist background, and he's still in that. So I read that statement. He said he removed himself from the Obedient WhatsApp group in May 18 to focus on building NDC. Understand? Because he doesn't want to be
distracted,
which is a good one. So then Peter Obi on his side also have a job to do. Understand? He is running as a candidate of the youth. So he should try to call those obedience to order. Understand me? He should try to call those obedience to order. But we should not lose sight of the fact that this is a human society. This is a human society. This is a human society, and we must not expect perfection. And he mentioned Binani from Adamawa
Marafa from Zamfara State.
But there's no way, and that's a whale will enter a river, and there must be shakes.
Okay.
There must be waves. So you cannot compare Binani joining NDC and Marafa joining NDC with P2B and the Kwankwaso. Understand? That river must shake. So it is a different ball game.
Okay, so that brings me back to the issue of how Seraki Dixon handled it. He spoke did he speak as a politician? Because some people believe that it has caused rift within the NDC, which might affect, the popularity and the cohesion of the party. I keep going back to that because I want us to expand the discussion. Did he handle it very well?
I say he came from the activism background.
Okay.
He came from the activism background.
Okay, so most times they are bellicose, and
sure.
They are willing to fight at any time.
If you watch that's Adams Oshiomhole in the Senate. That is that points that to where he came from. Adams Oshiomhole was the first person that mentioned nationalizing South African businesses in the country. Understand? So he cannot, or the way Adams talks, it's not how most of the senators talk. So Seriaki Dixon spoke like an activist and not a politician.
Okay, so how much of that will affect the integrity, the internal cohesion of the party? Do you think that people will become disenchanted and say, oh, look at even our national... Because the obedience, I have heard a section of obedience say, well, you don't talk to us like this. You were nobody. Your party was nothing before we came into it. And so they are also venting. So how much of this? But he has also appealed for calm.
They shouldn't go into all this. But like I said, a whale cannot enter a river or an ocean and it remain the same.
Okay.
And the pity will be, as long as Nigeria politics is concerned, it's a whale. It's more than a shark. Understand? And anywhere he goes, there must be waves.
Okay.
There must be. So that's what is happening. And I know within a short time, everything
will be settled. And so talking about it being settled, now you think that so there is no need for Nigerians or members of the NDC to be overly concerned to think that, well, this man, is he trying to upset our presidential candidate? Is it because people have been complaining since Obi became a member of the NDC? He's been so quiet. He doesn't get involved in decisions of the party. At party meetings, he's just smiling. He doesn't say anything. Has he been leashed? Or so you think that it is ordinary, that it is just party politics that they are playing?
The issue is this. A presidential candidate is not the owner of a party.
Showore is. Showore transformed from a national chairman to presidential candidate.
How many people are
he got 14,000 votes.
We are talking of competitive political parties that are to be competitive. NWC members are the owners of the party. Understand? NWC members are the decision makers.
No, I wanted us to be clear on that. The highest decision making body.
Yes.
In fact, in some political parties, it's even the neck.
Yes, now.
Okay.
Sure. It is them that should be taking decision. If it will be they say that he has come and
jacked the party.
Jacked the party.
Okay,
so he should be focused on winning an election. Now, asking for the support of the leadership of the party.
Okay, so apparently you are more like you don't envy Peter Obi. He's quiet. There's problem. He talks. They say he's come to hijack the party. He talks. They say, oh, disobedient people have come here. So so you approve of his silence, what he's doing, just saying, well, if you are supporting me, please support me, but I'm not going to put in a word for you to win a seat. If you think you are popular, go and contest. Because some people have also complained, more like that, what is happening with Obi in NDC? Seraki Dixon, according to reports, inside sources, delivered all his people. Kwakwanso delivered all his people. But Obi left his people, in the wings and said, well, go and try your luck. Is that some form of... If it is good politics, is it also good policy in party politics?
Well, one, Obi don't want to be accused of hijacking a party. And the party has already been registered before Obi joined them.
Labour Party was registered and existing before he joined.
But mind you, Labour Party did not have a Seriaki Dixon.
Okay, so Seriaki Dixon is the factor now.
No, I mean, I'm talking of status.
Okay.
Seriaki Dixon was a two-time governor and a current serving senator.
He's been member of the House. In fact, he started out in the House of Representatives.
House of Reps. So Labour Party did not have such a big fish.
Okay.
Understand me? So Peter Obi is like going into other party, resurrecting other party with his name. Understand me? And making it what it is. But this is a different question of fish.
All right. Now, Peter, there's a lot surrounding the NDC. I'd like for us to stay within the NDC. There's a certain affidavit that is rumored, as being forced on NDC candidates, compelling them to sign or commit to not resigning from the NDC. And they say if you don't sign this, people that have already won the elections, either through consensus or direct primaries. And the NDC, we understand it was that information was released by Sahara Reporters. They say there's a certain affidavit, that says you either sign this committing to loyalty within the party, or we'll remove you as a candidate and replace you with someone who is willing to sign that. How compelling people, to sign loyalty affidavit? How is it morally right? Is it legally right?
Well, the issue is this: nothing is higher than the constitution
of the party or of the
of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay.
Because even at the same constitution guarantees the freedom of association. Understand me? So there's no document that you will sign that will be superior to the constitution.
Yeah, but the freedom of association didn't say you should come and sit in my parlor when you are not welcome.
But now, from day one, Seriaki Dixon said that their party is not SPV.
Okay.
Understand me? So you have come, you have come. But the truth is that party is not a secret society.
Okay.
There should be free entry and free exit.
Okay.
But whatever they are doing, they should make sure that it is not against the constitution of the country. If that is the way they hope to retain their members, and it is not against the constitution, fine and good.
Now, one of the clauses of that affidavit we understand is that, well, you have to commit to, if you leave this party, you resign from your position in the National Assembly or in the legislature. So is that a safeguard?
Well, for me, they want to checkmate what happened in LP, where many people use the Peter Obi's name to win an election, only that to run to ADC, to APC.
So the measure they are taking is illegal?
So I say, provided it is not against the constitution of the country.
Okay.
Understand? Provided it is not against the constitution of the country, every party had their own guidelines, their own rules that is unique to them.
You recall that at some point, Olusegun Obasanjo had a pre-signed letters for ministerial appointees. And any day you fall out of favor or you become recalcitrant, he will just say, well, Mr. Dr. Peter Anosike has resigned as Minister of Information and all of that. And people signed.
People signed. But mind you, that is different because they are appointees.
Okay.
Understand me? And Obasanjo has all the right to hire and fire.
Okay.
But this is a different thing. We are no more dealing with employment. We are dealing with a party. Understand?
Ngige and Oba brothers had a similar arrangement.
Did they stand in court? Or the answer is no.
Okay.
Understand me? So for me...
So apparently what Seriaki Dixon is doing might not stand in court.
It will not stand in court. It will not stand in court. But every party has their own peculiar rules, guidelines. Understand? So since you are committed to the party, you have that to sign whatever they ask you to.
All right, Peter, before we leave this NDC discussion, there's one important thing, because Aisha Yusufu herself has criticized Seraki Dixon, national leader of the NDC, accusing him of appearing to compete with the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. In a post on her verified X account, Yusufu reacted to Dixon's television interview in which he defended the party leadership amid backlash from some Obi supporters after the NDC primaries. Yusufu stressed that no one was challenging Dixon's leadership and urged him to focus on winning the 2027 elections and addressing Nigeria's problems rather than personal egos. She said the priority should be rescuing the country from its current challenges, noting that a major political battle lies ahead. How do you react to this comment from Aisha?
Well, for me, that is a fact. Understand? It is a fact that, just like I said earlier, the purpose of foreign political parties is to win elections. So that should be the focus of the party, and not competing among themselves. Understand? Now, the presidential candidate that's of a party is the face of the party. So, and Dixon cannot change that now. Understand?
Okay.
It has been there. P2B, he know the value or the worth of P2B, and he said that they even offered them free presidential and free vice presidential tickets.
Was that in a right thing to say that they offered them free?
Right, it's not what he's supposed to say on air. Understand? But he has said it.
Even when Nigerians know that it is true. I mean, in terms of perception, in terms of public communication, it wasn't the right thing to say, according to you.
It is not. He's not supposed to say that on air, but he has said it.
He has said it.
And for him to give them that concession, he knows their value.
He knows their value. So at the end of the day, I think there seems to be some kind of blending, a mixing of, okay, well, I'm aggrieved, but all of them are saying, well, let's work together.
Let's work together
for the
and
unity
win
of
the
party
election.
And win the election, because apparently that is what Aisha is saying.
That's the most important.
And that is what Dixon is saying too. Okay, so they have a common ground now. They might be all,
and
just believe that they are.
And P2B shouldn't come up to begin to side one person or the other. That could be the reason why
he's been quiet.
He has been
Okay,
quiet.
now
I've
before
been working that's behind the
scene. All right, today is June 12, Democracy Day. But before we talk about that, information filtered in this morning that Rotimi Amaechi, former governor of Rivers State, former Minister of Transportation, has finally accepted to be running mate to Atiku Abubakar. After all the no, I'm here to be president. I'm not going to deputize anybody. I don't want to be vice president. I don't want to be running mate and all of that. Finally, Amaechi has kowtowed, more like, and said, well, I want to be vice presidential candidate or running mate to Atiku Abubakar. How do you see that? How does it put out Amaechi in the face of the public?
Well, one of British statesmen, Winston Churchill, said that politicians don't believe themselves. Therefore, it surprises them when others believe them. Understand? So the truth is that there's no form for vice presidential candidates. Understand me? Just like there's no form for deputy governor. So if you are interested in the presidency, you are buying the presidential nomination and expression of interest form. Understand? And when you are buying it, you have supporters. Understand? You have convinced people this is what we want. It is when that thing did not happen that you can now go for the second one. Understand me? So after the primary that Atiku Abubakar won, everybody know that to continue to be relevant, Amaechi has to accept to deputize Atiku. Understand me? And there's no other person that has the caliber of Amaechi in ADC in ADC in the here.
Within the week, Dele Momodu put out his picture and that of Atiku Abubakar saying, well, I'm the chosen one, I'm the running mate to Atiku Abubakar. You didn't hear that, you didn't see that. Dele Momodu.
Well, he's a funny man and he has always been.
Okay. So, Emeki Hedioha was offered, we understand.
And he rejected
And he rejected, he said, no, because of P2B.
Because of P2B, yes.
And so how much capacity does Amechi have, to mobilize the South and the South, in fact, the South for Atiku Abubakar?
Well, the truth is that he doesn't have that capacity because his president, his image has not gone beyond the Rivers State. Understand? Quite all right. He was the campaign DG of Buhari in 2015 and 2019. But he was like a shadow. Understand me? He was not the points man. Understand? In the Southwest was Tinubu. In the Southeast was OUK. That's Ozokano. So Amechi has not really made much impact outside the Rivers State. So I don't really see him doing much for Atiku. Even in Rivers State, the Rivers State is in peace and pieces.
Okay.
With Nelson Wike, understand me, that's and others.
All right, Peter, let's turn to the Democracy Day we are celebrating today. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu marked Nigeria's 2026 Democracy Day by celebrating 27 uninterrupted years of civilian rule, urging citizens and institutions to defend democratic values. He called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, security agencies, the judiciary, the media, and civil society to ensure credible elections and serve as guardrails of the Republic, while encouraging young Nigerians to build their future at home and participate actively in democracy. Apparently, it's telling Nigerians you don't need to japa. Where the president highlighted major security efforts, noting significant reductions in terror-related deaths, the neutralization of thousands of insurgents, expanded recruitment into security forces, and an increased defense in spending. He reaffirmed the dual approach of military pressure and conditional surrender, warning bandits and terrorists to lay down their arms or face decisive state action, while expressing hope for abducted children and national unity against crime. On the economy, Tinubu said tough reforms since 2023 have stabilized public finances, improved transparency, boosted non-oil exports, attracted investment, and strengthened energy and electricity sectors through new laws and infrastructure. He honored June 12 heroes and announced national awards, stressing that while past generations secured political freedom, the current one must secure economic prosperity, so democracy is felt in citizens' lives. Peter, I'm sure you listened to the president's speech. What's your broad reaction to it?
For me, it's mere words, it's rhetorics and no action. It is mere rhetorics and no action. The president does not practice what he preaches. Understand? He does not practice what he preaches. So all those things that he said, he is not doing them. Understand me? He is not doing them, but this is what speech writers do for the president every anniversary day to make the government look good on paper. But in reality, we know that what he read there is not what is happening. Understand? We know that what he read there is not what is happening. Jerry Bentham, the German philosopher, said that the purpose of government is the happiness of the greater number of people in the country. If we go by that, how many people are happy in the country? Understand? So what he said is just mere rhetoric. We should be talking of action, and that are not speeches.
Well, talking about rhetoric and just mere figures, the president reeled out some figures regarding the success his administration has achieved or recorded in terror. He said 13,000 terrorists killed in 1 year. Nigeria safer now than in 2015.
And
do you agree with those statistics?
I say all those things are mere paperwork. In reality, it is opposite. Security is far more worse now than in that 2025.
But he said 13,000 insurgents or terrorists have been killed in the past 1 year.
13,000. And those bandits have killed 20-something thousand.
So Nigeria is still at a loss.
Understand me? We are running a deficit.
In terms of human lives lost.
Human lives, we are running a very big deficit. More people have died in Nigeria than in Ukraine. That is in a real war. I understand. So for me, those are just what a presidential speech writer wrote for him to read. It doesn't show all the facts of our everyday life at all.
Now, the president acknowledged that there is economic hardship, but said it was the call of Nigerians to rescue the country. Like he said, well, young Nigerians, this is the only country you have. You don't need to leave. Stay here and work with us. And also in the process, this morning, the president announced that, well, he's bringing in 10,000 tractors, to give to farmers so that there will be abundant food in the next farming season and all of that. I mean, it's been rumored that, not rumored as a matter of fact, MBS brought out statistics that if care is not taken by September, June, July, August, September this year, that about 133 million Nigerians are going to face acute hunger. And so the president is upbeat. The president says, well, let's take proactive actions, 10,000 tractors, to be imported. This is not the first time. There was some time we talked about tractors from Brazil. We have not seen them. Sometimes from Belarus.
Buhari brought 5,000 tractors from Brazil. Understand me?
Okay, now the first time president went to Brazil, he struck a deal, for tractors.
Then what
about Belarus too.
Then his friend, who said that his schoolmate or whatever, showed one. But the truth is that who is going to farm while bandits have occupied all the markets?
They will send soldiers to the farms to protect. They said they will send soldiers to the farm. You recall at some point they said that they will send soldiers to go and protect the farms. So tractors are there, soldiers are there to protect
What is
farmers.
the number of soldiers in the country?
Well, I wouldn't know.
This is a country of over 220 million. Do you have up to 2 million soldiers in the country?
Okay, to protect the farmers.
And the answer is no. One time I saw a minister that went to his farm with 15 police escorts. A minister went to his cereal farm with 15 mobile soldiers carrying gun and following him inside his farm. So if every farmer should have let me say, one policeman, how many policemen do you have in this country? So without fighting insecurity, all those things will not make any meaning.
Well, okay, going forward, we are still interrogating the president's speech. The president also announced the revitalization and renaming of the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, in honor of Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, describing him as one of the architects of modern democratic Nigeria. The announcement was made during the President's Democratic Day address, where he reflected on Nigeria's 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule and said the country's diversity now strengthens rather than threatens its democracy. The president also approved national honors for dozens of pro-democracy activists and military officers who played significant roles in the June 12 struggle, including journalists, labor leaders, civil rights advocates, and so-called soldier democrats. Tinubu also urged Nigerians to renew their commitment to democratic ideals, stressing that the sacrifices of past heroes must not be in vain, and reaffirming his belief that Nigeria will continue to endure and advance despite challenges. National honors for heroes of democracy. A very long list, journalists and all of that, including Chima Ubani, and a lot of people, dead and alive. National honors because of the struggle. And it's curious. Okay, let's have your reaction before I...
Well, I saw those names and was shocked that to hear that they fought for
democracy. You think they didn't?
The only name I recognize there that was really a soldier of democracy is Chima
Obani.
Understand? All the other names, I don't know. It just said to compensate them for being good members of APC.
No, come again. Compensate them for being good members of the APC.
APC, and not that they have anything to do with the struggle for democracy.
Well, some of them are our colleagues, like journalists who played very active role. People like Lade Bunola of The Guardian. I can go on and on. I can mention them. Ayo Badokun, you know, and who again? But it's instructive. This Amakoba's name was missing in that list.
Good. Abakoba was in prison. Abakoba formed the CLO.
He almost got blinded at some point in Yaba, you know, during protests in 1993.
So for me, this guy in TVC, that's Otitu. What was his own?
Some people were pushing with the pen, right? And everybody must not have been on the streets.
Chukuma, I was in the Labour movement as a Labour correspondent of the Sun Newspaper. So we know who did what. Even if Showore's name is there, it will not even be a battle. Because Showore was in the trenches. Understand? So one thing you have to do, go and get Showore, ask him what does he feel about this. He will dismiss it. Understand? Because most of those names did not do anything. Louis Odion, what did he do? On and on. So for me, they were just rewarded for being good members of APC, and not that they fought for the democracy that we currently have, even though it has changed to autocracy. Understand? So those names are not the people that fought for democracy. Somebody, the current executive director of CLO, Ibuchukwu Ezike, was among those that were to be executed the day that Abacha died. Understand? Ibuchukwu Ezike was among those that were to be executed alongside Olusegun Obasanjo and others. His name is not there. Bamidele Aturu is not there. So for me, these are just ask God any activist. Ask him how he feels about. So to me, those names are just what you can squeeze and put into the waste bin. 90% of them has nothing to do with the struggle of democracy.
Okay, now to be so honored, you know, include prominent journalists, including Sam Omaseye, Lade Bunola. I mentioned him earlier. Iko Konta, Muyiwa Adekeye, retired military officers honored include Ishola Williams and M.A. Garba, both retired major generals. So you don't think
that are the ones that I'm interested in.
Okay.
Understand? What did Omaseye did his own? So for me, the list did not mean anything to me. As far as I'm concerned, 90% of those names has nothing to do with the struggle for democracy. Understand me? 90% of them has nothing to do with the struggle for the democracy. They were rewarded for being good members of APC, and not that they have anything to do with the struggle for.
Okay, now we have people like Barrister Ayoka Lawani, Tunde Fabenle, Oladele Alake, that's Dira Alake, Olatunji Bello, Louis Odion, Shegu Babatope, Shamo Masaye, Samo Mashaye, Sir Ademola Osinubi, Bola Wole, Lade Bunuola, Femi Kusa, Debo Adeniro, Ayo Obadoku, Ralph Obiora, Oshe Oshayende, Osa Director. Osa Director is the National Publicity Secretary of the NDC now, and Professor Sylvester Odiona Kane, Dr. Ato Wankwopu Tumos, Dr. Osagie Obayiwana, Dr. Joy Oke Odumakin, Barrister Titus Mann, Joe Ibokwe, Richard Akiola, Ben Charles Obi, Posthumous, George Mba, Dr. Nira Malulu, Major General Shola Williams, Femi Aborishade, Jenkins Halomona, Bemiga Olugunileye, Muyiwa Adekeye, Babajide Kolade Otutu, and Ike Okonta.
Shade was Femi Aborishade was in the struggle.
Okay, in the struggle.
Understand me? Then this guy from the so it's just very few of them.
Okay, very few of them.
Very, very few of them.
Okay, so that has changed your mind that, well, I mean, these people are...
But I still say that 90% of them has nothing to do with the struggle for democracy.
And so they were just... But it doesn't have monetary value. They are just being given national honors.
I know it doesn't have any national
any monetary value.
But honor should be given to whom it is due.
All right, so in your general assessment, have we made forward movement in democracy in the past 27 years?
We've made one step forward and 5 steps backwards. That's to start with. Democracy does not mean changing khaki to agbada or khaki that's to suit. Okay. That's not the meaning of democracy. Democracy means development. Understand? Democracy means observing that is you are fundamental human rights. Understand me? The democracy that's mean giving everybody sense of belonging. Democracy means live and let live. So for me, we've made one step forward and 5 steps backward.
All right, Peter, the first set of returnees, from South Africa, people who were repatriated willingly by the federal government of Nigeria, arrived at Murtala Mohammed International Airport yesterday. Some of them with tales of woes, how they were maltreated in South Africa and all of that. The government has promised rehabilitation for some of them. MTN said we are going to give you data bundles and airtime to sustain you for 1 year and all of that. What's your reaction? Did we act a little too late? Oh, beautiful. Can we get an audio to that video?
Okay, my name is Millie Abu. I've been in South Africa for 23 years. So being there, I haven't obtained any papers because, the system is quite difficult. And then also, you have to go through a lot of process before you can obtain the papers. And then when I was there, I was a tutor. I also had a spa that I was running. But at a certain time, the police came in there and then they had to take everybody out of there because we didn't have proper documentation.
All right, there you have it. This is someone, a Nigerian that came in yesterday, and she said, well, I spent 23 years in South Africa. Unfortunately, I was unable to get my papers. I couldn't get my papers renewed. And so at some point, she became a legal immigrant in South Africa. So she came back. One woman said, well, their women are bad. They even killed my husband, and I'm just coming back with my daughter, and nothing will make me go back to South Africa. Government has promised rehabilitation and all of that. What's your brief reaction to this? Well, you give us your concluding thoughts.
Most important thing is that they have come back, but we acted too late. There was no sense of urgency in our government at all. There was no sense of urgency. Ghana evacuated their own citizens more than 2 weeks ago. You remember? So Ghana evacuated their own citizens more than 2 weeks ago. That's to show that they really value the life of their citizens. So we acted too late. So most important thing is that they are back. But the truth is that we have over 500,000 Nigerians in South Africa.
Over 500,000?
Yes, Google it and see.
No, I'm not sure.
We have more than 500,000 Nigerians in South Africa.
In South Africa. The
Google
official
it and
record
see.
says 35,000. The record says 35,000.
We have more than 500,000.
500,000.
The issue is that I have a friend who stayed in South Africa for 29 years without getting
valid document.
That's document that
Okay.
stay.
All
Every
right.
year they go and
renew.
Understand me?
Unfortunately, Dr. Anosike, this is where we have to end this show. It's been quite an interesting discussion. I've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, who joined me on Political Lens. I must say a very big thank you to you. And as usual, I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic locus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GSR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Elekta for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he will lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that. Till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out, we have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investments in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now leaving with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza,